All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back now with the live drawings after this 5 minutes of break. And here we are then with the low seeded to start the shuffle. Again with Nivrat joining me, man. How are you doing after the 5 minute break?
Yeah, it was a great break. A bit long for an in-game break, I guess, but nice to catch my breath.
I really love the animation, like the countdown on the screen. That looked very fancy. So
Very
kudos
nice.
to Happystick for setting that one up. Looked really good. Same for Flight actually. So here we are actually with the low seeded teams. Are you ready? You can see them. We can go through them one more time in case you forgot or you cannot notice the flags. We have the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom, Poland, Argentina, Germany, Sweden, Macau, and Norway. We should be good to start shuffling at any moment.
Let's
so
go.
Who's gonna get on Group A? Any bet, Niv?
Oh, bets. Well, there's really nothing to go off of right now, but let's pick randomly Argentina.
Oh, but seems to be Russia though.
Russia. All right.
Quite close.
Starting at the
not
top.
that much. We already talked a little bit about Russia before on the coffee hour, but for those who missed it, Russia is definitely, without a room of doubt, the strongest low seed already in Group A. Whoever ends up being there for the lead and the top, they're gonna have a little bit of a hard time with Mage, Dalini, Kivikat, and Mr. Plagueis. Pretty strong overall roster. Very good to have 14 players, like 14 players.
Yeah, I was gonna say very balanced between the 4 players. That they can definitely sub in and out, which is important. And sometimes people can't make matches. Sometimes mistakes happen.
Yep. So Russia definitely is strong one. We're gonna see who ends on Group B though. I will say Sweden.
All right. Germany. Let's see.
Oh, it's actually Norway. Gonna go ahead and present it to us.
Oh yeah, Norway. Norway is actually, unfortunately, they are the lowest seed in this tournament. I think none of that's because most of the roster comes from 4K, their 4K mains. But I gotta say, like compared to previous World Cups, like even the lowest of the low seed are very strong players.
Yeah, Sai, Nevsa, Ravish, Masaya, and Viscerally Fast is the roster for it. Maybe a little bit too much of Step Mania for the team, but they're definitely looking forward to perform well. So for Group C now, we're gonna see who ends up on there. Only 6 teams remaining for the shuffle, and I will say it's Poland.
Germany. All right.
Germany it is. So Germany, actually not that weak as a team overall, but still on the low seed. Rochen 04 definitely the star player of the team. DualShock, Stankill, and playing for team the rest of the roster. Fairly consistent overall. Rochen will likely be performing a little bit better than the rest, but still, they're a team that have 4 players, which is a good thing. They are overall consistent in very different things, and they are pretty strong on accuracy as well. So Germany is also one of those teams that in group stage can be very deadly.
That's right. So Group D. I'm gonna go back to Argentina for this one. I'm feeling Argentina.
Well, I would like to see Argentina be placed as far away as Russia as possible. It's the United Kingdom.
Are you rooting for... Which team are you rooting for in the low seed?
Well, Argentina, 100%.
That's what I figured, but you never know. So United Kingdom for Group D.
Yep, United
We
Kingdom.
got the roster here. We have Pipper, Pope Gadget, Traps Are Cute, and X Snaggles.
Once again, a team mostly 4-key, right? I think Pope Gadget is the only one who's very good at 7-key on the team.
Right. Yeah, Pope Gadget is a
decent.
Oh, I was just saying, both a 4K and 7K player, but the rest definitely a lot of 4K. But they are, I mean, they're a very good team. I think they could challenge Russia for placement. They could upset have an upset and beat their mid seed to get into the round of 6. Well, get out of the group stage anyway.
Now for Group E, we have Macau. Oh man, Macau. The team which has only 2 players on the low. I think it's the only one. Pretty
I mean,
interesting team overall, though. I will say they have 2 players, so that's a bit of an issue. Ithkos, though, Ithkos is very, very good at 7 key.
oh yeah, it's amazing.
It's a very strong player. Hopefully, Lucy Destiny can perform well enough on the early stages to bring Macau maybe to the bracket stage. It would be very, very cool to see.
I mean, like, unfortunately, they do only have 2 players, which can be a problem in tournaments like this. But for a country like Macau, the fact that they got 2 players to participate in the 7K World Cup and they got in, right, out of 30 teams, I think that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely an achievement. So now for Group F, we're gonna see between 3 teams, Sweden, Poland, Argentina. Which one is it? And it's gonna be Poland.
Well, finally. So for Poland, we have the team lineup: Site KX, Citek X, my bad, Benzopyrene, Lambard, and Underjoy. What do you think about this team, Juan?
Well, this is a team that I'm actually looking forward to as well. I really have a good relationship with most of these Polish players, so I will love to see them playing on the bracket stage. It's kind of complicated. They definitely have a good shot on it. They have decent accuracy. They are pretty good at SVs, which is a good thing on group stage. So
Yes.
they might as well just make it. They are a fairly strong team for the low seed, nonetheless.
Sounds plausible. So now we only have 50-50 chance. Let's.
Sounds plausible. Don't even remind me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Juan.
Hopefully some people in the chat knows. Got that joke at least. And we have Argentina now for group is this group I, right? Yeah. So group I for Argentina. Oh, G. Okay. Yeah, I am not good with letters as well. Group G, we have Argentina with Alex, Lucas XL, Somnium, and Yu. Yu is one of those players that I didn't really know much about, even though I'm an Argentinian player myself. But Argentina with just Lucas and Somnium is looking decent. Like, sadly they didn't have all the players they were looking for, but Lucas is definitely a very good accuracy player. Somnium is also a pretty decent player overall, fairly well versed on long notes. So hopefully Argentina can make it out. I'll see they have a hard task, but they might as well just do it with the accuracy from Lucas.
Yeah. And I guess for Group H, it's a given we have Sweden. Sweden, team lineup being Stug, Crady, Sadcat, and Vortex. This team, well, you know, they're definitely well-rounded. I don't think any one place where this team excels, but I think they're definitely going to be very consistent through the group stages. Don't know if they'll be able to pull out that performance to win.
Yeah, as long as they win, if they can win the match between them and the mid seed, they should be fine. They have a big task after them, but hopefully they can pull it off. And man, that's a lot of red on the mid seed.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, interesting. It looks like every country in mid seed has blue, white, and red flags.
Actually, right? Yeah, there are some teams that are looking blue, but definitely. Let's see who ends up against Russia, though. I'm calling Thailand. I really would like to see a Thailand versus Russia on Group A. That will be amazing. That will also be quite decent for the scheduling. So
Yeah,
please do
let's
that.
see what happens. Or, you know, never mind. Let's just Japan.
Japan it is. And Japan is actually one of those teams that they're like the silent team of the tournament, I will say, because Japan is always known for being pretty strong in many different game modes. This is not an exception, don't get me wrong, but they are lacking a lot of their top players. They're lacking Intelizer, they're lacking Snow White, they're lacking overall a pretty decent amount. But they have Ausen returning and Quicklet 4, which are very, very strong players. With Hara Hara Man and Next Style, they should be able to do very, very well, especially on long nose. Kikald or Kukalid, I don't really know what's the pronunciation for that name, should do very, very well on long nose. You have to watch out.
Mm-hmm.
And
For
again,
Group B, we have Canada. Canada versus Norway. Canada team lineup is, I don't know if that's Dot or Doubt, but Dot, Nisound, Ansheimer, and Ven. They're a pretty strong team from mid. Ven, I think, is a pretty standout player, but Dot and Ansheimer are also very strong. Overall, I think a pretty good team.
Yeah, definitely. Dodd is a very, very strong player. Ben is coming from a different game. I don't know if he's gonna put out the time on this one, but if he does, he could be a very big key member for Canada.
Yeah, that's always always a concern with Osu, with everyone coming from a different place, how their transition is to Mania.
It's kind of hard, especially if you come from O2 Jan, which has a little amount of judgments. But here we are now against Germany. It will be Thailand, the lowest out of the mid seeds. This is a team by Lost Call, Loxus, Jack, and Hibiki. Two of the players are mostly 4 key players. Jack and Lost Call are definitely going to be the starting lineup for this team. A little bit of a drop off, as we were saying on the coffee hour. They were top seeded last year with good reasoning. This time around, didn't quite make it. They are lacking a lot of good players on the country, like Money, for example. But still, they are decently strong, and Lost Call will have to work pretty hard with his team in order to get out of the group stage against Germany, which is a pretty strong accuracy team overall.
Yeah, that's right. For Group D, we have Philippines, another team which is very strong for mid seed. I think they're actually at the very top of mid seed. And the team lineup is just have 2 people: Arquino Liparus and Cielo Day 05. Personally, I know Arquin for his LN maps, and this team definitely has a lot of strength in LNs. They're definitely better suited for, I think, the lower stage of the tournament, especially when it comes to accuracy on LNs and stuff. But they weren't able to clutch out the top seed placement because of they're missing players like BLV Gari, which you might know them from previous tournaments, and Dadots.
A bit of an unfortunate thing for Philippines, though. They really had the potential to be a top-seeded team. They didn't quite make it due to the 2-player roster. But hopefully they will perform well anyway. Let's see who gets against Macau now. On the next group, it's gonna be France. Having a hard time for Macau on the group stage. France is a very, very strong team with Elementaires, Antoa, Sisao, and Scorer. Very, very strong team overall. Very accurate oriented as well. Elementaires is very accurate. Antoa is very good in pretty much every single aspect. Very, very good team overall. Sisao and Scorer providing some backup, especially for Longnose, for Scorer and Sisao overall if needed. They are pretty burst when it comes to like BMS style charting, so they should do well on the tournament. I think they had a decent group so far. If they don't get a very hard top seed, they might even make it on the first seed of the group. I definitely see that one taking place.
See. I just remembered that we should probably be explaining these terms that we're using to the people who aren't as familiar with Mania. Earlier I said LN maps, that's long note maps, of course, maps with a lot of long notes. I guess that kind of explains itself. BMS is another game, another 7K game, actually 8K, but it's mainly known in Osu because its style revolves entirely around single notes. That means a lot of complicated patterns of single notes, but not as much long notes or chord-based structures. We'll see more of that in the map pools.
Definitely, and this is the chance. Poland versus Indonesia. Is the dream gonna happen? Oh, yes, it did!
Oh my gosh!
I cannot believe it! Indonesia versus Poland. We called it. I called it. And
you did call
love it.
History repeats itself.
Yes, it does. Poland versus Reverse Poland on the group. We have it again with Race, Project One, Lino Sama, and Rizal Pramana. And I hope you can say something about Indonesia because I'm kind of losing it right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, Indonesia. They were high-seeded last year. Historically, a very strong team. I guess they dropped a little from this year. But, yeah, it's because most of their team has been swapped out. Race is the only one who's returning from last year. I'd say that they're stronger on the LNs, on the long notes. Other than that, about a mid-tier, mid-seed team. Excited to see how they fare against Poland.
Definitely excited for that match. 100% excited for it. Best match of the group stage already decided. We're gonna see who ends up against Argentina. It's gonna be Switzerland. Okay, that's an interesting group because Argentina is quite strong when it comes to accuracy, and Switzerland is very, very strong when it comes to long notes. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup between those two, with Akairo and Gamer97 the only players from Switzerland. But I said they are gonna be dangerous on groups, mostly because of their good overall performance when it comes to long notes. So if they do well on that, Argentina will have to rely so much on their accuracy, and it will be such an amazing match between accuracy and long note maps being traded over and over again. So I'm really looking forward for that group too.
This might be a group where we can see a tiebreaker coming up because they have such different areas of strength. But we'll see. And of course, last group we have Australia with the players Kite, Evios, San Kansurki, and Potassium F. They're on the lower side of mid-team, definitely, just 2 spots above the cutoff. Evios and Kite's probably their main players are definitely good, but they're definitely banking on San Kansurki to perform well. You have anything to say on that, Juan?
Yeah, Australia is actually a team that we discussed about when it comes to seeding, but definitely San Kansurki will have to play his best if he wants to actually justify the season that Australia got here. Against Sweden, they might have a tough time, but hopefully they can pull it out. And here we have the top seed. It's
all right, everyone's favorite, of course.
Everyone's favorite, that's for sure. And we see Group A, Russia and Japan. It's already a very tricky group. Who's gonna get it? This could be very well the hardest group of the tournament, and it's United States.
Oh wow.
Boy. That's a hard group for the United States.
United States with Stupid Man, Tegom, Dewero, and Squishy. Their mains are Stupid Man and Squishy. They're definitely been, historically very strong players from the US. Like, I'm from the US, of course, so I'm a little more familiar with them than with the other teams. But yeah, they're missing definitely a couple of the higher US players that we've had in previous teams, which is so their position in top seed is, not totally solid. And so it's definitely going to be a strong competition in Group A.
Definitely will. Russia, United States, and Japan on Group A. Very, very complicated group over there. And here we have Norway and Canada. Who's gonna be it? It's gonna be Brazil. Okay. Brazil, the first South American top seed already selected here, with Lazarento leading, Keweft, Urso Manso, and Lotus. Surprisingly, very strong team, besides the fact that Urso and Lotus are well known for their 4-key skills instead. Very, very strong. Despite the loss of their top player, CD Fanger, this year, they are looking very, very decent. And against Canada, they will struggle probably. Canada is a very strong team as well. And against Norway, they will have to play very well as well, because they cannot afford to drop any single map. If they lose one match, it's looking very complicated for them. But the group, it's fairly alright. Brazil should do fine on it. We'll see.
I gotta mention for Brazil, it was kind of a heartbreak last year. They were also top seed last year, their first year being top seed. But then in the group stages, they were edged out, and they did not get into the double elimination tournament. So I guess good luck to them this year. Hopefully we see a better performance.
Hopefully we will. And here we have a Singapore on Group C.
Nice. Singapore. Sorry, I'm just scrolling here. With Paralit, Bye For Now, Realm Ripper, and Rommi of 3 M's. This one, I think, is definitely an accuracy team, but also with enough high-level skill to get into top seed. They are the lowest team in top seed, but that's not to discredit them. Who are they up against? Against Philippines. And, actually, no, I'm looking at the wrong group, but...
Thailand and Germany.
Yeah. Thailand and Germany.
Well, Singapore should do fine. They have very strong accuracies. They were probably one of the best top seeds for group stage anyways. So Thailand will have to fight their way with Germany, see who gets that spot on the bracket stage. But now UK and Philippines, also a very complicated group. Let's see which top seed gets it, and it will be Italy. Oh my goodness, Italy has a difficult time here.
Yeah, they're up against pretty much the highest team in mid seed and one of the highest in low seed.
Yes, it is, and with Jomiel, Happy Overjoy, and Radius, they will have a complicated time. I think they will still make it, but it won't be as straightforward as they will have hoped for, I think, considering how higher they are on the seeds. But again, they have to fight their way out somehow, with Philippines on probably the stronger stage for them, group stage being it, and UK also probably the strongest stages for these two teams are the group stages. So Italy will have to train their accuracies up if they want to make it out.
And we still haven't drawn Korea yet, so we'll see which unlucky group gets
If it is
them.
Poland and Indonesia, I'm gonna feel very sad.
No, we have them now. Against Macau and France, we have South Korea with Jackads, Kim God, SSI, Estonians, and IDU. Or I've never tried saying those names out loud. But yeah, what is there to say about them? Their top 2 players, average rank is 5.5 global. First seed, of course. Juan.
Yeah, I mean they are the top seeded team for a reason. South Korea is definitely the favorite team to win the whole thing. That's for sure. But again, against France is a very strong team as well on the group stage. So we will see. Maybe Korea can actually drop some points on that matchup. Maybe Macau can somehow pull it out, because Macau is definitely on a hard spot here. France and South Korea are very deadly teams.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Only 3 teams left.
Let's see, Indonesia, Poland, and Malaysia actually. Again, pretty stacked group over here. Poland and Indonesia fighting their way out somehow, with Malaysia on top. Malaysia likely to go through without many complications. They're a very strong team overall. But again, Poland and Reverse Poland memes might be so strong that they might actually both make it out. Who knows?
Maybe. And their roster is Cryolian, My Idiot, Z1, and Chiwi 10. And I just want to give some context here. We're talking about getting out of group stages. Since the groups are 3 each, 2 teams are going to get into the double elimination stage, and 1 team is going to be eliminated in group stage. So it's all the matter of not being the last in your group.
Yep, and now let's see. It's gonna be China, Switzerland, and Argentina. Pretty interesting group as well here. I think Argentina has very low chance to going out with this drawing, but
unfortunately,
hopefully they can somehow put it out. But China, definitely a strong team. Might struggle a little bit against Switzerland because how strong Switzerland is overall on the lens. But we will have to see. It's gonna be an interesting match. I would like to see Switzerland and China. See how it goes out. And of course, Chile on the last side. Of course, the lineup for China with, I forgot to mention, Sang Fang, Wilver Chan, Crazy Satori, and QX0407. 3 players on the top 50. Definitely a very strong team.
Right. And for our last group, we have Chile, the other Latin American team in top seed. They only have 2 players, Gollum and Gonzalo, the only team in top seed with only 2 players. And that might come back to bite them, but their 2 players are very strong, and they come from a more BMS background. This is their first year in top seed. What else is there to say?
Well, there's not much else to be said here. Chile definitely looking strong, though with only 2 players. As you mentioned, Scalim and Gonzalo are very strong, but they will have to fight against the lack of a third player. Only 2 of them might be a bit tricky to pull it out. Probably when stamina starts to kick in.
Of course. And just to be clear, the difficulty often comes with scheduling. If there's no time that your 2 players can make it on a weekend, then it's not good for you. And additionally, it means they can't substitute players in and out with to fit various strengths. It's just they're going to have to be on the entire time playing every song.
Yes, it is. Well, that sums it up. We have all the groups drawn already. You can see them on screen. It's Russia, Japan, and the United States on Group A, Norway, Canada, and Brazil on Group B, Germany, Thailand, Singapore on Group C, United Kingdom, Philippines, Italy on Group D. On Group E, we have Macau, France, and South Korea. Group F, we have Poland, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Then we have on Group G, Argentina, Switzerland, and China. And last on Group H with Sweden, Australia, and Chile. So very interesting stuff here. So many groups that are actually quite interesting. I will say Group A, Group A is looking very interesting. Group F is looking pretty interesting. Group D is looking very interesting. So pretty interesting drawing overall, I will say.
Interesting all around, yeah. So I believe now that we've got the groups drawn, we're going to be going into the map pool showcase.
Yep, soon enough we will. And we will have another commentator as well in here joining us, hopefully for the map pool showcase. It's gonna be replacing me for the day. And here we have Stupid Man commentating the map pool showcase with Unibrad.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. Really excited about the groups here. I think, despite all the flack the USA group got, I think we still have a pretty good chance of getting out.
Yeah, and you're on the USA team, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
So for sorry.
And here we go. It's ready to start. So hope you guys can keep up with it. You have the order already on the note. So have fun, enjoy it, and everyone watching, have fun as well.
So for the first
Thanks,
match
Lon.
here, we've got a Loving Trip, and I believe this is going to be just a fairly basic accuracy or just density chart. I don't think it's anything else other than that. So far, it looks pretty basic. I think it's really, not going to be too much of an issue for any of the teams. I don't really expect this to be bad right off the bat by anyone.
Yeah, it's definitely. I'm not sure if I'd say the easiest, but one of the easiest, possibly the easiest. But there's always a map like that. One map that kind of gets picked in every match just because people want to play it safe.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. I kind of experienced this. I mean, last MWC, there are a lot of those accuracy type charts where, I mean, really, it didn't. A lot of other charts, it would come down to whether you FC or whether you get the LN releases right. But here, it's like a lot of people feel fairly safe playing this. It's pretty vanilla for the most part. There's no like crazy LNs, skill sets or anything. So
good way to put it.
Yeah, I think not really many teams should have a problem with this. It's coming in, I mean, it's only 145 BPM, so it's definitely not going to be too fast for anyone, especially with the DT meta now. People are playing, I think, like 230 BPM, so it's
oh man, yeah,
it should be pretty good for people.
I could comment on the patterning. It's definitely using a sort of, I think what I'd call an open patterning from BMS, where you use every other lane for chords, but like you said, at this density, it doesn't really matter. If you're good enough to get into the World Cup, then maps like this are just, you eat them for breakfast.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I feel like if this is any faster at all, this would be a really crazy bracketing chart, and this would definitely slip people up. But considering it's only 145 BPM, it's only OD 8.5, so this shouldn't be too hard for people to time either, especially given that a lot of charts are usually around the 9 range, I believe. So, pretty decent chart to start it off. And I don't think this should be too bad on score V2 either. There's really like not many LNs at all.
That's right.
I feel like the score on that replay would be the average score that we'd be expecting. So the next map we're going into is Kikoe Masuka, I think is how I'm pronouncing it right, by Surf 285.
I'm always nervous when I have to say Japanese names.
Yeah.
But so this is our first LN map, long node map. You can already see. But again, we're starting on the easier side. Even though it has long notes, they're not very complex. It's still slow. Most of them are on the 1/1 or 1/2 snaps. That's in music terms, whole notes and half notes.
Yeah, I think just because of that, like, oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I'm basically done. You were saying?
Like just because they're on those like half snaps, it's really going to be pretty easy to time. I don't think any team should have an issue with this, and especially given Score V2, where I think later on in the tournament we're going to see some issues that arise from Score V2 changing the LN timing on the releases, but I believe they do make the perfect grade or the Rainbow 300 count wider in the timing range, so this should be marginally easier, I think, for some players.
So to those who might not know, Score V2, you can see there in the top right corner, it's the scoring system that we're using for the World Cups, and it's relatively new. We've had enough time for people to get used to it, but its main difference is that it's harder on the LN release timings, which means you have to release those long notes at exactly the right time to get the best judgment on.
Yeah, and I think Score V2 has really taken off a lot more in 4-key, where I think the LN meta over there is surrounded like just by Score V2, and a lot of plays are made like specifically with Score V2. Whereas in 7-key, I don't think we see many players using it at all. So, like I said, I mean, later on in the tournament, I think it'll definitely slip players up, just given the release timing, or the difference in the release timing. Actually, with this chart, we kind of see it gets a bit denser at the end. I think more and more LNs kind of coming into play. It's going to be a bit harder to get the releases out, I think, here, especially with the differing releases here.
Right.
So far, a fairly basic chart. I don't think there's really much to say. I think it stays pretty consistent with the LNs throughout.
Definitely a safe pick, even with the LNs.
Yeah, I think LN-centric teams... sorry, go on.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that even though the first two maps we've seen are like very simple, very safe, that's not going to be the rule for the tournament. We're starting at the lower end of the pool, but we're going to see very soon that this group stage map pool is not made to be friendly to the players, at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we're like you said, we're definitely just getting started here. I think the first 5 or so charts we're not really going to be seeing too many that are going to get banned right off the bat or anything. But anyways, next chart we're going into is Heki Reki, I believe. Got the Japanese pronunciation going again. But this one's going to be by Miyamoto Usagi. This chart's actually only coming in at 1 minute long, and this is already we're going into Jax, I believe, which I think in other World Cups we've seen this kind of skill set only appear, I think, past around round of 16 or quarterfinals, as the map pool kind of increases in size. But even though this is only a minute, I think the SR is the highest we've seen so far, 4.18, whereas the other ones were 3.24 and 2.95 in that order. So I think this is going to be one of the more dense charts of the pool, just given the SR.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's actually also a very slow map. It's at 129 BPM compared to the last two, 145 and 126. But it's just the way there's a lot of chords, and that makes the patterns, complex, especially when you throw in the jacks.
Yeah, and I mean, even that...
short for jackhammers, repeated notes in a single lane. So I gotta stop doing that. Go ahead.
No, that's alright. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think earlier in the chart we did see like a small SV or slider velocity change there, which kind of that could trip up players that maybe aren't prepared. I think given that it's group stage, we might see some players who are maybe just playing without practice or not really caring, because I think we did see that a couple times in the last World Cup, especially with I think even Korea, who even lost 2 points to Sweden in group stage just because they weren't actually like practicing enough. So I think maybe that chart could slip players up. But here we're moving on to Pro Levies by Lenfried. I'll let you take it away here.
Right. This map we have, it's not so much easily pigeonholed as the previous maps. It's more well-rounded. We're starting off here with some simple LNs, but we're also going to see some more dense patterns as well.
Yeah, I would say this would maybe be like an all-rounded chart, I think, for players who are like comfortable with doing many skill sets, which I think in 7-key could be a bit more rare, as maybe you'd see in 4-key. And actually, I think what's interesting is that normally when I see this charted in 7-key or any mania type, it's usually like an SV chart. But I mean, here it's fairly well-rounded. I don't think there's any SVs here.
Definitely sounds like an SV map.
Yeah.
Got a jumpy feeling.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty I guess, new, at least for me to see something like this on this chart. But I'm seeing all kinds of patterns here. I mean, there's different stairs, different LN, different releases even. There's some mini jacks kind of thrown there too. I guess mini jacks, as those who don't know, are just like jackhammers as mentioned before, but I think only 2 notes. To correct me on that.
Yeah, pretty sure. If you have 3 notes in a row, I don't think people call those mini jacks anymore. So just 2 notes right after each other in quick succession.
Yeah, I don't think that should be giving any players any problems though. Actually here I think we're going into a bit of just small streams at the end here. A couple LNs thrown in. But so far, I mean, judging, I guess from a player's standpoint, I mean, this is a pretty basic chart. I think this is going to get picked a lot, actually. I don't see too many things here that would really make someone kind of try to stray away from this chart. I think there's definitely worse things that are about to show up in this map pool.
Yeah.
So as we come to a close here, I think the next chart we have is Nageki no Ki O2 Remix. Only OD8, which I think is... Actually, no. The last chart was OD 7.5. I was going to say this could have been one of the lower ones, but still, anyways, this should be pretty simple at time. This is coming in at a whopping 191 BPM, though, the fastest chart of the entire map pool.
Right.
I think... So we're probably just going to be seeing like live streams here, so this is definitely the speed pick for the pool. I'm not expecting any like or too much chord usage here. I could be wrong though, or not like super dense chord streaming.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is, like you said, just light streams, mostly single notes in a row with a couple of double 2-note chords mixed in. I'm using 4K terminology. Usually people don't call them doubles in 7K, but you know, doubles are just 2 notes at once. Singles is 1 note. And of course, this is mapped by Underjoy.
Yeah, I mean, judging from Underjoy's previous charts, though, I mean, he's... I think, like, I don't know, I find a lot of his maps, like, well, the ones that get really hard are pretty, like, crazy, but the lower difficulty ones like this one are pretty comfortable. I mean, I think people shouldn't have too much of a problem. If it's anything, like, people are just gonna maybe not be comfortable with stairs, because I know that's a pattern that a lot of players tend to trip up on, I think, myself included. But even then...
about stairs...
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, alright. I was just gonna say, like, even then, these stairs really aren't too bad for a lot of players, I think. Like, especially given this is group stage, it shouldn't be too bad for anyone to get used to.
The interesting thing about stairs is that, even though visually they're very simple, it's just all notes in a row, one problem that people can have is it's hard to time because it's not quite as defined. You know, the rhythm is a little more messy, and a lot of people play them too fast, or... Well, yeah, play them too fast. But also, this one doesn't just use stairs, but broken stairs, which are just stairs that don't have consecutive notes. I don't know, it kind of reminds me of 4K patterning with kind of like a jump stream, but in 7K. But anyway, we're moving on, and we have the next map, which is Harajuku Yaoi by Archer Love.
Yeah, knowing Archer Love, this is going to be the, another LN pick, and actually this is definitely going to be harder than the, I think earlier it was Kiko Emasu, which was the other LN pick by Surchu. Already, I mean, right off the bat, we're going off of a lot of LN chords here, different releases. This is kind of, the beginning of the song is really similar to the density of the first LN pick.
Archer Love is, well, I don't know about you, but to me, I've known Archer Love for a long time, and he really made a name for himself through LN maps only. So, like,
yeah, I mean,
usually
that's...
with the LN density, usually there's like a balance between single notes and long notes, but long notes rarely get over like 4 of the objects in the map, maybe half of the objects. But if you see here, every note coming down is a long note.
Yeah, that kind of caught me off guard. I feel like some teams might actually just ban this just because they're not strong on LNs. I mean, I feel like there's a couple teams in this tournament that, you know, they might have really good BMS or Rice skill, but when it comes down to LNs, they're totally out of the loop. I think maybe this... Actually, I don't know, because there's not too many differing releases here, and I think that's the main problem some teams like that have. But, like, at least here, I think that would trip some players up. So if maybe a team's not comfortable in timing with LNs, especially in a section like this, then they'd definitely go for a ban on this.
Personally, as a player who comes from a game where the long note, that was not as much long note centric when I got into Mania, long notes were so hard for me. Long notes are still so hard for me. So if you had a team with people like me, this would definitely be a go-to band.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many games. I think, like, one of the main games, I think maybe the only game that really has, like, LNs as a really definitive part of the game would be O2 Jam. That's besides, like, OC Mania for LNs. I mean, every other Mania game I can really think of, like, LR2/BMS or 2DX or something like that. I mean, there's almost no LNs in those games, and then when LNs come up as a skill set, you know, people just break and they just kind of refuse to play those kind of charts. And when it's forced on them in a tournament setting like this, they could really get slipped up.
Stupid Man, did you see any single notes in that map?
Yeah, I don't think I did.
I did. I was watching the whole time, and this map is 100% long notes. You heard it here first.
Yeah. So the next map we're going to is Anemone, and this is by Richard Feder, which this I think has actually a bit of everything. Yeah, all right, SVs right off the bat. I don't think this is our main SV pick though, but it's still going to be. I think it's going to require a lot of preparation.
That's right. Navigating between the different types of patterns and knowing what the SVs are, not a simple task. The interesting thing about these SVs is, well, we have a concept called sight readable in Mania, and that basically means can you hit all the notes on your first try without knowing where the speed. Oh, and I'm not sure if we ever said this, but SV stands for speed velocity. It just means changes in the speed to like as a visual effect. And if they're sight readable, it means they're simple enough that you can predict them and hit the notes correctly on your first try. But if they're not sight readable, that means you need to practice and you need to learn where the SV changes are.
Yeah, I mean, like, right there, it could definitely be predictable with the song, I mean, just knowing it, but even then, like, if someone's unfamiliar or someone's unprepared, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, I think Korea is definitely a good example of that last 4K NWC. A team could definitely slip up. I mean, I think a team would be comfortable with this chart overall, like, even with the SVs, it just really depends on, like, what their skill set leans towards, and I think, like, this chart is just, it really benefits those who, like, are good at every single kind of skill set, really.
And on top of that, this is the highest star rating, the highest difficulty rating in the map pool. So definitely a map to look out for. Next, we have
potential ban. But anyways, go on.
Potential ban. Yeah. Next, we have Sayonara Cruel World reworked by Kiwi.
Yeah, this is coming in 3.8 stars, I believe, and this is going to be the more technical pick of the pool. I think really the only pick that focuses on it. I'm expecting like different snapping here, or that's what I would assume, just coming from technical. I think so far it's. Oh yeah, there's like the different snaps on the releases there. So this is going to be. I think it's going to be one of the tougher charts of time in this pool.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we're seeing LNs coupled with a lot of. Just regular notes here. I think that's going to be maybe tougher. I think this in particular, I mean, it's going to require a lot of finger independence, and especially I think other like really difficult charts that kind of use that kind of patterning. Like I think Ascension to Heaven comes to mind, or The Limit Does Not Exist, where they have like LNs, but they couple it with like crazy rise patterns, so that or regular note patterns. Where I mean, it requires a lot of finger independence.
Yeah, definitely a trademark of Jinjin's mapping style. You mentioned Limit Does Not Exist, but yeah, finger independence is kind of a concept which isn't present in any game mode and not even necessarily present in 4K. It's because in 7K you're using 3 or 4 fingers per hand, so if you're holding down a long note with one finger and trying to play dense patterns with the other 3 fingers, it becomes a mess. You were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, oh, wow, there's a miss there on the replay at the end, but I was going to say, like, finger independence really, like, if someone really doesn't understand that concept, and, because, I mean, it is almost 7-key exclusive, because you have to, like, focus so much on hitting a lot of different keys at once. Like, it's the most, I think, involved, or one of the more involved Mania key modes, and if someone even in 7-key doesn't understand that, I think it's really easy to pick up on if they're like, if they switch to 8-key and, you know, they're trying to play with that extra key with their pinky or whatever extra finger they're using, it gets really tough for them, and that kind of plays into finger independence. So the next song we're going into is actually the last pick of the regular part of this map pool, just before the tiebreaker. Moving into SVs here, and strictly SVs. So this one is definitely going to require the most amount of practice on the pool. Already some crazy slow jams and speed ups here.
Right. This map is Sakusen Kaiji by Level 51. Good friend of mine. We were talking about SVs, and clearly we can see already the MO of this map is almost unpredictably switching between high speeds and low speeds. And by unpredictable, I mean the patterns themselves, they don't look any different when they're at the half speed or when they're at the full speed. So you just have to know. You have to know when to stop and when to go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is definitely, like I said, going to take the most amount of practice, and I mean, even knowing the song is definitely gonna not make the chart easy enough to really understand the SVs. I think on the earlier pick, the all-rounded pick, I think the most dense in the pool, or the highest star rating in the pool pick, like it definitely could have been sight readable. There weren't too many SVs, and I think people could pick up on it pretty easily. But here, it requires so much practice. I think people who maybe aren't really inclined to practice SVs as much, and there's definitely a lot of those teams, like no matter what Mania World Cup you look at, they're going to go to this for an instant ban.
Agreed. SV picks are always strange in the Mania World Cups because they're like wild cards. You know, it's not like a skill that reading SVs can be a skill, but it's just so much about preparation, not about how good your players are, that it can really be a place where you see upsets or a place where people drop for no reason. And you know, it's nice to see that we have one of these in group stage. Usually the map pickers try to choose at least one with a lot of heavy SVs. And look at this section here. We have this repeated jumping over and over. I mean, it's not necessarily hard to read, but it's definitely cool to look at.
Yeah, I think the good thing about that section is that it stays really consistent with the timing. So at least like you'll know if you're hitting right or wrong. And I think the section that would really like give players the most trouble would be after that consistent jacking section. Just a transition to the stream right after that. Like I think it even slipped the player in this replay up. So really, it's I mean this is actually like a fairly unique SV chart for group stage. I think it even SVs in 4Key World Cup were a lot lighter on SVs in this one.
Yeah, I think from what I've heard from the map pickers, this World Cup they're not trying to make a map pool that everyone likes. You know, historically, there's always a lot of complaints about, wow, this map pool is so uncomfortable or so hard. But like that's kind of the point with these map pickers. I think they want maps that will challenge things, maps that you haven't necessarily seen before on stream.
I think they still did a really good job of map selecting so far. I mean, a lot of other map pools, people don't necessarily complain about the difficulty, but they complain that it, you know, favors one skill set too much. They say, oh, there's too many LNs. Oh, there's too many SVs. There's too many regular picks. There's not enough quote unquote anti-meta for me to play. But you know, I think these guys so far, and I mean, this is just a regular pool that we have up to, and I mean, they've done a really good job of keeping it balanced. So props to them. Itor and Spoon Guy for those who are interested in the map selectors for this tournament.
Agreed. And now we're looking at the tiebreaker. This is the map that we play when the teams have what is group stage? Best of 11, is it?
I think it's first to. I would expect it to be first to 5 or 4. I think 4. Yeah.
First to 4. So that's best of 9. That means that if both teams win 4 matches for 4 maps, of course, then they play this map, which is Flame Dark, mapped by Minseu.
And I mean, judging judging from the stats here, I mean, this chart is already way harder than the rest of the pool. I mean, 6 misses right off the bat here, just from looking at the stats. And actually, just a correction to be made. The group stage is first to 4, best of 7. So, still, I mean, even then, I mean, these players are going to have got a bit of technical difficulties on the replay here, but it's all right. I mean, just judging from that, I mean, players who, you know, they've gone through as much of the map pool as possible and they get to the tiebreaker. I mean, this is going to be incredibly tough for them to play because, I mean, 6 misses off the replay. I think it should have been Itor playing these. I'm not entirely certain. But yeah, I mean, he's a very good player in his own right, and even 6 misses on that's very tough. So getting into the final chart of the map pool here, the tiebreaker. I believe there's some, like this being a tiebreaker, of course, it covers every single skill set that we've seen so far. At least that's what it traditionally does. And SVs are one of those skill sets. And I think in this chart, they're not necessarily that sight readable.
No, yeah, I think this is the map that people are gonna have to. The thing about tiebreakers is that most likely you're never gonna have to play it because ties are not that common. But on the other hand, this is a map that you can't ban, so you have to know them. Like every team has to know the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and I mean, especially given it's a tiebreaker and a lot of teams don't actually expect to play them, when it comes up for them and they, you know, maybe they're not prepared to play a tiebreaker, maybe they're not expecting to play it, and then they don't practice it, and there's SVs in it, and there's so many of these patterns that, you know, they screw up on, it's such a huge loss to them, and I mean, they can lose just off of the lack of preparation alone. I think that may have happened, you know, I think a good example last year, last time 4K MWC, USA versus Brazil, we did go to tiebreaker. I don't think any of us expected it, and I believe it was just
a great match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, and really, not many of us had it repaired at all. It came down to, I think, most players in the group maybe just even sight reading it or only knowing the SVs and kind of just winging it on the rest of the density of the chart. Really, it just stuff like that alone can really change the landscape of the game.
I think I'd also like to point out that having to practice the tiebreaker, because tiebreakers are traditionally much longer than normal maps. This one is 5 minutes, 42 seconds, almost 6 minutes. And if you want to just practice like the hardest parts or just the parts of SVs, like most people would just play the map, but then you'd have to take 6 minutes every time you wanted to go through it. One thing that the map pickers wanted us to point out here is that the hint is to practice training the hard sections. There's 2 hard sections actually. It kind of has this that structure. You might want to practice them separate from the rest. You go into the editor and you just test that one particular section by itself.
Yeah, and I mean, really, that could help a lot of people out, I think. I mean, we saw that. I'm just going to mention that Brazil game again. I think Andre MC, one of the players, was looking at just the SVs, but even he pulled out an S. And I mean, sight reading this chart, or sight reading that tiebreaker, I can only get like a 92 on it, and S being a 95. So really, I mean, just that kind of small amount of practice can really just bump your score up so much. So I guess definitely some hints that people should be looking out for. And actually, another thing to point out here, this being, you know, just over 5.5 minutes long, and all the other charts being less than 2.5. I think if it comes down to like a tiebreaker situation in group stage, and you know this chart, you know, gets played, maybe one team who does ridiculously good throughout the whole game, and then just suddenly slips up on this chart. I think it really might even come down just due to sheer laziness, because I mean, like you said, it's 6 minutes. No one wants to play, you know, that kind of song or this kind of song for 6 minutes long.
At least unlike the higher modes, stamina isn't going to be as much of an issue. Because, like, of course, if you're in the finals and you've just played 10 super hard maps and you've got to play this super dense, super long map, it's taking a physical toll as well as a mental toll. But at least now in group stages, we can be at least a little calmer.
Yeah, definitely. And actually here, this section comes out pretty tricky with the LN releases there, just right before other LNs kind of stacked together.
Oh, we got a miss coming out too, yeah.
Yeah, multiple misses, I think, just in that section alone. So I guess for all the players watching, look out for that section.
And then we're going right into an SV section.
Yeah, and actually a bit of just a very small amount of inverse there, which I really didn't expect in group stage. So, I mean, the map pool selectors really weren't kidding around when they said this is going to be a really hard chart compared to the rest of the pool. But nevertheless, I still think this is a great tiebreaker.
Inverse being very dense long note patterns, where it's almost as if you have to read the spaces instead of reading the notes. Yeah, but I don't think it was that hard. It was just like you hold down 4 notes, and then the other 3 notes you have to kind of. Well, for group stages, that is pretty hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I think group stages it's a bit hard, but really, like definitely later stages, it's gonna get crazier from there, I think. But it's good that, I mean, it's in the tiebreaker. I think it's only fitting that it's in the tiebreaker.
Yeah. A question from the chat, real quick, because I noticed a tiebreaker is if the matches are gonna be best of 9, so the first person to win 5 songs win. But if one team wins 4 maps and the other team wins 4 maps, then they must play this song next. And whoever beats the other team on this song wins the match.
Yeah, and we're just approaching the end of the chart here. I don't think there's too much left. No crazy. Oh, okay. Well, there's a bit of a speed up there, but beyond that, no like super crazy hard to memorize SBs.
Yeah, it eases you in and eases you back out. Sorry, did I say best of 9 again?
I think we're.
It's best of 7.
Yeah, best of 7.
Okay.
Let's just clarify that.
We're getting this right.
Yep. So that's gonna do it for the entire group stage map pool. I don't really have much else to say. Not sure about you, Niv.
No, yeah, I think we should wrap it up.
Yep. So thanks so much for watching the. Well, I guess we started with Coffee Hour here. So Coffee Hour drawings and the map pool showcase. If you're interested in any information that you might have missed out on, just because you tuned in pretty quickly here, we got the wiki link in the description down below of OSU Live, and I believe we did mention earlier the exclamation point wiki is broken, but we should have that up pretty soon or eventually. So yeah, I think that's gonna do it.
Yeah, so join us next week for the first group stage matches, starting the 10th of February. And yeah, that does it for us.
All right, see you guys around.
Hello everyone to the 7K Mania World Cup 2018. We're here with the very first matches of the tournament. I am Potassium F, joined here today by Lusty Platypus.
Hello.
And we'll be getting straight into the first matches of group stage. First up today we have a small block of 2 hours, starting with Switzerland versus China on screen. Then we will be moving on to... What else were we moving on to?
Germany
what
versus Singapore. After that is the scheduled stream.
Yep. So definitely some really intense matches up ahead. If you didn't know, this tournament is going to be 2v2 now, brought down from the 3v3, the 3v3 tournament style last year. And if you don't know what that does, that actually makes it a lot closer. So we'll be able to see a lot of upsets, I'm expecting, in group stage especially.
Yeah, and also with the 2v2 format, we're also actually able to see a lot of teams that might not exist otherwise, such as the Switzerland team who's actually being showcased here today, who only have 2 members on their team.
Yeah, and despite only having 2 members on the team, Switzerland is a really strong team. They are mid-seed, and just the 2v2 format just helps them so much because 7K is not exactly a popular key count for Mania. So a lot of countries only have just like a few top-level players and then not really many others.
Yeah, and the 2v2 format really lets those really high-level players really shine and try to carry their teams. Whereas in the 3v3, they might be kind of drowned out a bit more by teams that are a lot more consistently strong.
Yeah. Now we'll be switching over to the match, which will be beginning any minute now. We have Acario and Gamer for the Switzerland side, who are the only 2 players, so you would expect as much. And for China, we have Zhangfan and CRZ Satori.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see the first warm-up here. It's actually going to Sherry Roof from the China team.
Yeah, who do you think is going to win this match, Lusty?
From what I see, I actually think this has the potential to be pretty close, depending on both teams' performances and how well they perform under pressure. I could definitely see this kind of going a bit closer than some people might think.
Yeah, definitely.
I do think
it
that
is...
China might be the favored team here.
Yeah, I would expect China to be the favored team, definitely, because they have such high caliber team members on them. But that said, this is still group stage, so the maps are not very hard. Definitely not hard enough for the top level players to really distinguish themselves. So lower level teams have a lot of chance to take off points or even matches from other teams.
Yeah, and obviously I feel like if this was a later round, I'd be heavily skewed towards China winning. But however, because this is the group stage, this is definitely the easiest that the maps are going to be. So ACT players are definitely going to be shining in this stage.
Also interesting to note, it is best of 7. So first, not that many maps needed to win. So every point counts.
Yep, and we're coming
That's
into
big.
the first warm up here from the Chinese side. Looks like a bit of difficulties coming from Zhangfang there. A couple misses at the start, but it's probably just because it's warm ups. Nothing too important going on.
Yeah, probably just missing the start of the map by the looks of it. As long as he doesn't do that in the actual match.
Yeah, Gamer
We
was
can
having a
see-
bit of trouble there.
We can see Zhangfan, even though he has 4 combats since the start of the map, he's having a lot of accuracy issues here.
Yeah, it looks like he's
Sitting on about
quite
a
a bit
90.
early.
Yeah, that is not very good at all for groups.
Yeah, especially because we're using Scorby 2 for the tournament. Accuracy plays a massive role in how good your score is. In fact, it contributes to about 80% of your score.
Fun facts from Lusty Platypus himself.
Yeah, dude. I got all the facts.
Yeah, so a very stringy map, this looks like. And it does look like Switzerland is taking the lead. Which is quite
Yes.
good to see, actually.
And it's also not their actual warm-up as well. That's actually quite surprising. It also might just be because it is the warm-up, so people might not be trying as hard as they might in the tournament, but it still can give signs to how the match might go.
Yeah. Like we can see, especially I am quite concerned about Zhang Fan's hit accuracy there. That is not ideal at all. Hopefully he could probably get that sorted out before the actual match starts.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that comes into play later, and if the Switzerland team tries to take advantage of that by maybe picking some easier maps and trying to accuracy their way through and get some easy points. Coming towards the end of the warm-up here, and it's looking like China's actually taking a slight lead here. By
Yeah,
about 40,000.
pretty much
Oh,
all of
a bit more
that
than that.
lead is from CRZ Satori as well. That said, this map is quite a bit harder, quite a lot harder than any of the maps in the group stage pool.
Yeah.
So you can't
It's
really
a lot
take
more dense as well.
can't take too much from it.
And also quite a bit longer as well than the average map in this pool.
Yeah, all the maps in the group stage pool are quite short, aside from the tiebreaker, of course. Which I guess kind of also just exaggerates how important it is to not mess up on any of the maps. A single miss could just completely ruin your team.
Yeah, because of the short maps, every miss is amplified a lot more than it would be in, say, like a 3-minute, 4-minute map, considering how most of the maps are averaging about 2 minutes long.
Yeah, no pressure, by the way.
Yeah, no pressure.
No
Smile.
pressure. Smiley face. So we should be getting into the second warm-up soon. And as this match is going on, we have another match that is taking place at the same time, which is Thailand versus Singapore, which will be also a really interesting match. Although it is, Although Singapore is the highest seed, Thailand is definitely a scary team.
Yeah, I think Thailand is an interesting team because they definitely have a really strong player in their team, but I'm not sure they're gonna have to have their because Lost Cool was a very, very strong player, but probably one of the best. But they had to. It is a two-player. It's not like it's because it's 2v2, one player can carry. You still have to have both players playing at least as well as the other players.
Yeah. Especially in group stage, there's not much room for a one player carry.
Yep, we're going to see the second warm-up here, Eternal Reality. I believe this is Switzerland's pick, and it has O2 Jam in the name, so I assume this is going to be quite LN heavy.
Lots of noodles. Both Fripside and O2 Jam. This is definitely going to be...
duo.
Yeah. This is going to be an extremely long note heavy map, I'm assuming.
Could also be a bit of information gathering from Switzerland here to see how strong their opponents are on LN style maps.
Yeah, and that will be valuable information. There are quite a few long note maps in the pool.
Oh yeah, that was that was definitely long note.
That was a nice inverse wall.
Seeing a jump there from Story there. Was that some BPM manipulation there? There was a lot of white lines there.
Unrankable right there.
I think holding 7 notes as well is also unrankable.
Oh yeah, it is. It is actually.
Seeing some heavy layering coming in here. Lots of LN.
Yeah, wow. This
Story
is
actually already got very strong here. Full comboing that entire section.
some extremely difficult LN there.
Satori not dropping.
Wow, that combo.
The one-man carry confirmed. Oh, I ruined it.
Kasuka starting out early.
That's Armfong's carrying.
Yeah, wow.
Well, that was definitely a lot harder than the map pool we have today.
Just a little bit.
I think there was quite a bit of information gathered.
Yeah. Akavia seems still, despite China having not a single miss on that, Akavia still seems like he's really good, really comfortable with LN patterning, and should have no troubles at all with the group stage long note maps.
Yeah, if we look at his score, he's actually got quite a solid ratio despite having nearly a whole percentage under Satori there. It's roughly a similar ratio despite that. Looks like China will be banning first here because they lost the roll. Let's see what they're going to ban. I think they might be banning the SV pick. Looks like I'm wrong though. They're banning an enemy.
Oh, and Anemone.
Yeah, Anemone.
Anemone. Anemone is quite a hard map. One of the harder ones of the pool. And it is also probably a little bit annoying because of the slight amount of SV that could throw you off. So a bit of choke potential.
Yeah, there is a little bit there as well. Well, I wonder what Switzerland's going to go for here then. I wonder, they might go for an LN ban? Looks like they're going to ban the SV pick, Suckers and Kaigi.
Yeah,
And
that
they're
one's
gonna
an
pick-
expected one.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to see that one banned a lot throughout the tournament. It might be... I think it's one of those maps that you're going to see 100% pick ban rate. Just because if you don't ban it, you plan on picking it.
Yeah. So if like the team that any team that can't play it will basically be an instant ban for them. And if both teams feel like they can play it, it'll be a strong pick for both of them. So
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't practiced it, it's a no-brainer. You have to ban it. Because not leaving it up, even if the other team has played it once, they have an extreme advantage over you if you haven't played it at all. So you either have to practice the SV pick or sacrifice your ban. Alright, we're waiting for the pick here from Switzerland. I think they might just go for something really simple like Loving Trip.
oh, and they go for a Kikoa Massacre.
Never
Which
mind, then
is-
they go straight for the LN pick.
Yeah, this is you say the more AC focused LN pick of the pool. It is quite slow and pretty long as well. But the holds that the map requires you to hold on to are quite tricky if you don't have your if your LN isn't like on point. But as we've seen, all of the players on both of the teams are quite competent in LN. So I don't think they should have too much trouble with keeping combo. It'll mainly be an AC game.
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be pretty interesting because I think both teams are actually, judging by the previous warm-up and also just from the general players on the teams, I think both the teams are really confident on LNs. So they might actually just try to stick to what they're comfortable with. And I mean, that might turn into an LN war just because both teams are so good at LN.
And we're seeing QX0407 sub in for China, who is an extremely good player for the Chinese side.
Yeah, the Chinese team is actually the second seed, so they have a lot of strong players overall.
You'll get
Looks like
into
we're
the
going in for the
first
first point.
map. As we can see, the map starts right out the gate with some nice LN here. Very important to be careful of
starts off really
the
simple.
releases. The releases can be a little bit tricky. But Kerio having a little bit of accuracy issues at the start, dropping below 99%. There is time to bring that back up.
He's going to see a slight lead towards China though at the start. And you have to remember this map, it is the longest map, non-tiebreaker map in the pool, but it is still quite short at 2 minutes 38. So any trip up can be quite major.
And both Switzerland players dropping below 99. So China does have the accuracy advantage for now, as we get to around the halfway mark of the map.
Yeah, and we're seeing a huge accuracy from QX0407 here. 99.6, the next highest AC at only 99.0. Just dropping under 98, still hovering around there.
Yeah, that's some extreme accuracy from QX. That will be not too far away from a score V1 SS.
Yeah, it actually looks like that accuracy alone is making up the score difference between China and Switzerland, at least majoritively.
Yeah, well, with all 4 players holding their combo, there isn't really much room for Switzerland to make a comeback here.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. Accuracy is hugely important, especially on Score V2, and you can see it's basically deciding this match right now. Tori's actually increasing. It's increased by 0.2% since the halfway mark. Getting a 200 there, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Have to take a miss here. Even that might not be enough.
No, it's too late now, and China will take the first map on a break point. We do have 4 full combos though. Very good performance by both teams, but unfortunately the AC just not doing it for Switzerland in the first pick.
Yeah, I wonder if that will make them shy away from the LN picks. Maybe not though, because all of them are still quite comfortable with LNs as compared to the more BMS Rice style.
And right away, China pick Prolovies, the Camellia map of the pool.
The Camellia map TM trademark.
Yep. Every pool has to have a Camellia map. Well-known fact.
Yeah, this is a fairly all-rounder pick. Lots of different styles of patterning. It's difficult to know where to go though. If you're in Switzerland's position, it's difficult when you're getting out-acted in a pool like this, where if you're at a kind of high level, most of the maps are hackable anyway, as long as you have a player that fits that specific style. So it's kind of difficult to know where to go. You might see them trying to pick out some BMS style picks if the LNs aren't working, but they unfortunately, I think they completely banned out any SV maps.
Yeah, so both of the maps with SV in them were banned out, so there will be no SV deciding any points this match. But for now, what they can do is try to take a break point here, back from China.
Going to the start here, it's fairly simple, LN. Get that AC lead. Surprisingly, this map actually has no SV at all in it, despite sounding like a map that would just be completely chock-a-block full of it.
Oh, no one breaking there.
Yeah, I heard the miss sound, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, drop.
I heard the miss sound as well, but all is well. Everyone holding quite strong accuracy. Akario dropping a little bit in accuracy, but brings it back up to above 99.
Yeah, the slight accuracy lead here, an actual drop there from Akario. That's going to be really difficult to recover from, because not only now are they losing on the accuracy front, they're also losing on the combo front.
And right in the middle of the map is going to help it all as well.
Yeah, Switzerland's going to hope for a miss here from China.
Yeah, they'll need a miss from China at this point. Either that or some gigantic accuracy drops.
Let's see what happens on this section here. It's a bit more dense than the previous section. Looks like they're not having any trouble though, still maintaining that high AC. Gamer dropping below 99, although Akario is actually above 99% accuracy, strangely enough, despite dropping.
It looks like China will take the second point of the match.
Yeah, a little bit of accuracy drop at the end there, but it wasn't quite enough to mitigate the miss there.
Yeah, excellent ratio as well from Wilbin Chan.
Akario's score is actually really strange. Despite missing, he actually got a higher score than Gamer. just because
Yeah,
better accuracy there.
Yeah, that does go to show that accuracy does have a lot of weighting. More than you might think, actually.
I wonder what we're going to see Switzerland picking here. I think they might just go for another LN pick. But we're getting into that dangerous territory where if they lose this pick, then they're going to have to win on China's pick to not lose the match overall.
We'll see what Switzerland decides to go for here. They could stick with the long note and pick the Harajuku, or they could try something different.
I think they're either going to pick Harajuku or the tech pick.
And they do pick Harajuku Iehoi, which is the other long note map of the pool.
Alright, Switzerland's got to hope to win this one. Otherwise, they're going to be in quite a difficult position where they're either forced to play the tiebreaker or, worse, they have to give up the match to China.
And yeah, this is the best song of the pool.
No comment.
Wow, that's mean. But yeah, this is a very heavy long note map.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the heavy LN offsets the accuracy, and we see some misses coming from the China side, because Switzerland, we've seen, they're going to have trouble beating the Chinese accuracy.
We see right at the start, both of the Swiss players having a little bit of trouble with accuracy. China is holding on to extremely strong 99.68% accuracy on both of the players.
Yeah, this is something we've been seeing for the past few maps that have been picked as well. So we're going to hope that for Switzerland, they need to hope that China misses. Oh, there's actually going to drop in Switzerland there. That's not good at all.
China is going to start out with quite a large lead. We are already half of the way through the map.
Yeah, this map is only 2 minutes long. Another drop from Akaria there. It's going to take something pretty major from China here to swing the lead back into Switzerland's favor. But there's already, I think, a 50k lead.
Yeah, slightly less than that, or just coming up to 50k now. As a Gamer does find a drop as well. No more FCs left on the Switzerland side.
And the accuracies on the on China's side are just extremely high. I think they're higher than the last LN pick, despite it being harder and denser than the other LN pick.
Yeah, Gamer and AK are really holding on as well. They do have really high accuracy for this map, but it's not enough compared to the extreme showing of China right now.
It's going to be 3 points towards China, and it's going to put them in the match point on their own pick, which is quite a bad position for Switzerland to be in, because they are pretty much at the mercy of whatever China wants to play.
Yeah, Switzerland's going to have to win 4 maps in a row, including the tiebreaker, in order to bring this back now.
We'll have to see what China's going to pick as their next map. Both LN picks are gone.
Oh, and we get Nageki no Ki. This this map. Yeah, this map is a very streamy map. So it has a lot of staircases. in patterns that are actually quite easy to get the occasional miss by accident on.
I think it's also the highest BPM map in the pool, except for the tiebreaker, of course, at 191 BPM. Well, we are going to see some non-LN skills come into play here, especially since this map, I believe, has 7 LNs in it, or something close to that number.
Yeah, so no LN patternings at all. All just some staircases, nice little streams here and there.
And we should be getting into it quite soon. I think Kario is just AFK for a tiny bit.
Yep, we're getting into it now. We'll see if Switzerland can take a point back.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to hope for a slip up on the on China's end, as we've seen. They've not been able to add accuracy. China's I mean, they're pretty much perfectly playing these maps.
Well, we're getting a little bit of drop from accuracy drop from Satori at the start, but it's already built all the way back up.
We're actually seeing Switzerland take the tiniest lead, which I don't think we've actually seen yet.
Yeah,
It's actually neck and neck right now.
You can see the stream starting to come in here. I do think Switzerland has a small lead, a really slight one.
It looks like it's going towards China now. It's still so stupidly close. Like 8200, I think, instantly puts the other team in lead. I think just like that, I think someone got a 200 right then, or the accuracy lead just got a bit too wide and China's taking a small lead now.
Yes, Switzerland's accuracy dropped a little bit during those streams.
We're approaching
And
the halfway mark.
Wilbin Chen with such great accuracy right now. I think he hasn't hit a single 200 yet by the looks of that.
Yeah, it looks like Wilbin is pretty much making up the entirety of the lead here. It's so small though still. Any miss, I think from any player, pretty much decides the fate.
Ooh,
And a miss from Macario there.
finding the miss on the tricky trills.
That is not good for Switzerland.
It's coming
lead's
into
getting
the
bigger and
end of the
bigger.
map.
It's right at the end
Oh,
here.
Wilbin Chen dropped,
Wilbin Chen
finding a
dropped.
drop.
Will that be enough? I don't think
I
it's
don't
enough.
think it's enough.
It's so close. It's like 10k. Oh, it's a bit more than that now.
Yeah, no, it's 30k, but
yeah, cut the stream.
but yeah, unlucky for
That was-
Switzerland there.
Yeah, that
China
was
will
really close.
win
actually.
the match. China will win the match 4-0. But Switzerland definitely showing some strong performances. Just
Yeah,
not
Switzerland
quite
completely out yet though.
up to the
They
level
do
of China.
Another match in their group.
Yep,
Who's
there are
that up against?
there are 3 teams in each group. So,
Yeah, so the
every
next-
team gets to play 2 matches.
The next opponent will be against Argentina. So if they do beat Argentina, they still do go through to the bracket stage.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, unless there's some strange thing going on.
3-way ties are possible. In which case, the teams that go through will be decided by the number of maps won subtracted by the number of maps lost.
Yeah, some fancy math that I don't need to understand.
And now we'll be switching over to the Thailand versus Singapore match.
I think that one's almost over. I think it's 3-0 at the moment. And then mid-match,
okay.
so yeah.
Okay, yeah, there's like 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to play Fill Mode
last map.
TM.
Okay, yep. And the last map of Thailand versus Singapore just finished, with Singapore taking a 4-0 victory against Thailand.
Yeah, Singapore being the top seed of that group, and also quite a strong team, especially for the group stage, and generally all around. I think they have skills kind of in any kind of skill set that they need them to have it.
Yeah, well, that will conclude our first 2 matches of the Mania World Cup. We will... the next matches will be happening in about half an hour, so until then we have a bit of time to sit back and chill. So any questions you guys have for us in the Twitch chat, fire away, whether it be about the tournament, about Mania as a game mode, or just to say hi.
Yeah, we have feelings too.
Debatable.
Oh, don't tell them that though. Anyway, Poddy, I've got a question for you.
Oh, what's that?
The upcoming match, Germany versus Singapore. Who do you think is gonna win?
Ooh. Well, Singapore coming off of a fresh 4-0 victory, that's got to feel good for them. I definitely think they'll have the mental game won right there.
Yeah,
Germany
and
might
they're
be
also already
shaken a
warmed
little
up.
bit. Yes, a really strong performance just then by Singapore against Thailand, who was the mid seed. Germany is the low seed of the group, so it is definitely expected that Singapore will win, especially with that kind of performance they just showed.
Yeah, I think I can agree. I think Singapore overall is definitely the favorite.
Okay.
For the group stage, especially.
Yeah. So we've been asked, what are all of the abbreviations you say? Okay, so it is probably a good idea to explain these. So
yeah,
when we say signing off with LN, LN is short for long notes, which is basically like sliders for standard, if you want a comparison. So all of the times you see those big long rectangles on your screen where you have to hold and release on time. So it can be very tricky to time and to combo right, because it requires a lot of really skilled finger independence to be able to not only like time when you hit the note, but when you release it too.
Yeah, there's actually some changes, pretty major changes to how long notes work in Score V2. For starters, in Score V1, you'd get a huge amount of combo just for holding onto an LN in Score V1, and you'd also have a slightly different timing based on when you released it. They've changed some of how the timing works in Score V2, and they've made it so you only get 2 combo. In addition, if you don't let go of the slider, you can now also get a miss instead of the when you'd normally get 100 if you held on forever.
Yeah. The other abbreviation we've been saying as well is SV, which stands for scroll velocity or slider velocity.
Yeah, slider velocity,
and,
scroll velocity.
Although we actually haven't seen any SV yet on stream, if we do see it, it'll become very apparent. It is when, like, basically you have like the speed of the notes going down your screen. That can change a lot. So whether it like go faster or slower for brief moments, it can really trip people up.
The name comes from the OS editor, so it is based in standard terminology because we don't have sliders, but it basically just changes how fast the notes fall. And people manipulate that to make effects, and it can get pretty extreme eventually.
Yeah, there are very, very creative ways that people have utilized SV to make some really wacky maps. Which maps do you think will be the most picked and banned? So I think, you go first.
Oh yeah, I think Sakas and Kaigi is going to be banned the most. I think that's unanimously agreed. Generally.
Yeah, I think that is also going to be the case. In general, Sakusen Kaigi, of course, is the SV map, which, as we were saying, has a lot of really, really wacky slowdowns and speed ups, and that a lot of players don't like that. Basically, they don't like it at all, and you have to practice it a lot to be able to play it well. So generally, in tournaments, it's quite standard to see the SV map banned a lot.
Yeah. As for most picked, I think Loving Trip is a quite desirable pick for most teams, just because it's quite simple patterning, and I think it's actually aside from Koei Masukai, it is actually the lowest star map.
Yeah, I would call it the easiest map. Kikoa Masukai is deceptively difficult for its star rating. Yeah, so the other map that you were talking about, Loving Trip, that is actually the easiest map of the pool in my opinion. It is quite safe, not too much potential to miss randomly or by accident if you are really comfortable with the patterning. Mainly just like an accuracy pick.
Yeah.
So I think
those,
it will be picked a decent amount, yeah.
Yeah, those accuracy, consistency picks, they tend to be a slight bit easier than the rest of the maps, and that makes them quite desirable picks, just overall, because they're quite safe.
And no, this tournament won't be 3 versus 3. It has switched this year to a 2v2 style tournament, and that's for a couple of reasons. Mainly because 7K as a key mode doesn't actually have that many players playing it at the moment compared to others like 4K. 4K obviously with the massive player base in Oceania. And because of that, there's a lot of players from countries such as Korea and China, which in the 3v3 system just kind of like stomped everyone. But with 2v2, there'll be a lot more competition basically with the lower level teams who were previously held back by only having like a couple top players and not enough to actually form a really good team. For example, you would take Chile, who have 2 extremely good 7K players, but in the past have struggled a little bit because obviously they couldn't carry with only 2 players.
Yeah, I think 2v2 is the way to go. We could see, if we look back to the 4K MWC last year, in 3v3, you had to have those 3 players playing top caliber if you wanted to get quite far in the tournament. If you had one player slacking back, that really reflected on the end screen. But now with 2v2s, it opens up for a lot of teams that we otherwise wouldn't see to be able to join into the fray, such as who we saw earlier, Switzerland, who only have 2 players, and of course the previously mentioned Chile.
Yeah, we said Chile. We're being forced to. We got yelled at once before for saying Chile.
You keep saying that word.
Wow.
It's like Voldemort.
What?
What face?
Anyway, if anyone else has anything else to say, or if we missed your question by accident, ask away.
Yes, Pepe.
Pepe. Oh, what are your favorite groups?
Ooh.
Okay, let me get out the old group list. There was one in particular, or two actually. So,
I know my one.
Group A is a seriously fun group to watch. It has a United States, Japan, and Russian Federation. All three of which are extremely high caliber teams. And I think any one of the teams could actually end up being eliminated in groups. Anything could happen, really.
You
Just
wanna know,
depends on the day and
know
their
my favorite?
performances. Your favorite's probably the other one I was going to mention. Go ahead.
I don't know. Depends how much of a jokester you are. Mine's Group H because it's got Australia in it.
Oh, okay. Yep.
That's it. That's the reason.
Oh, okay. Well, wow. Nice. I was gonna say Group F because it has Indonesia and reverse Indonesia in it. The classic. But anyway, now we'll be switching over to the teams for the next match here. We are going to be streaming Germany versus Singapore. Singapore, of course, having just played off stream, and Germany, who we haven't seen yet. So how do you think about this matchup, Lusty?
I think Singapore obviously just showing that they're quite a dominant team. Germany also having quite a few strong players. I think Rohan is actually quite a strong player as well, their captain. I don't know,
Yeah,
I think Singapore's favorited though.
Yeah, looking at the Singapore scores, they were showing some extremely good, extremely high accuracy on all of the maps, particularly from Paralit and Romy. So those are definitely players to look out for. They seem to be very well versed in every kind of different skill, I would say.
Yeah, as for players, on the Germany side we have Rohan 04, Dulshock, Stankill, Plane 14. And on the Singapore side we have Paralit, Bye For Now, Realm Ripper, and Romy.
Yeah, so some pretty stacked rosters on both sides. We'll see if Germany can pull off anything against the top seed of Singapore.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see. We all love a good upset, but I think Singapore is just too strong a team to see Germany taking this match. We might see a few upset points.
Too early to say anything yet.
Yeah,
Say anything definitive, that is.
I think that Singapore has the upper hand here, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes, Malaysia is competing, I believe. But
Yeah, they're in the
not yet.
Indonesia reverse Indonesia group.
Oh yeah. Pretty rough group right there. The
Yeah,
red
group
and
F.
white group. The red and white group.
We have Isn't It 4v4? With the 7 key is currently in a 2v2 format for quite a number of reasons. One of the main reasons is because of player count, 7 key being one of the less popular key counts compared to, say, 4K. Another reason is it kind of makes it more fair for teams that don't have, 3 really, really strong players, but rather 2.
Yeah, so hopefully we do see some more close matches in the later stages of the tournament. $5K win. Yeah, we need to get the 5K Mania World Cup up. Also 1K. I want a 1K tournament.
Yeah, that's where the real tournament is at.
That's the serious skill right there.
Binding to spacebar is illegal.
Illegal.
Yeah, I decided it.
Nah, 9K is too hard. No 9K.
Yeah.
I don't have
think we'd be able
9
to fit the,
fingers.
I don't think we'd be able to fit 9K on the screen. Too many keys. We're seeing some of the players actually come into the lobby here now.
$401K. That would be a little bit challenging.
Wait, how many keys are there on the keyboard? I think there's 401.
Probably less than 401.
How many keyboards
Unless
would
you
you
have
need?
a lot of them.
I think you need like 3 for 401 key.
Doing a bit of quick maths in your head there.
I'm not counting all these keys.
What is your OSU nickname? I am Potassium F, and the other nerd here is Lusty Platypus.
I feel bullied.
No bully.
No bully.
No bully.
Well, we're getting quite close to that, is it 1 o'clock UTC? I believe it is. I'm doing, like, math. I'm like, what time zone are we in?
Yeah. Well, there's still about 8 minutes until the time that the match is supposed to start, so we still have a little bit of time sitting in here. Yeah, so what is your favorite country other than Australia, Lusty?
Other than Australia.
Other than
I say mini Australia, aka New Zealand.
New Zealand. New Zealand aren't in 70k Mania World
Oh,
Cup.
well, you have to say, you can't just ask my favorite country and then be like, by the way, it has
Wow,
to be.
okay. But yes, I can. It's my question.
In the you're gonna make me pick a favorite, then they're gonna think I'm picking people. I should just say whoever wins. Whoever wins.
Whoever wins.
I'm easily swayed.
Wow, okay. I said other than Australia, by the way.
Oh,
But, sure.
oh yeah. Yeah, sorry. Okay, whoever comes second then.
Yeah. We all know Australia's gonna win. That is the fact. It is tournament for second place.
We're not even in the bracket stage. When you look at the bracket on the wiki, we're already in at like the cup position.
Yeah, hey, last year we did not lose a single match in bracket stage in Mania World Cup. Fun facts.
And that's the only detail we're giving you.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually think we have the warm up already for one of the teams. I don't know who.
Would this be Germany's?
I
Because,
have no idea.
Singapore
Because they have
doesn't
more players?
Both their players. Yeah, because they have more players in the lobby.
It's a 2/3 chance that it's Germany's.
Yeah, I can confirm playing piano tiles actually does help. I know Lusty and I like to go down to the local arcade and play some piano tiles every now and again.
I think it's called piano keys.
Same thing.
Yeah, no, licensing, dude.
Licensing.
Well, there's just about 5 minutes to go until the start of this match, and I'm going to ask you the same question because you put me on the spot there. What's your favorite country besides Australia?
Perth.
Wait a minute.
Got him.
Man, I wasn't even allowed to pick New Zealand. Which is actually a country.
No, it's not. Okay, so it looks like both. There are no Singapore players in the lobby at the moment.
Oh no.
Interesting.
Is this how you win?
They didn't go back to sleep after their first match, right?
Oh, we have a question. How do you get better at Ostmania? And the easy answer, and really the only answer, is play more. It's as simple as that.
I mean, there's more you can say than
Yeah,
play
but,
more
I mean-
because it's
In essence, like fundamentally, you just play more.
yeah. So playing more is the way to get better at it. But then you also have to think about like how you play. So it's good to play like a diverse range of maps. And I'd like to say play maps that you can maybe like get like a mid A on, maybe around like 93%, and see if you can aim for S on them. That's the way I like to practice.
Yeah, ultimately, everyone has their own ways to practice and get better, but generally it involves playing more. It's just how you play more, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta find your own style.
Yeah, we can see we're in the multi-lobby now, and we're going to have the warm-up Great Days, Bites the Dust difficulty. Whatever that means.
Another one bites the dust.
It doesn't quite sound like that, though.
It's close enough.
It has it in the diff name. Hashtag confirmed.
No, it isn't possible to spectate the World Cup matches on OSU itself, unfortunately. The players have all been teleported to a magical realm outside of Bancho.
Yeah, and as soon as you teleported, then you get the shakes and you get nervous. I don't know. It's a weird side effect.
Yeah, I can confirm that is
And
pretty true. Nerves
that is
can
actually
be
a thing. Yeah.
it
You
can
have
be
to
a big
consider
thing,
that.
especially with the newer players that haven't played in tournaments before of this scale.
Yeah, the tournament nerves are really a thing you have to consider. Oh, looks like all the players are also in the match now, and we could be going underway any minute now. I can't tell. I think there was.
I think they're just waiting for the
Yeah. I think they're
time
just waiting for
match to start.
Yeah.
Maybe for players to download the maps. I'm not sure how good Germany or Singapore internet is.
Probably better than ours.
Yeah, definitely better.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting into it now anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what kind of map this is. Whoever's pick
Yeah.
it would be. I suspect
And
Germany,
also to
but
see who performs.
oh god. Are those hit sounds just on my end, or?
Oh, I have hit sounds turned off.
Oh really? They're extremely
Yeah.
loud for me, holy crap.
That looks like there's some slow jam there, like really slow jam.
Yeah, it looks like it's so slow. The scroll speed looks quite brutal. little bit of long notes here and there.
Oh
god,
even
no.
slower.
Oh,
Oh, it's
it's
going
getting
even
slower
slower.
and slower.
Oh, no, that's fast.
Maybe a bit of a scout out for Sakusen Kaigi.
Dude, this is a confirmed strike. And then it just gets banned anyway, and you're like, well,
Yeah. Sad. I would like to see Sakusen Kaigi played.
yeah.
It's always really fun
One
to
of those
see
mind
us
game
players
picks.
play. Yeah, definitely. I want to see how well players actually do on it though as well.
Instead, go with the only full combo, but also the lowest AC. That's
No one
weird.
full combo
But-
actually. I think you missed at the
Oh.
start.
I missed at the start. Okay. Never mind. I was wrong.
Highest
still.
combo anyway.
Highest combo. Yeah. That his ratio not quite as high as you would expect. Like if you compare it to
more
Bifinal
rainbows.
or Paralleague.
More rainbows than normal 300s.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, confirmed good enough.
Yeah.
Well, that's something we might have to take into note. the accuracy there. Might be a bit troublesome to just try and beat out Singapore on raw accuracy. That was Germany's warm-up, I believe, as well. So now we're going to see Singapore's warm-up. It looks like it's going to be Platinum by Giori? I don't know how you pronounce that.
Giori? Yeah, I guess.
G?
J?
What?
J?
Let's stop before we say something stupid.
We already have, I think.
Worse than that.
Yeah,
I think we could. Yeah.
But yeah, Platinum. And, both teams are going to be subbing in some other players for the warm-up here. Plan 14 and Realm Ripper coming in.
Yeah, we're
Gonna
going to see
Bit of a
bit
taste
more
of
information.
yeah, what these
Some wine
other
tasting.
players have to offer.
Ew, this one tastes nice.
Noise.
Nice. Should be starting up anytime soon. I think Realm Ripper was on the wrong team.
Wait, is he on the wrong team?
I think he had like the wrong team color. Like now you can change that to a little flare.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had that wrong. Looks like they're gonna sort that out real soon.
Yeah, should be getting into the second warm-up soon.
Looks like they've fixed that now and they're getting into the warm now. Alright, here we go. Into Singapore's warm-up, Platinum. Already looks much harder than anything in the group stage.
Oh, what is Plan 14's accuracy there?
Yeah, looks like he's having a bit of trouble with
What
these
is-
sensor patterns.
Oh, his error bar, he was hitting extremely late on those.
Yeah, it looks like it might just be a bit too hard for him to keep his accuracy up on. Especially that initial bit there, it looks a bit harder than the rest of it's been here so far. Looks like Paralit is not even bothered by this though, and he's holding a strong act regardless.
99.4%. That is some seriously high accuracy on such a seemingly hard map as well.
Yeah, it's going to come into play. This accuracy is probably going to come into play into the later pools, potentially, depending on how far Singapore manages to get.
Yeah, well, if they do manage to win against Germany, then they will have already been finished their group stage matches and have gone through to the bracket stage.
Yeah, unless there's
Maybe
some
the
sort of
fastest ever.
and there's some sort of weird three-way tie. I think they're definitely through so far.
If they lose this, there's a chance. Then
Yeah, there's
they
a small
don't make
chance.
it.
Yeah. I think China's also doing their second match simultaneously, so we could see both these
Yeah.
teams going through.
Potentially could have the fastest anyone's ever advanced to the bracket stage from the start of groups.
You heard it here
About
first,
less
guys.
than
We have
2
speed
hours.
running bracket stage. Any percent.
Yes, Singapore is high seed, which is the highest seed there is.
Look at that ratio though from Paralit, 400 to 1900 ish.
Yeah, only
One
one
miss.
miss. Yeah. All players finding the S though, bringing it up at the end, which is good.
Yeah, alright, now we're going to go into the rolls. Looks like Paralit's going to roll a 35. And Stankill's going to roll a 4. So that means that Germany is going to have to ban first, pick second.
Rolling one digit is never great.
But rolling one digit and winning is PogChamp. Well, looks like we're just going to see Masuka banned, the LN pick, I believe. And we're
Yeah,
going to see
Pico and Masuka.
So LN pick and SV pick being banned, and they're picking Loving Trip. And I think this is how we're going to see a lot of matches go, where they ban LN SV pick Loving Trip.
Or pick something else, yeah. Maybe the other LN now.
Yeah, potentially. So I think we're going to get used to hearing this song quite a bit.
So this is Singapore's pick, yes?
Yes, it is.
Yep. So Singapore obviously feeling confident in their accuracy here.
Yeah, and we saw Paralit there, even on the harder charts, able to keep up a very high accuracy. And we're going to kick it straight off into the first map here. We're going to see who gets the highest score, who gets the good stuff, you know?
Ooh, right off the start we have Plan 14 taking a little bit of accuracy, but on the other side we have Realm Ripper also going really far down, getting a few 200s in the easier section there.
Yeah, the lead is not very big at all. It looks like maybe 1,000 points. It's still quite early on right now though.
Really close. Paralit though with really good accuracy seems to be making up for the difference that of Realm Ripper's act.
Yeah, it looks like Stankill also holding a very high accuracy as well, making this match very close. We're already at the halfway mark this map, only being a minute 50 long. And still, the scores are still just as close as they were before, considering how many notes there have been.
Yeah, it is very close. Realm Ripper and Plan 14 both bringing up their accuracies to above 99.
Yeah, Parallel's still holding up at that high accuracy.
Oh, and Realm Ripper drops.
That's not good for
Drops combo at the
Singapore.
very end there. But then so does
Stankill drops as well.
Oh no.
Is that going to be enough to swing it back to
This is going to be
Singapore?
really close.
Oh,
Realm Ripper's
it's actually
accuracy's
so
gone
close.
down.
Oh, it's so...
I think
Oh, is
Germany
it gonna be
takes
enough
the
on
first
Ellen?
point. Yeah, Germany
That's gonna
takes
be
the
it, Germany
first point at the very
Like
end.
5,000.
Oh, that was really close.
Double-digit 300s from Paralit, getting a nearly 996,000 points. But that drop from Realm Ripper was just enough to give Germany that lead.
A 4,000 point difference.
Jeez.
Meanwhile, in Argentina versus China, there was another close map. The first map where China won on Sayonara Cruel World by only 8,000 points.
So we have two close matches going on.
Well, Germany takes first map in a break point.
Yeah, and Germany's gonna go on to their pick now.
Hecky Recky. So perhaps
The shortest map.
yeah, it is the shortest map in the pool. It's only 1 minute long, I think.
Literally a minute.
Yeah, literally a minute, and it is one of the harder maps in the pool as well.
Yeah,
like mainly rice
second
streamy
highest power.
patternings.
Yeah, so it's got a bit of density to it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so perhaps Germany detecting Romy struggling a little bit in his misses in the first map and his accuracy. Maybe trying to crown that with another
Yeah,
another
if we
rice
see any misses
oriented
here,
pick.
especially because this map is 1 minute, OD8, any misses are going to be huge.
This song is from Hajime no Ippo, I think. The boxing one.
The boxing one, I have no idea.
The boxing one. That boxing one.
Alright, here we go. We're kicking it off into the second map of the match. Will Germany take a second point, or will Singapore even it up 1-1? I think Romy connecting maybe a bit slow.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit to connect. Happens sometimes.
Didn't connect. I think we might see a restart here.
Yeah, well, this is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, Romy didn't
Romy
make it
seems
into
to
the
not
match.
be playing.
Yeah, he's not playing on my end.
Perhaps he's playing by himself off not connected properly. But anyway, we do have Paralit holding the highest score.
Actually, I think I got Romy on my end.
Oh yeah, I do as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Alright, looks like
never mind.
there's been a drop from DualShock. And there's a massive lead actually towards Singapore here. It looks like it's nearly 100,000 points at the ending there. That was so
Yeah.
short. By the time we sorted out the technical difficulties, it was over.
Well, it looks like extremely strong accuracy from both Paralit and Romy.
Yeah, combined
looks like
11 200s.
Might have been a bit of a botched pick by Germany. That said, it is 1-1 in score, so it's not that bad.
Well, it looks like we're going straight into Singapore's pick of Nageki no Ki, the O2 remix.
Going straight for all of the standard note picks, no LN, no SV.
Yeah. This one's a bit of the faster pick. Coming in at 191 BPM.
And this one we might see a couple drops on.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this drops or not, or whether or not it becomes kind of an accuracy battle.
There are a few little staircase patterns that can be quite easy to just mess up a little bit and find a couple drops on.
Yeah, and as we've seen, 1 or 2 drops is more than enough to swing the lead to the opposing team. Quite a few accuracy drops there from playing initially, dropping to 98% ac.
Yeah, playing one of the little streams a bit too early, getting 200s on pretty much all of them.
Yeah, I think we might see that quite a bit with the staircase patterning, because if you miss time 1, that kind of translates over to the next note, if you're not paying enough attention.
DualShock finding an early miss. And that will give an early advantage over to Singapore right out the gates.
Yeah, and not only that, Singapore holding a really strong accuracy on both players. Both of them, that's why I said that, were above 99.8. Romy dropping a bit below now. but building up again. Seeing these staircase patterns, we're seeing a bit of drops from play in there, a few 200s and a few 200s from DualShock. Paralit, not phased at all. I think he got 1 200 there. Romy dropping a bit of accuracy as well.
Yeah, wow. Accuracy from the Singaporean side is just so strong right now.
Yeah, it looks like this was the correct pick for them. Just holding that high accuracy. Neither of the players on the Germany side above 99, while both the Singapore team players above 99.5. So it's going to take something pretty major to give Germany the lead here, but I think it's going to be Singapore's point.
Yeah, the accuracy differences are just so high right now. I don't think there is any way for Germany to come back.
Yep, and it looks like it's going to be Singapore's point.
Only
Paralit there.
6 200s on the entire Singaporean team.
Yeah, Paralit showing off the accuracy, 993k just about.
But it is not the end of the world for Germany right now. They are 1 point down, so 2-1. So we'll just have to see how they decide to respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the world to suggest that they would get more points. We've seen that they could do it, and they can probably do it again.
So they should probably stay away from the more accuracy-oriented picks as we've seen.
Yeah, but
And
they,
maybe
I
go
believe they
some-
did ban long note. So maybe they're not too confident on that. So maybe we might see
Something
tech.
like an anemone.
Yeah.
Anemone.
Anemone.
It's hard to pronounce.
I remember it from Finding Nemo.
Anemone.
Anemone.
But that could be a potential pick. When we see
Yeah, I mean,
Stankill
pulling out the,
swapped in for Germany.
Pulling out the old SV, slight SV pick.
Oh, they do pick the LN map.
They actually went for LN. That's surprising to me.
Perhaps they feel
Might
that
be-
this is the only way they can get some points, because obviously the accuracy maps were not going in their favor.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, Loving Trip did, but
Loving Trip did, but you know, Loving Trip's gone. Can't pick
Yeah, we
that
might-
again.
I feel like we might see Golovies from Camellia coming up soon. Coming off the other match, we actually see China winning, I think, 4-0 against Argentina.
Yeah.
Although Lucas from Argentina side actually was the MVP for every single map.
Oh, that is interesting. Really outstanding performance by him then. We are
Oh, wow,
getting
we're actually
into...
seeing early act drops from Life and Elf. I think 200 the first note, and also Play in 14 dropping act. Stankill dropping a tiny bit of act, but Romy holding on 99.8.
Romy with hitting all 300 so far, which is really good. It's definitely really hard to get high accuracy on this map in particular because of the release timings. So in Score V2, obviously you have to time your releases really well in order to keep up high accuracy. And just there we have Play in 14 finding the first drop of the match, about a third of the way in.
Yeah, it's not going to play into Germany's favor. We can see the lead actually quite heavily going towards Singapore here. It looks like it's about 30k.
That's coming out almost entirely out of Ronnie's extremely good accuracy right now, 99.7.
Yeah, it's quite a good act considering how long notes are generally considered harder to get that good accuracy on. We're seeing a drop there from Stand Kill.
Dropping right on the not even LN section there, right before the chorus.
Yeah. So now Singapore has both players on a full combo, playing dropping again. Germany has no FCs remaining.
Singapore's lead stretches to almost 100,000 points as we come to the end of the map.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Singapore's point unless the players literally let go of the keyboard. Actually,
It happens.
Bison now having a bit of a struggle at the end there, but it's not nearly enough to make it matter. It looks like it's going to be a 100,000 point difference. Well, that was the only non-banned LN pick there, but
Yeah, so Singapore.
yep, 3-1.
So now Singapore's match point, and they get their own pick now. So it's definitely an uphill battle for Germany from now on.
I think we're going to see the Canali map. I feel it.
You feel it? I don't know. Who knows?
What do you think they're going to pick?
What if it's Sayonara Cruel World? Nah, Sayonara Cruel World.
I mean, I think it's one of those two maps.
Okay, no, it's probably these.
Yeah, I was so right. I knew it. They call me, I don't know. They call me Lusty Platypus.
Well, this is more of the ACK map of the remaining ones. So it makes
Yeah, I
sense.
feel like Singapore just wants to just go
just
with what
wanna
they know they can
choke them
have
out.
an advantage on.
Yeah. Choke them out in ACK.
Well, we're gonna see. Will this be the last match, the last map of the match, or will Germany take another point and potentially go for that tiebreaker hype? Because I mean, if they take this point, they could pick an enemy, and I mean, I'm not too sure if we've seen enough to know, like, if they've practiced those like slight SVs enough. Because I think Singapore did actually ban the SV pick, so they might not have actually practiced as much as they needed to for an SV pick.
Early accuracy drops coming in from Stand Kill. Other than that, everyone else holding pretty strong.
I actually thought they would sub Paralit back in.
Yeah,
Apparently.
interesting.
Maybe not as confident on this map.
Yeah, maybe. Does have a bit more long notes in this than the other accuracy-oriented maps. So
Yeah, that
perhaps
could be a
Paralit not as confident with his long note ability as Bifur now.
Well, yeah, it looks like there's a slight lead towards Singapore coming to this halfway mark of about 20,000 points.
And that's coming from about 1% difference between Stand Kill and Ronnie's accuracy, as you can see.
Yeah, it looks like Romi's Ack is doing a lot of work in Singapore right now. We'll have to see if there's any drop from any players coming up in this section here. Looks like everyone's kind of holding strong, and there was no major backdrops, and it looks like Singapore is going to take the lead there.
Yeah, we'll see a 4-way full combo, but with the accuracy advantage, Singapore will take the 4th point of the match.
Yeah, making it 4-1 Singapore versus Germany, which means that Singapore is guaranteed to go to the bracket stage.
Yeah, and with this, we have both Singapore and China winning 2-0 in their groups, and they will both be advancing to the bracket stage.
Yeah, and both Germany and Switzerland will have to play another match to see where they stand in the group. That means that there's no possible 3-way tie in their groups either, so the winner of those matches will go through to the bracket stage as well.
Yeah, some really important matches coming up for both of those teams. Anyway, I believe that will be it for the current blocks. So we will be turning off the stream for I think a few more hours until we have the next matches coming up.
About 3.5 hours until the next match, which is Norway versus Canada. That'll be at 5 p.m. UTC. Hope to see you all there, and thank you all for watching MWC 7K 2018.
Yeah, see you next time.
Hello and welcome to the Osumania World Cup 2018. Today, we'll be looking at the group stages. I'm Nivrad00, and I'll be having with me shortly the Topster. This wonderful morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where in the world you are, our first matches of today are Sweden versus Chile and Norway versus Canada. Oh, and we have a third match going on, Argentina versus Switzerland. Coming in an hour, we're going to have Russian Federation versus United States and Norway versus Brazil. And after that, it's Canada and Brazil, and that's all we have for today.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to the MWC 7Key 2018 World Cup. My name is Bento, and I'm very excited to be commentating over the Norway versus Canada match. Now, Norway is the lowest seed of this tournament. So their team captain, I believe, is let's see. Excuse me while I look up this information. Although we'll be seeing Stayan.
Sorry about that. Hi, Vento. It's good to see you here.
Yeah, it's.
We're talking about Sweden versus Canada, right?
Norway versus Canada, even.
Norway versus Canada. Oh, geez, my bad. Sometimes I get them confused. But yeah, we're going to be looking at a Group B matchup. This is the mid seed and the low seed of Group B. How the group stages work is that there's 3 teams per group, but only the top 2 teams get to move on to the double elimination rounds. So that means that Norway, being the very low seeded, not a very favored pick for getting into the tournament, but into the double elimination tournament. But if they can edge out Canada, then they have a chance.
Canada, however, is probably, I'd assume, one of the stronger mid seeds with players like Dot, Antheimer, a very strong team in general. And as far as
I have to concur with that.
Yeah, as far as I know, I don't know any player on the Norwegian team that I is particularly comfortable with 7-key, at least over 4-key. So we have Stayen is obviously very well known for his 4-key performance, but not as comfortable with 7-key. Bizarrely fast as well, as we're seeing playing the warm-up. Is also a 4-key player mainly.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of times with 7K, with the 7K World Cup, you have a lot of 4K players in it. This is partly just due to the fact that 4K is more popular, and there's nothing we can do about that, but you have to make do, and I'm glad that we have this many participants to begin with.
Yeah, definitely. So, as we can probably tell, this is Norway's warm-up. I'd be highly surprised if it was Canada's warm-up. No, it, Alt for Norge.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to pronounce that.
I can try. I'm Swedish. It almost works.
I don't know what this sounds like, but it's an interesting pick. Of course, each team gets a warm-up before we go into the match fully. That's what I'm trying to say.
So I have seen this song mapped in 4-key before as well, but never 7-key. It's very Ellen heavy, it seems. Although not the hardest of maps, but And with that, that's the first warm-up over. As we can see here, Dot is absolutely the shining point of this of these two teams. It seems, getting by far the best score in on the first warm-up. I'll be going into the second warm-up now. Canada's, of course, which is going to be End Time. Ooh, oh, okay. So it seems like this might be the ranked version of End Time, which is, well, it's quite well known. It's an extremely hard, very, very stream-based map, especially towards the ending.
You know, this part of the song does sound familiar, but I can't place it.
Well, so hopefully we'll be moving right along with the second warm-up soon. currently we're also having Argentina playing versus Switzerland and Sweden playing versus Chile. Excuse me. And we'll be going into the second warm-up of Norway versus Canada. Now, if you're comfortable with or if you're familiar with the ranked beat maps of 7-key Mania, you'll recognize this instantly. Now, it's got quite a light start, but as it goes on, it gets a lot heavier. So, even in the beginning, we'll be seeing quite some intense streams. Starting here. You can see that Bizarrely Fast and Dot are the two most comfortable with those types of patterns, at least in terms of accuracy. Although Dot being the only player still holding combo. Now going to the somewhat more consistent stream soon. Struggling a bit with these brackets mainly. And going into the main section of this map. Now, both players on the Norwegian side are struggling quite a bit, but it seems like Canada is holding on quite well. Especially Dot. Actually, it seems on my end like as if both Norwegian players failed out.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like both of our commentators have exhaled their last breath. Let's give them a moment. They're in the ER right now, getting their stuff sorted. Pulling out the breathalyzers. All that good stuff. It's quite impressive. Both of their computers decided, you know what? 7-key, not my thing. Even a little bit. I'm just gonna crash. So there's that. Such a beautiful, calming song. As they are being resuscitated one by one.
Oh, excuse the brief.
Welcome back among the living, my good sir.
Hello there.
I'm glad you didn't. Holy perish.
Well, when you don't know what's going on, you have to deal with it somehow, and apparently, occasionally
sounds like daily life to me. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, so that we seem to have the bands finished, all that good stuff.
All right. I suppose you won't be needing any form of introduction, although this is obviously the voice of Happy Stick we're hearing. Now it seems like first pick is going to be Nageki no Ki, picked by a team. Unfortunately, I have no clue which.
A team. I think you mean Norway by that.
Alright, so Norway picking Nageki no Ki. Now I did take a look through these just yesterday evening, but as you know, cramming before a test, the night before never really works. However, as far as I remember, this is a somewhat more speed-oriented pick. A bit
Sure
not
sounds like it.
not as based more on chord patterns, but not a lot of gimmicks. No, not a lot of SVs if I remember correctly. There might have been one or two, and SVs does being a speed velocity change that thusly when your scroll speed changes suddenly in game without you having any form of control over it, and it didn't have a lot of long notes either, which I am not very surprised about considering it's Norway's pick. Ooh,
So from what you're saying, it sounds like this is largely a speed pick rather than anything tech.
I'm thinking speed and accuracy mainly here. I mean, it could have a bit of technical patterns that don't involve long notes or any scroll velocity changes. But if I remember correctly, it's mainly 1x4 patterns, nothing too scary. But it is a bit higher BPM than the rest of the map pool, I believe.
It seems like the players themselves are having as many issues as Mr. Vento and Mr. Nivrad. Stein, I don't know if you said stress BRB or if he's having actual issues.
Well, in either case, Norway switches out Stein for Masaya, and Canada has actually switched out. Well, I had the name in my head just a second ago. Excuse me, Canadian player whose name I just forgot. Switched out that player for Ven.
Wow, he just hurt his feelings. That's definitely going to affect his performance.
Darn. I'm really sorry about that. So we'll be going into the first map of this match, barring the warm-ups, of course. And as we can see here, Masay is actually a hidden player, which is definitely certain players in Mania will opt to use a mod like Hidden or Flashlight to improve their reading, as they can read better with that mod than they do without.
Special breed.
There are, however, I'm certain, as far as I know, there is no player who opts to use Fade In as a way to improve their reading. But as we can see from the start here, Canada is holding a bit of a lead in accuracy, as well as combo from both Dot and Ven was better until I was about to mention that as Ven drops again, Masay and Dot now the only two players holding full combo, bizarrely fast, dropping quite consistently on these stream patterns, having actually dropped his accuracy below the S mark, while Dot and Ven are still comfortably over a high 98. Dota even at 99.6% still.
Yeah,
Then
that definitely seemed like a little bit of panic from Bizarrely. Maybe not as good under the nerves as he would like to be. Seems to be missing a lot of quite straightforward stuff. Definitely dragging down his teammate quite severely.
However, his teammate also is keeping accuracy, is not keeping accuracy as well as the Canadian side is overall. So Canada is going to take the first point with a big margin of 230,000 points, or around that mark. And Dot actually with very, very impressive accuracy here, as we can see, only 100, 5 200s, and quite a good ratio thus between the normal 300 and the rainbow 300s. Rainbow 300 gives quite a bit more points than a normal 300 thus, and while on V1 they both counted for 100%, now on V2 they do not, so a normal 300 will bring your accuracy down a little bit from 100%. Now that also means that to get the maximum score in Mania is 1 million points, and to get that you need to get all Rainbow 300s, and also to get a double S you will need to get on V1 you will need to get only 300s, so you have 100%. But on V2, a double S is only a 1 million point score.
Does seem like Bizarrely is taking a little break after that, understandably so. Pour himself a good glass of whiskey. Calm down a little bit.
Perhaps. But we are seeing Stayan is back in, and now they are going to be... And Canada is picking Loving Trip, which I believe, from when I was playing, is mainly an accuracy-based pick. Not very long.
Quite a banger tune.
Not very fast. Not quite complex. Not quite as complex as the last pick, which was very stream and speed-based. But we'll be seeing how these teams handle it. Maybe.
So does that mean that this is more tech, or would you say this is more consistency?
This is more consistency based.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, which I sure hope I do.
I know about Stein that he tends to not be as consistent, more of a speed player, 4-key main. Is the rest of the Norwegian team similar in a respect, or do they have quite some consistent players?
Well, I do know that Bizarrely Fast played in the 4-key tournament as well. However, I have not seen a lot from Masaya, although I'd assume with his hidden, using hidden, he might... Certain hidden players don't generally have as consistent accuracy as no-mod players, those who have nothing... Oh, actually, he's not using hidden here. Maybe to get a little bit more accuracy into his play here. So as we're starting, we can already see that there's a small... margin.
It's quite obvious which team is more comfortable with the ACK, as expected. Definitely a solid pick for the Canadian team, it seems.
Yeah, if there's any map that's going to be full comboed by any team in this tournament, well, it's gonna be this one. So, I mean, there is a potential here for Norway to take this point in case something happens on the Canada side, a bigger miss, a rush, or such event, although I don't believe that's going to be happening really, as well, neither team has bad accuracy, absolutely not, but Canada's team really has outstanding accuracy at this point.
If you look at it, they have, I'd say, about 1/3. Oh, but both Stein and Ven Bricken at the exact same time. Probably both kicking themselves because they don't know the other team actually has a player that did miss as well.
See, if only Ven had dropped there was a potential.
That was break
again.
again.
Stein break again. But if only Ven had dropped there would have been a small potential for the Norwegian team to take this, although I do believe that Canada's team still had the accuracy enough to offset that miss.
Yeah, Dot is absolutely killing it.
Hmm. Dot up at the 990, around 993,700 points. Very, very impressive accuracy. They're only dropping 1/200, and with a very, very impressive 300 to Rainbow 300 ratio.
Yeah, once you miss in the middle of a song that is quite straightforward, you're just gonna assume the other team is doing much better. It's definitely a mental thing that happens.
That is the way it is with tournaments and what they do to a person.
Tournaments, why do we play? Why do we do them?
Why?
Masochistic nature.
Definitely. Well, now we'll be seeing Norway's second pick.
Camellia Thingy.
Camellia Thingy.
I like the phrasing.
That's that Proluius then?
That is the wording of a prepared man.
Hello everyone, sorry for that delay, but we are back. And it looks like in the meanwhile, Canada has won 2 points off of Norway.
That is very true.
Now, I'm not going to say that this is a surprising development, as Canada is a lot higher on the seeding.
Yes. So, now Norway will now be...
But it is Norway's pick now, so we'll see if they can use a strategic pick to come back.
Zarly is back from his glass of scotch. Hopefully he feels a little bit better. I'm going to be taking my leave with Bento and Nifrad back in the driver's seat.
Alrighty. So... Well, I can hopefully welcome back Nibra now. And we'll be seeing Norway's second pick, which will be Proluies. That name, which is a more speed and tech-based map, I'd say. Although I'm sure Nivrad could explain it better than I can when it comes to the map pool.
Nivrad's failing health has once more taken away his breath. There will be a point at which everything goes smoothly.
Well, we can only hope for now. But I can give a small update for the other matches. Argentina versus Switzerland is currently 2 versus 2 points to 2, which is very, very interesting.
Very fast, even opting for hidden.
Oh yeah. And Sweden versus Chile. Chile is up 3-0 to Sweden.
Beautiful spam.
Alright. Now, as we can see, it starts off with some long notes, and it seems like Bizarrely Fast is struggling to get the releases properly here with the hidden, potentially not helping him currently. Although, this map is quite a bit more technical than the last picks have been. Ooh, and as we can see already, the slow jam catching Stayin off guard, who usually reads it with a very, very high scroll speed. Not really comfortable with it suddenly slowing down.
Definitely struggling. On the other end, though, Dot still holding on like a champ. Handsome are having a little bit of trouble. What do you think Bizarrely's reasoning was to go with hidden on this?
Potentially the increased density. As we can see, so these streams are quite dense in general. So he might have gone for a more, as long as I hit these notes rather than hit the notes more accurately
Gotcha.
approach.
This accuracy difference is insane, though. Dot is absolutely killing it. Definitely the MVP so far. Welcome back, Nivrat.
Hello, I'm glad
Glad
to
they
be
got
back,
you hard
finally.
back to work.
Finally, we have Nivrat back, and hopefully Happystick can get some rest from, well...
From talking for 10 minutes.
From
That's my quota for the day.
Yeah,
God, oh my
Thank you
god.
for your work, Happy Stick.
an experienced streamer only talking for 2 minutes and then getting tired. I'm joking, of course. But as we can see here, Canada taking their third point with another huge margin of 300,000 points. Dot getting the full combo with only 2 200s. Again, a very impressive 300 to Rainbow 300 ratio. Which
Yeah, that's really impressive with the 990,000 score.
Mm.
But I mean, that's what you expect when you see the pros playing on these group stage matches.
Mm-hmm. Now, a bit more now. Norway. No, that was actually Norway's second pick. So now it's time for Canada's second pick. Also, Chile just won against Sweden with 4-0, and Argentina versus Switzerland is currently 3-2 in Argentina's favor, and in Argentina's pick as well.
That's exciting. If Switzerland gets a what do you call it when you win a pick that the other team made?
A break point.
A break point. That's what I thought. If they have a break point, then we could be going towards the tiebreaker.
But we will be watching this this match currently, which is, well, still Norway versus Canada. Hasn't changed since the last 5 minutes. Canada is now on to their second pick, which is going to be Anemone TV Mix. Now, this is an accuracy and long note based pick, if I remember correctly from my.
That is right. Yeah, I believe it is right. It is the. I would hesitate to say the hardest map of the pool, but it is one of the hardest, and it tests a lot of. You mentioned the Ellens, right? It's got the sort of patterns where you have one long note being held down, but then on the other hand, you gotta do streams, right? Dense streams. Not to mention their speed velocity changes in this map. It's just, it's all over the place.
Oh, yeah. I actually almost forgot about those. But we're seeing Names of Rubbish being switched in instead of bizarrely fast here.
Well, let's see if that'll help them out.
This map is actually the highest or the most difficult map rated in star rating in the pool, although I wouldn't although that is more because it is relatively dense. The BPM isn't very high, but it is filled with chords and long notes, so the star rating is relatively high comparatively to the rest of the pool still. Now, if we see this is actually match point for Canada. If they manage to take this point as well, they will be winning this match. However, if Norway pulls out a surprise, they could actually take the point here.
Well, as we're getting started, we'll have to see. We have Hidden coming out again from Messiah. And I know it's a little too early to call it, but it looks like Antheimer had some very early drops, taking him down to lower accuracy than Messiah, actually. Ooh, but it looks like he had some problems with that, I don't know what you call those zigzag patterns, right? On the violins, that was pretty cool.
Now, as Messiah and Names of Rubbish are both actually holding quite similar accuracy there here, and but as it has been these last 3 matches, Dot is holding absolutely the best accuracy here.
Yeah, it looks like
getting a 100 in that SV right there. and dropping a bit of accuracy in these streams, although it seems like Names Are Rubbish is also struggling a bit. Ooh, actually getting a drop there as well.
It looks to me like he didn't practice that part enough.
That would be the commentator's curse, otherwise.
I mean, that's just what happens.
That is what
It
happens.
it does look like Dot's lead is no one's challenging it, and as we reach the end of the map, that is Canada's point.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Canada has just won the group stage match against Norway.
You are definitely correct about that. Canada winning this match 4-0, and Switzerland, or let's see here, Switzerland just won the pick against Argentina, meaning that it is 3 points to 3 in that match, which means we'll be going to tiebreaker on Argentina versus Switzerland.
Wow, Vento, is this the first tiebreaker we've seen?
I'm not sure, but I would assume so, considering it's only day 1. Yeah,
That's exciting.
According
Yeah, it looks
to
like we're gonna go over to
Appstick
watch. Yeah, we're gonna hop over to watch this match now. Them playing the tiebreaker. So the tiebreaker is, of course, Flame Dark by Minseo.
Mm-hmm.
This is, as all tiebreakers, it's the longest map. Well, okay, that's not necessarily true, but it's usually the longest map. In this case, it is 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Really test your stamina, and
Yeah.
I mean, what else do I have to say? It's very hard. It's tests all sorts of skills, and looks like it's gonna be an exciting round.
Yeah. Oh, and apparently, whoever wins this map qualifies for a bracket stage for round of 16. Or
Man.
is it 16? Yeah, I believe it's 16.
We do have a round of 16 this time. That's exciting. Yeah.
Well, considering the groups there are 3 people in each group, so yeah, it should be 16 still.
Yeah. So just to be clear,
Oh.
whoever loses this match gets knocked out of the tournament. Whoever loses the song, actually.
Mm-hmm. So this is really, really tense for both teams here. Now, obviously, these teams are both very strong, although I believe Switzerland only has these 2 players, or I can't remember if they were a 2-person or a 3-person team, although they are obviously both of their players are very comfortable with, yeah.
It looks like
They are
Switzerland
very
does have
comfortable.
2 players, only 2 players, Akairo and Gamer97.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, they had enough skill to get them into the mid-seed, putting them over Argentina. I mean, Argentina, the underdog, looks like they're having a comeback, though. And we're getting started with a tiebreaker.
Yeah. Starting off very slow with some slow jam. Now, generally slow jam, which means obviously when the notes go very slowly,
Hence the name.
hence the name slow jam, is quite uncomfortable to read, although as there are so few notes here, I doubt there's going to be a big accuracy drop in it. Although
Ooh,
we are
even-
getting into the long notes.
Yeah, it
now.
looks like we already have a miss coming from Gamer97, even though it's in the easy part. He's not going to want to keep up that sort of performance.
Yeah. Although that's not going to be such a big drop, and now we are going to go into the teleport-ish SVs. That can definitely trip up your accuracy if you haven't practiced properly, but it actually does seem like these teams have been practicing, although Akairo is seeing not quite the type of accuracy that he would presumably be looking for, although he is climbing. Lucas, however, is holding very, very good accuracy, and so is Somnium. So the
Lucas is definitely... Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say Lucas is definitely the player to watch out for with his very good accuracy on pulling ahead of all the rest of the players in the game.
So the early lead is going to be going to Argentina, although as you can see, both Lucas and Akairo, the only people still holding a full combo, Somnium having dropped the most recently. A bit of an accuracy drop from Gamer97. So going to the more dense areas with streams, long notes everywhere.
Yeah, here we go, just dropped. This is where if there's going to be an upset and Switzerland coming back,
Actually,
it's going to be during this section.
seems like Akira and Lucas actually dropped on the same note. Or very, very close to each other. Now, Akira getting another drop, giving Argentina a bit more of a lead. Oh, a Somnium actually dropping now too, which means that presumably Switzerland will be taking back a little bit of points, although Lucas is holding a very high combo still. The highest out of all the players.
Yeah, it looks like drops are coming out on both teams back and forth. Like Cairo just now, or is it a Cairo? In either case,
Not sure.
Argentina is maintaining their 10,000 point lead about. It's not insurmountable for Switzerland, but as we near the halfway point, yeah, they only have half the map left to make it up.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for them to bring it back, but looking at Lucas, not having dropped an 800 notes, is holding on very strongly with high accuracy as well. I believe the highest out of all the players. Somnium, on the other hand, is holding the lowest accuracy out of all the players.
An interesting sort of combo there.
Yeah, Gamer97 and Akero, both somewhere down the middle. Now it's very, very tense here. It's absolutely now Argentina has quite a large lead now, about 20,000 or so points. Although it is possible for Switzerland to take it back if they manage to hold on in the second half now, or in about the last third or quarter or so.
This is Switzerland's last chance to stay in the tournament for 2018.
Yeah. Now, what they really want to be hoping for is Lucas to be dropping, or even Somnium now has gone. Oh, and as I mentioned that, Somnium drops right before the song picks back up, so Switzerland is going to be getting a bit of a lead back now.
Usually I don't put much stock into the commentator's curse, as it were, but I gotta say that one was...
Ooh, a big drop coming out from Akero now. Ooh, but Somnium and Gamer97 as well. Lucas still holding on, though.
There's his combo. Lucas' combo just dropped.
Akero, though, getting a drop as well. Now Gamer97 drops actually everywhere, although it seems like Argentina is generally holding on a bit stronger.
Unfortunately, the lead does seem to be only growing.
Yeah. Ooh, and a drop from Gamer97 as the song slows back down. I'm not sure if there's really any room left now. There's a bit, but I believe we've gone over the hardest parts already. And
yeah, I think it's settled at this point, unless we have like a disconnect or some sort of crazy, what do you call it? A crazy, whatever.
An unfortunate event?
Yeah, something like that.
It's probably best not to play with those words too much, you know.
Oh, you're right.
The curse and all.
I have to be careful.
Now, as we can see here, Gamer97 and Akero are both at very, very similar scores. Somnium a bit behind, but Lucas really ahead of the pack here. And with that, actually, Argentina is going to be going into bracket stage, winning against Switzerland 4-3.
Congratulations. Wow.
A very, very impressive performance from both teams. However, unfortunately, Switzerland will be having to leave us now. But we might be seeing them either later this year in the 4-key tournament or next year. Again, however, Argentina will be moving on into round of 16.
It was an interesting situation here with Lucas's high accuracy, but overall Argentina being a weaker team. The deal with Switzerland was that, like, if they had faced Argentina at a higher round, like round of 16, quarterfinals, they would have had the edge on it because accuracy is not as important when you have so many notes going down.
Yeah.
But Lucas was just so strong on these group stage matches that pulled Argentina through.
Yeah.
In the upset victory.
All right, well, the next match will be in 20 minutes. Now, what match that is unknown to an unprepared commentator. However, I'm sure someone out there knows better than me.
Looks like the next matches will be Russia versus the United States and Norway versus Brazil.
All right, now Russia versus the United States being a match ripe with inappropriate jokes that I will not be making. And Norway versus Brazil. Norway just having suffered a loss against Canada, and then being moved on to an even harder team. Unfortunately, they did not get the lucky end of the stick here with the teams they face.
Yeah, interesting. Next block we'll have two top seed teams playing against their respective low seed, I believe. So each group is, of course, 3 teams: a top seed, a mid seed, and a low seed. But we have US and Brazil, very strong teams, 7th and 6th respectively, playing against, I guess we'd call them underdog teams, Russia and Norway.
Yeah, I suppose that is what you could call them also. So, we have the results actually for Group G, which China and Argentina will be the teams moving on into round of 16. We also saw Sweden versus Chile, in which Chile won 4-0, and let's see, Norway versus Canada, in which Canada won 4-0 against Norway.
So has Brazil and Canada played yet?
Well, I'm not certain. I believe that's tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like actually that's going to be in an hour after their match against Norway.
Oh, well, there you go.
So looks like we're going to be wrapping up that group
quite quickly.
Today, yeah. So since Canada already has a win, if Canada can also beat Brazil, they have a spot set for them. But Brazil has yet to play, so no idea how well their performance is going to be.
Well, I can make assumptions, but I suppose I should refrain from that. You never know what's going to happen, really.
You never know.
However, I do want to say that Canada and Brazil are both looking very strong. So
now we'll be switching to we'll be watching Russia versus US today, and we should be switching over real soon. Now USA has always been a strong Western contender, let's say, in a game mode that's mostly dominated by Asian countries. US has placed in the past top 6, top 8, and this year they've come back again as a top seed, trying to edge out one of those top 3 spots.
Well, if there's any Western country that's gonna be able to, that's historically going to be able to face. Really, I just lost my train of thought.
Well, as far as Western countries go, and I'm sorry if I'm harping about these, but I'm really excited for this, is Brazil, of course, is playing now, and unlike the United States, that's always been kind of very prominent, Brazil has been growing over the years, I think. They've placed higher and higher each year. Last year, they were seeded top seed, but they did not make it out of group stage. There was an upset, and Brazil was kicked out very early in the tournament, so this is their chance at coming back.
Well, there you go. So, for their sake, they're definitely hoping to not suffer the same type of loss as last year, although I do believe they have stronger chances now.
Oh, and a fun fact, we've seen all the maps played at least once.
Well,
I think, yeah.
That's, I mean, it was going to happen eventually, I think, but it was quite early. I mean, there tends to be one of those maps that everyone always avoids. But some teams do go out of their way to really train that map, and if that map is then not banned, they can really like perform well on it, get a relatively safe point. But when it does get banned, it gets banned, or it just does not get picked, and everyone avoids it because it's scary.
Yeah, usually that map is the token SV pick, I could say. Sometimes there's 2 SV picks. By SV pick, we mean maps with lots of speed velocity changes for interesting visual effects, but are difficult to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I'd say the SV pick for this round is we've only really have one, and it's Akusen Kaigi by level 50, mapped by level 51, and yeah, it's the one that's filled with a bunch of jumps and a bunch. Well, when I say jumps, I can't really say that because in standard it means one thing, in cash to beat it means another thing, in 4K it means another thing. But right now, what I mean is the nodes jumping down the screen, and so on like that.
Yeah, I was very surprised when I tried it out myself because, I hadn't seen the map pool showcase. I took a look at them last night and thought, well, one of these has to be the SV pick. So I was thinking it was going to be one of the more electronic musics. What? Well, anyways, I was very surprised when it was a acoustic rock-ish.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice.
Not a typical type of song that I would expect to accompany a SV map.
Yeah, level 51, personally I associate level 51 with acoustic type maps because of, what was that one set that they ranked? Some sort of piano map?
Was it?
Double Helix.
Oh, okay.
That's it, yeah. That one made a big splash when it was first released. Very good mapper.
I'm a big fan of Double Helix myself.
Looks like we're still trying to get people into... Oh, we still have time left. We still have time
we
there.
have about 10 minutes until the match starts. So currently, the players are hopefully warming up and getting ready for this match.
Yep. I mean, we having a warm up at the beginning of the match is kind of a courtesy. Sometimes it's a way to banter between the teams, maybe choose a meme warm up. But if you're a 7K player who's good enough to be in the World Cup, you need more than 2 songs to warm up. Fully.
Yeah, absolutely. The warm up, really, I mean, you can use it to get some extra warm up in, and I mean, often that is the case. People will choose faster, more stamina based maps to really get their fingers going, but it's often also used to get in some funny jokes as well, which is the true tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it's since we have set map pools for every round, we know before the game begins which maps we're going to see, but at least we have some variety in the warm-ups.
Yeah.
Now, I'm only a 7K player myself. I've never seriously played any other game mode, so I can't really talk on the warm-up process for that. But for 7K, the issue is cold fingers. That's the issue. It's just when you haven't played, your fingers just won't respond to what you're trying to tell them to do. I believe, I've talked to Osu players though, and they tell me you also have to warm up a lot for Osu. Standard, right? And I figure that's more of a mental thing. Do you know? Do you play Standard?
No, I actually stopped playing Standard in a very rage quit fashion a year ago about now.
That's relatable.
And but I suppose for that you want, if you play with a stylus tablet, you want your hand to be able to move properly. You want your two
Oh,
fingers
right.
to be warmed up as if you were doing drills in a mania type game mode. But
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, when you put it like that.
yeah, I feel like for everything for every type of game mode, for every rhythm game, there's a type of you really have to get your mind in as well. I mean, obviously, in cold hands is awful, but really getting focused and like getting in the zone is really important as well. Setting some time, like taking some time out of your day to actually play properly and having a session, as it's commonly referred to.
Yeah, there's an interesting mental component, I think, that you're kind of talking about this, that when you play 7K, and I mean, the relevant part here is that they're on stream, right? They're playing for the World Cup, they're representing their country, so that does a number on your nerves, right? And some people, it makes them play better. When I played in the Mania World Cup 2016, I think, sometimes I would just practice map over and over, have 20 plays on it, and have a decent score. I'd say, all right, let's go in and play. It might be a different tournament, actually. But then I'd go in, and I'd set a personal best on stream just because of the nerves, you know?
That's actually pretty much exactly the same experience I have with playing in tournaments.
Yeah.
I mean, I think certain players, this type of nerve, I don't know if it's certain because it's playing in stream or playing in a tournament setting, but certain players will be playing better actually with these nerves. But a lot of players really hate the nerves, really wish they weren't being seen doing this as well, which for them makes it harder to play.
Yeah, it definitely goes both ways.
You gotta, if you really want to be a good tournament player, you have to have all the information about all of your opponents, which also means knowing if they're a good tournament player or not due to their nerves. Which
And
you can. Okay, continue.
Yeah, right. I was saying, I think this is part of the reason why upsets like this happen. Like Argentina's upset win, partly because people play differently when they're in a tournament setting. Yeah, I mean, as far as I was concerned, as far as I think us behind the scenes, I mean, we kind of Argentina was pretty low on our rankings, but you know, I mean, it shows what we know.
Things like this happen. I mean, I can talk from my own experience in Mania World Cup 2016 4Key. We're playing for the Swedish team. We actually took down. We were unseeded and took down the high seed Germany, which I mean was very unexpected then. And well, there you go to see what nerves do for you. We are going to be looking at the room actually. Oh, and as we can see here, we seem to have the players in actually.
And if I'm not wrong, that's the warm-up pick that we already have.
Well,
do you want to pronounce this one?
Taekwondo Booty?
That was pretty good. I think that was pretty good.
Well, I mean, if it's Korean, then it was probably very wrong. But
it does look somewhat Korean, and I feel like as a Korean American, I should know this, but
well, well, I mean, if it's Taekwondo, then that's one thing, which it is. I mean, I think that's like kind of the thing about the song and the meme behind it or something like that, but. I mean, it's a God. I mean,
the game is from DJ Max. That's a Korean game too, isn't it?
I have no idea actually.
Well, I'm gonna say it is. There we go. It's Korean. We figured it out.
There you go.
So, playing for these teams, and of course we might have swaps coming out after warm-ups. We have Delaney and Mage playing for Russia.
Yes.
And Duero and Tegam playing for the United States.
Now, the only player I can say here that I know for sure is Mage on Russia's side, who is both a 7-key and a 4-key player. Well, I personally played against him in 4-key, so I can't really say talk about his performance in 7-key, although I presume that his main asset would be accuracy here, although that is just a guess, and maybe I'm very, very incorrect, and the Russian team is currently laughing at me for being very, very incorrect. Well, you never know.
I mean, 4K players, their accuracy is pretty scary, in my opinion. As the humble 7K player.
I mean, I'm mainly a 4-key player myself, and getting accuracy on 7-key is not nearly as easy either way. Actually, we're already seeing a switch from Russia switching out. Wow, I am not good at remembering who's who for Kiwi Cat. So
Kiwi Cat is also a pretty strong player, I think. What we know about Russia is that their roster is flexible. Sometimes what happens to teams in the World Cup is that they'll only have 2 good players, or 1 good player. And I'm using this term very loosely. Obviously, everyone who's lined up for this World Cup is very good already. But there's 1 or 2 players who can compete at the highest level, and then they just play every map because they're the best picks. But not so much with Russia.
No, Russia, I've actually checked about a bit of information for previous World Cups and previous tournaments in general. They seem to be very even among each other, and in their case, they will choose whoever's best for whatever song's being played.
Are you seeing this in the chat? Hi, sorry for bad English. Oh, looks like the warm-up starting.
Well, that seems to be the case.
Yeah, looks like we're starting off already with a bit denser pageants that we usually see. What I'm being told in the chat is that this is some sort of a meme map, but I've never seen it before, so...
Have you never seen this before?
No, this is totally new. Have you seen it before?
Yeah, it was ranked, I think, in 2016 or so. Maybe earlier even. And, I mean, I've heard better songs.
Yeah, it looks like currently we're not getting to hear the song, but that'll be sorted out quickly.
No music. I presume. Well...
Now, one thing we can say, without even hearing the music, is that US and Russia are neck to neck right now. I'm seeing the score flash back and forth.
So am I.
Now, this isn't exactly indicative of how the match is going to go, given that this is a bit harder than what we usually see in group stages. But, it's looking like it's going to be a good match already.
So... Wait, no. Okay, I am not going to be speculating about the lack of music.
It looks like we have some cursor dancing going on stream. Just the combination of the hit sounds playing by themselves and the mouse dancing around it's an interesting experience. This deserves to be in some sort of modern art museum. Well, there we go. We have our first warm-up over, and it's been won by Russia. Of course, that doesn't mean anything necessarily, but...
it is just warm-ups, although... I mean, I was quite... I know this, the 4-key version at least has quite a bit of long notes and quite a bit of SVs. It's not the easiest in terms of technicality, but it isn't super hard either.
I'd like to point out Kiwi Cat with the highest accuracy of the room. That's a player we're gonna have to watch out for. but solid performances all around from both the US and Russia.
Yeah. Now we'll be going into the second warm-up, which is apparently Evil Servant, Everlasting Megumin. I don't know what it is, but I know what to expect.
Interesting song. Good thing we can hear it now. Now this is United States pick, so maybe they'll take the lead on this one. I'm sure. Like, one thing that some teams like to do with their warm-ups is to choose something that favors their own team. You know, as maybe kind of like intimidation or putting their good first impression forward.
Yeah. I mean, you have a bit of choice here. Like, what do you want to do for a warm-up? You could go for a meme, you know, just be funny. You could go for something very, very, like, one-sided in terms of certain skill set. Like, you could go for something that's very LN heavy to show how good you are with long notes, or S2 to show how good you are with slider velocity changes and such. Excuse me, slider velocity, scroll speed change velocity, or speed velocity. It's being put forward.
Now as the map starts, it looks like, wow, we're having some very dense stairs coming out. You saw that, right? That wasn't just me?
God, I just realized what this is.
Yeah,
Oh,
lots
boy.
of stairs, lots of stairs. Whoa, look at those measure lines. And oh, those seven long note chords. Oh,
Unrankable.
yeah, viewers, just so you know, you're not supposed to do that, but we mappers, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Screw the players. Screw their keyboards. If they're not playing on the utmost optimal keyboard, then what are they doing?
Yeah, the reason we have this rule is that 7K presses aren't allowed in ranked maps is because most USB keyboards. Holy shit! Oh, I'm so sorry. Look at those patterns. But yeah, they're not allowed because most keyboards can't press 7 keys at once.
But I mean, I think this looks perfectly fine, and I would love to see this in the ranked category in the future.
Maybe loved. I'm not so sure about ranked.
Well, rules are made to be broken.
I usually am a proponent of breaking the ranked meta, but this one's just a little too meme for me.
I hope we can come to a compromise later down the line, but for now we'll be seeing roles and bans, which will be deciding which team gets to pick and which team gets to ban first. Ooh, and we're seeing Stupid Man jumping in on United States side, because he'll be the #1 ranked US player, I believe, and also a very skilled 4-key and 7-key player. And
a many World Cup commentator. So,
which is what I was just about to mention. And we also have Squishy coming in from United States side, another very well-rounded 7-key player.
Squishy has been around for a long time. He's been on the top of the leaderboard since I started playing. So, you know, earlier we were commentating on Russia taking the lead in the warm-ups, but maybe United States was just holding back, putting in their substitute players first. We'll have to watch the first pick and see what happens. And as we were talking, the roles came out. It looks like USA is going to be banning first, and that means Russia is going to pick first, right?
Yeah, Russia is going to be banning second and picking first, getting quite a big advantage in that sense. I mean, getting the second ban is always lovely, as If your opponents ban the same thing as you were as you were first going to ban, you could ban the second least wanted map that you wanted to play. I hope that sentence made any form of sense at all.
The gist. Alright, the bans are out. Actually, they have been out. And they are Anemone. And, oh, what was the other one? I missed it.
Well, there you go. I'm
Kikoe
gonna...
Masuka. Right, that one.
Yeah. I'm not very surprised. I'm somewhat surprised by Anemone being banned, I suppose. I mean, it does test quite a lot of different skill sets, but that does mean that Sakusen Kaigi is still open. Now, Kikoe Masuka was generally the I think it's the longest non-tie and do your best and hope that it's enough. That's just it's very, very Rice-based. We're going to the very opposite of what the last map was, which was very heavy in LN. I believe this is very heavy normal notes.
Yeah, it looks like more of a United States sort of pick. You know.
I mean, Stupid Man in particular. I know him mostly from his Lunatic Raid 2 performance, which is very, very high. He's a very well-known player in that regard, and being very comfortable with what would be called Rice, or well, more maps based heavily on normal nodes.
Right, Rice versus Noodles, right?
But everyone knows that Noodles will win in the end. However,
looks like we're starting on the second map of the round. United States first pick.
Yep.
And the United States coming out with the early lead.
Yep. Oh, and we have the thumb jacks here. 3-note jacks on the thumb, not very comfortable. Although that's why it's Cruel Shout. Ooh, there was a 5-note jack there on the thumb. Did you notice that? And as we can see, KiwiCat not really being comfortable with that pattern in particular, and Dalini as well, having dropped a bit before. And we're only a quarter. We only have a quarter left of the map. You blink and it's over.
I actually did look away for a moment, and I totally missed that pattern you were talking about.
Well, it was a 5-note jack on the thumb. In either case, so we hardly even had any room to breathe there. The map is over, and United States takes their second point, and oh my lord, the accuracy. Look at the 300, the normal 300 to Rainbow 300 ratio from Stupid Man, and only getting 2 200s. Now I know that number is very funny to a lot of a lot of us, but
I wasn't even gonna point it out.
We are gonna keep our cool here. All right.
Looks like we already have a pick from, correct me if I'm wrong, already have a pick from Russia. Sakusin, I'll let you say it.
Saksen Kaigi.
It's
criminal difficulty. Oh, I love that difficulty name. Yeah, it's so fun.
So this is that speed velocity pick that we were talking about earlier.
We'll be seeing a lot of I wouldn't call them teleports, but they are, well, as Nebret mentioned before, quite jumpy. Although, we really cannot say the word jump, can we? But we are going to be going right into it, and right away you'll be noticing that this map is not like the others.
And we're getting started.
First tricky section of the map is a slow jam with jacks on the thumb, which is my absolute favorite thing, as well as some trickily placed notes here. As well, Old Mage getting an early drop in the slow jam section, and now we are going to be going into a few very, very tricky to get proper accuracy on long notes. Slow down, speed back up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that this was a very strategic pick by Russia. Look at the picks they've had so far. First pick, all long note map. Second pick, speed velocity map, right? They're trying to throw US off guard. They're trying to upset, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like it might not be working so well for them, because they're the only ones who are missing.
Yeah. Stupid Man and Dewera holding on very, very well here on the USA side, and but Mage and KiwiCat are right above the S rank.
I've said this before, but looks like they could have practiced a little more on these speed velocity changes.
Picking if you're going to be picking an SV map to try to surprise your opponent, you really have to make sure that you've also trained it properly. You really do have to make sure that you're getting very, very good scores, because it's not worth being taken by surprise like this when you thought you were going to be the one with the upper hand.
To be fair, even if you know a map really well, the correlation between visuals and your fingers is so strong, I think, for rhythm game players, that it's just so hard to like stop yourself from playing what you see on the screen based on what you know is about to happen. And we're going to the part with a bunch of bumps. Let's call them bumps. At the very end of the map. Yeah.
We've just coined that term now, and it's going to be that's going to be stuck forever.
I think
they are bumps.
I think people have been saying bumps. I got the term from Akka, old SD mapper, but it's not very popular. No, we should call them bumps. It's a good term.
They're bumps.
Anyway, forget about bumps. It's the map is over, and the United States has just come out with their 3rd point against Russia.
And I believe actually that the Wero got a full combo. Furu combo.
Furu combo.
Furu combo. Oh god, I can't. Maybe
that was pretty good. That was better than mine, I'm gonna say.
Well, in either case, I am not Japanese, so I should probably not be making accents. Now, United States are onto their match point. Going really quickly here.
Oh, and this is United States' pick, so not looking great for Russia.
And they are going to be going for a loving trip. Going for the accuracy-based pick. So I presume Squishy is going to be coming back in alongside Stupid Man. Oh, and he's on Russia's side. Now he's on United States side.
That happens sometimes. I mean, I gotta say Russia has put up a very strong showing based on, where they're coming from a position of disadvantage. And I'm sure they'll finish this round strong.
Yeah.
I wonder how the other match is going on currently.
Yes, can talk
Brazil
a little bit about that.
Versus Norway.
Versus Norway.
Looks like this is going the same way as the match we're currently watching, with Brazil winning 3-0 and Norway on the last pick. So match point in both matches at once. We'll see if our underdogs can get a point off, or if it's going to be another wipe.
Well, we're gonna be going right into the match point here. Considering it's accuracy based, I mean, really, I feel. I mean, these are both teams with skilled 7 key players, absolutely. And really, what remains to be seen is who can be more consistent here. Because, well, if everyone full combos, then, well, it's a team with better accuracy that's going to win, and it's looking like that's going to be the United States, but there is always room for something to happen. And I believe that this is really the type of situation where if one person wins, if one person misses, the other team is going to be winning. Because, I mean, with players like this at this high of a level, they really just aren't going to be making a lot of mistakes on a map like this.
Yeah, the lead is very small. It could switch with a single drop. But it is still a lead in favor of US, and we're coming into the last part of the map, and doesn't show any sign of stopping.
Nope. Well, it really is just down to accuracy now, and well, the accuracy. Oh
Whoa!
goodness me! Squishy missing right at the end. Oh, that almost gave me
Jesus
a heart
Christ.
attack. But it isn't going to be nearly enough for the Russian Federation to bring it back. So
Just a drop for the road at the very end.
oh
Wow.
goodness me! Don't do that again, you. Oh goodness. Okay.
But there it is. United States wins their first match against Russian Federation.
Yeah, and
4-0.
4-0 for the United States. So, with that, the
Spooky miss, according to Juan.
this was the United States' first match, I believe, right? Or was it?
That's right. First match for both of them.
Okay, so we don't know the results yet, but with that, we are going to be
Believe we're going to be taking a break with just putting on some music for you to listen to until 15 minutes before the next match starts. So hope you enjoyed that match, but we'll be seeing you again soon and the match that's coming up is Brazil versus Canada.
all right. So we'll be seeing you then, and for now, I've been Venta,
I'm Nibrat00.
and we'll see you soon.
Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious life with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see. Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious life with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Osumania 7K World Cup 2018. We're going to be watching the last match of tonight, Canada versus Brazil. I'm Nivrad00, and today with me is Stupid Man.
Hello. How are you doing, Nivra?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Actually, I'm really excited for this match. I mean, these are two teams that I think I've definitely seen these two flags together before. Maybe not necessarily in the 7K World Cup, but I think 4K for sure. Some tournament like that. These are teams that have definitely historically played each other. So might see some revenge going on here. Not sure about that.
Yeah. The other interesting thing about this match is that this will actually conclude this group. Which group is it? Either way, it's the group with Brazil. Oh, Group B, Brazil, Canada, and Norway. Whoever wins this match moves on. Wait, no, that's not right. Both of these teams are going to move on.
Yeah, it's just decides
right?
first and second in the group, I think.
There you go. Will that change how they're placed in the double elimination rounds?
Yeah, I think because I've actually predicted this the bracket a bit here, and just picking off of Group B, I honestly expected Brazil to make it out pretty easily. I mean, personally, that's what I think is going to happen with this game too. But if Brazil manages to get to lose here and they actually do end up getting second, I think they end up playing, I believe, China. So I think that's already been decided. So that'd be pretty tough in round of 16, I think.
That's definitely not what they want when they start off their
double elimination.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, really the loser of this game is, I mean, I think personally they're going to be in a world of hurt if they going in a round of 16 anyways. And I mean, chances are it's going to be very likely that if China actually really puts a lot of effort into the pool, which, I mean, actually earlier, I'm not really sure if they did, but at least with round of 16, if they do, I think, whoever loses this game is really going to be working hard to get through the double elimination bracket. This is a pretty serious game coming up here.
I can't blame China for wanting to take it easy. Maybe they're busy, maybe they got other things going on, but they're gonna have to get their act together. That's right, if they want to steal first place from Korea again this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really, I think personally they're gonna maybe have a tougher time contending with Malaysia for third place. I mean, that's also going to be a really big game to look out for if that actually happens, which I think is very likely.
Yeah, Malaysia is stronger than it's ever been, as far as I know.
Yeah, really. I mean, I think, given China, I mean, I'm not really sure how consistent they are, but really, I think both teams are going to have to work really hard to place into that second or third spot. But definitely two teams to look out for this tournament.
But we're not concerned about Malaysia and China right now. Right now, we want to know about Brazil and Canada.
Yeah, so I'd say maybe we go through the rosters a bit, see which players are maybe the shining stars of the team. So I guess starting with Canada, we got Dot, and I think really, I mean, he's the player for Canada right now. He's got really strong accuracy. I mean, I think he's pretty well known for his accuracy, and he's got really strong 7-key skill too. So really, I think that can give Brazil a run for his money this match. I don't know.
Right, and also on Canada, probably going to be playing with Dot is Ansheimer, and Ven. Sound is also on the team. As far as Canada is 11th seed, right? So they're a mid-seed team.
Yeah, right around actually middle of the middle, really.
But we've seen upsets already today, so.
Yeah, and I think really Canada, even with Dot as their super top player, I think really it's going to come down to that second player's performance. I think it's going to be between Ansheimer and Ven.
Ven is coming from another game, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming from 2DX. So, I mean, I think timing would be all right, considering if he got used to the client already, but that I can't completely guarantee. And especially a lot of charts this pool that are heavily stare focused. I think Nageki no Ki is definitely a good example of that. It's going to be really tough for a player coming from 2DX to really handle that because there's such a different play style that you have to use for 7-key. And it's going to make hitting stairs really hard to time, really hard to hit, and probably hitting them faster or slower. I, for one, definitely have a lot of trouble with that, and I use sort of a much different play style than a lot of other people do.
Yeah. On the other hand, we have Brazil, yeah.
I was just gonna say about Ansimer too. I think his accuracy is also fairly good, but I've heard that he's maybe having a bit of trouble this map pool, or maybe not this map pool, but with the rest of the tournament. So we'll see how Canada goes from here on out. But I think they still have a pretty strong roster for this game.
On the other side of the room, we have Brazil with Lazarento, Keweft, Urso Manso, and Lothus. They just got out of a match where they wiped Norway 4-0, so that's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really, Brazil, I would say that they have like a really strong roster across the board. And even there's a couple players that have really like caught my attention with just this tournament alone, like in their performance. I think Urso Manso being one of them.
Urso Manso.
He's been playing really good.
I've heard his name being tossed around.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's actually like really surprising. I honestly did not expect that out of Brazil. So, really, I mean, I think he's someone to look for in this game as well. But I don't think that's to discredit any of the other players too. I think Lazarento and Keweft were like really, really strong players in their own right as well. And I think later on in the tournament, you'll see those two really, really going strong in the LN picks for a lot of pools.
Yeah, Brazil just strong all around.
Yeah, so I mean, really, this is going to be, I think, a tight match here. I'm sure neither team's going to get away with the sweep, and that's almost guaranteed. So we've got about 8 minutes till our game starts here. We've already got Dot in the lobby, actually, so players are being moved in just as we speak. We should be getting into warm-ups fairly soon here, so I guess sit tight. I don't really have much else to say. I guess we can respond to a couple questions in the chat if you like.
Yeah, sure. If you got anything to ask the commentators, go ahead.
Yeah, and also I think the commentators' command's actually a bit off right now. It's Stupid Man and Nivrad, if anyone's curious.
I'm Nivrad.
And I'm Stupid Man.
So you just got back from a match yourself, right?
Yeah. That was actually like really nervous, and I mean, like, I feel like maybe the scores, or at least like the end score, really like wasn't apparent of that, but yeah, I think Russia was actually like fairly well prepared that match, and really like last year Russia also played the USA in group stage, so
I remember that.
Yeah, and they did end up taking 2 points off of us, so we were kind of like hoping for a lot of revenge here, so we really prepped for that game.
Yeah, and you did well.
Yeah, and actually, I think Russia did pretty well too. I mean, they had strong picks. I think they actually picked really smart, like given the information they had. Like, that first pick on Iiho is like really, really strong. I think.
I saw you just nope out immediately as soon as. You saw
that. That's not my chart, and that's kind of the thing. Like they were able to pick that out, and that's pretty good of them. Actually, I think the next block, I think, is a game from that same group, which is USA and Japan. I think that's that's quite a while from now. But then the game directly after that's also Japan versus Russia to close that group out. So pretty soon here, we'll have some results coming in from that group as well.
Yeah, that's in about 7 hours. So tune in tomorrow or later today if that's what time zone you're in.
Yep. Actually, someone in chat recognizes you from FTV. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, wow. Feel the Beats.
That game being tossed around anymore.
Yeah, Feel the Beats, very old rhythm game. It's dead now.
Rest in peace. Light a candle.
Yeah, rest in peace. Press F to pay respects. Press FTV.
Press FTV. But yeah, actually, that's actually another thing about this game mode. Like, this is kind of the one thing where I think in 4-key you do see a lot of players come from like Step Mania, but not really much beyond that. I think 7-key, there's a whole load of games that so many people come from. Like there's 2DX, LR2/BMS, or even Field Beats. Like there's just so many options that people.
A few of us left.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I still talk to a lot of the old Field of Beats guys. I mean,
yeah,
it's still like there's not people coming in currently, but like the people that did come from Field of Beats are like, they're actually a really like, I think, an integral part of this community for 7-key.
Pope Gadget, I think, is the one Field of Beats player who made it big, if I can say that.
Probably, yeah. I mean, he's actually like made a huge name for himself, even with 4Key now, actually.
Yeah, he's just all around. He's also a mapper, right? He's a fantastic mapper.
Really good mapper, really good player, 7Key and 4Key. Like, he's just all around, like, he's probably one of the big guys in this community. Yeah, shout out to Pope. Anyways, 4 minutes till we get into our game here. So yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what to expect. I'd maybe say 4-2 Brazil. Just throw out an estimate.
Okay, yeah.
I still think Brazil would like win this, but I don't think it's gonna be 2-2 like one-sided.
Right, I feel that.
You got any prediction for this game, or?
I mean, honestly, I feel like you hit it on the head. Yeah, like 4-2 seems about right. Maybe 4-1. If we're lucky, we could get a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's a maybe, but it'd be pretty doubtful. I think Brazil would. It has to get pretty unlucky with the picks and bans, I think. And I guess another thing to look out for, I'm not really sure how either of these teams are on SVs. I think one thing is that, in particular, the SV map has been banned across every single game except 2, I think.
Yeah, and it was played in 2 matches, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was played in 2 matches. It wasn't
There
banned.
You go.
And it was only once. So, I mean, it's going to be a pretty rare pick, and I'm not entirely sure if we're going to see it in this game or not. But if we do, then that could really turn the table on this entire match.
It all depends on how much effort each team has put into that map, because with speed velocity changes, you just wait. Actually, is it scroll velocity or?
I'm not really sure. I
feel like we
think,
never cleared this up.
Yeah, I think in the editor, it's slider velocity, but
we don't call it slider velocity.
Yeah, exactly. Here. So considering it's Mania, man.
Well, those things.
I'm
it's all about how much time you spend on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It all comes down to preparation. So really, I mean, whoever's more prepared, I think in the end is definitely going to take this game. Or at least
our
take
friend Squishy. Oh yeah. According to our friend Squishy, it is slider velocity.
Yeah. I don't know. Juan's on the fence about that one. So.
This is why we just call them SVs.
Yeah, this is why I call them just SVs. Man. Well, all that being said, I still really expect it to be banned. Honestly, by any of the teams, though. I think whoever gets that first ban is kind of unlucky in a sense, because they have to kind of make a big decision. If you ban that SV chart, and then you have a lot of other options, at least, if that chart's already banned and you want to get rid of it already.
Oh man, apparently Canada's dealing with some a snowstorm?
Rest in peace, Ontario. Oh man, that's actually that's pretty funny. I think they should be okay though, as long as it doesn't contribute to any internet issues. Which,
yeah,
I mean, thinking back on it, whenever someone DCs or something like that happens, especially in a 2v2 setting like this, the game is over. Period.
That's right.
There is no coming back.
The rule set for disconnect, I believe, is if you disconnect early in the match, you get a chance to restart, you get your player back in, you start from the beginning. But after a certain point, I think maybe it's 30 seconds, I don't know. If you disconnect...
they cut you out, you're done. Yeah. And I mean, that point basically immediately goes to the other team. So we're getting into our first warm-up here. I have zero idea of what this is, but considering the background, I'm 99% sure this came out of Canada. Oh, and actually, I think this is a good thing to point out. Ven is, well, struggling, to say the least, on the LNs. And
yeah, wow.
If anything, that's probably just a caricature of coming from 2DX. I mean, that game is almost stripped clean of any LNs.
You know what? Yeah, that was 100% a 2DX player play right there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh,
I mean,
poor guy.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm on the fence about where this warm-up came from, considering that it's doing Well, he's given this kind of performance. Okay, yeah, this is Brazil's warm-up. All right, cool. Well, got that out of the way.
Power move by them, picking a long note warm-up against the PDH player.
Really to kind of shove it in Canada's face. Oh man, everyone here holding a 97 above except for Ven here. So light a candle, rest in peace.
The Dot is pulling ahead with the accuracy, though. If I'm, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got a pretty hefty. Well, actually, in terms of score, he's only a couple hundred points ahead of. Ooh, okay. Are we seeing a disconnect here already? That's.
It could be just client issues.
I really hope so.
Or it could be this. It could be the snowstorm.
It could be the snowstorm. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's not good.
Sounds like Dot crashed. So,
yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, that's an oof. Oh man. Well, so actually both players on Brazil currently are holding just above 96%. Ursula also, oh wow, okay, barely held the 96 in the very end, 96.02. Ven with a solid 82.54, which, I mean, considering this difficulty of chart, this really shouldn't affect the group stage map pool.
I have to imagine that.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, I have to imagine for the long note map, they're probably gonna swap Ven out, right?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind they're gonna swap him out.
It's not a great big deal unless Dot continues to have issues, and then I guess Ven's just gonna have to play.
Yeah, that's true. Because I'm not sure about Canada sports, so this is gonna be a pretty tricky situation for Canada if they can't get this sorted out. But considering it was a crash and not an internet issue, I think Canada should be fine from now on. So I wouldn't be too worried about what's going to happen to them. So we're going to wait for, I'm assuming Dot to reconnect. I'm not sure if Ansimer is going to be subbing in real quick for now, but seems like he's already got those back up and running.
Sounds good. Sounds promising.
So, not really sure what the next warm-up is. Okay, Dot's back in the lobby, so we
you
should...
see Ven in the chat? I did so well on those LNs. The game crashed, fam.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But yeah.
That's great.
That's great.
Alright, so next warm-up should be getting switched into pretty soon here. Oh, nice, there is no warm-up yet. Well then, shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'm sure they'll just link some random map and we should be able to get on with it. Oh, looks like Brazil's swapping out a player. Oh cool, we're playing Reminiscing. I actually really like this chart. This is, I believe it's ranked, unless it's something different. It's by Reba, I believe, but fairly straightforward chart. It's around 5 stars. Actually, I think this could be a good like detector of who's good at maybe not accuracy, but like stairs, because there's a lot of sweeps in the very beginning of this chart. That's, you know, it could really determine, I think, scores on songs like Nageki, etc. I'm trying to think of other songs with stairs in it. Prologue is definitely one of them. So really, I'm thinking based off of Ben's past experience with 2DX, and maybe what I'm guessing is inability to hit stairs, because that's definitely a pattern I think a lot of people in that game have like a bit of trouble with. But who knows? Maybe he's gotten out of that, I guess, phase, if you will. So you know, we'll see coming in right here. But we should be starting fairly soon. So yeah, I mean, I personally speaking, I think Brazil should have like no problem with this at all. I'm personally keeping my eyes on Ben here, because this could really like determine, you know, potentially what Brazil picks and do it first. And I mean, I'd definitely look out for this song right here. I mean, if I were on Brazil.
I think Ven is somewhat of like a wild card, I think, in this match, because having not a lot of history with Mania, we don't really know how they're going to perform.
Yeah, I mean, he already CB in the beginning, but it doesn't seem like too much of an issue. I mean, he's still timing fairly well, and yeah, I mean, okay, so he hit the sweeps pretty much fine. There aren't really like extended stair patterns here like there are in Nageki in the map, for example, but I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe maybe he'll pull back here. Oh, and then there's there's kind of the 200 rush there. So yeah, I mean, I feel like this is kind of expected. And actually, I think Dot's holding an FC. I think Dot's the only one holding an F or full FC right now, right? Or,
yeah, and with a pretty remarkable accuracy as well.
Sorry, I just realized I said full FC. Anyways.
Well,
but yeah,
I mean, sometimes it's just so full.
Yeah, so full. It's a full combo. Yeah, really got to get it in there. But yeah, I mean, right now Brazil, I mean, they both got 98s. Not really. I mean, I feel like even like a 98 on this kind of chart, where I mean, I feel like this is something you maybe see in quarterfinals. Could be wrong there. I mean, depending on how much.
16.
16? Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know.
It depends on like how the map pool selectors really decide to pick out this pool in this tournament. But I mean, I think in regards to past ones, this is probably around quarterfinals. But yeah, no, I mean, like right now, Dot's holding a remarkable accuracy, and I mean, despite all of these, this really high score set, I don't think this. I think the part that this chart dictates about the group stage map pool is like how good players are at hitting specific patterns. So like I think Zen, for example, maybe not the strongest on stairs, or really the two guys on the right, Coleft and Lazarento. I mean, I think that was just issues with maybe like keeping combo because maybe they're so used to the group stage map pool. So I still wouldn't really be able to tell much about their two scores right now.
To be fair, 2DX doesn't have a lot of stairs.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Yeah, it's mostly, well, 2DX is an interesting patterning because it's made for the piano-like layout with 4 notes on the bottom and 3 notes on top, which means that stairs aren't quite as natural as they are on a keyboard. I don't know if Ven was a controller player or a keyboard player, but a controller, well, there you go. It's a very hard change to make.
The thing is, I'm not sure, because he also plays keyboard. So
I think that's fair. Yeah.
I don't know. He would have to verify this for me, but as far as I'm concerned, I think he just plugged in his controller. He's playing with that right now. I think it's worth noting that he actually did hold a better ratio than Lazarento. So yeah, you know, that could easily change his whole game.
I mean, that's some BMS accuracy right there.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. Oh, all right. So after rolls, Canada's banning first. I'm expecting the SV chart. Yeah, okay.
I would go for the long note map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Canada has much of a choice. That's the thing. They can't risk Brazil having the SV chart prepared and then, you know, not banning it and then losing it like a guaranteed point. So it looks like Brazil actually does have it prepared. So I suppose that was actually a good ban coming out from Canada, even though. I mean, really, if they did, I think, take the time to prepare the SV chart, they would have been at an advantage trying to ban an LN pick instead. So Brazil's ban is Harajuku Iahoi, which actually is kind of interesting. I feel like that's the... I mean, for our team, that was definitely the easier LN pick out of the two. Considering, like, if we assume the other one was, I forgot the name, Kakule something.
The other one, I can't find it either. But yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by this ban too. I'm just guessing that some of their players just had problems with the specific patterns and the specific map, and sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I think maybe the releases could have caught them off guard because there's definitely some like odd sections like in the middle and the end where there's differing releases and timing it correctly could definitely be an issue, and that's totally understandable. So looks like Brazil's picking first. We'll see if they go with something, I guess, BMS related, because considering they banned LNs, I wouldn't be too surprised if they did that. I feel like if they went with something like Anemone, that would really throw Canada off. Oh, looks like they're going Loving Trip. So this is the most vanilla pick out of the pool. I mean, by far.
Starting it off slow.
Yeah, like strictly accuracy, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so Lazarento's getting swapped out, which is good because he actually did not hold a very good ratio on Reminiscing in the warm-up. So
yeah.
Loth is coming in for a swap. I think this is a reasonable pick. I mean, plus, I mean, he's got 4-key ability and he's a good 7-key player, and I think that kind of the accuracy from 4-key does kind of transfer over here. So this is actually going to be, I think, a pretty close round here. I mean, considering it's such like an easy pick. I mean, it really is strictly meant for accuracy. We can see like really close scores here.
I'm just really curious what their strategy is, because I mean, it looks like they are doing some strategy and maybe Portuguese there, but I kind of had Brazil down as a very strong on long notes. I don't know about you, but
yeah, I mean, I had them down as like strong on long notes, but specifically towards like the later pools, like when it gets really dense.
I have them down for dense, like density players, for long note players, but then they ban the long note pick and they go straight to an accuracy pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I think maybe it's that their long note players are bad at accuracy, because I think it's worth noting here that they only have one of their like main long note players, at least out of the ones I picked. Oh, Ben already CBing right off the bat. I think twice there on the LN, so that's
yeah.
It's an early miss. And if one of the Brazilian players misses halfway through, then I think Canada can come back, considering it's for V2.
It's not a very long map, however.
Yeah, so if the break happens, it happens within the next 30 seconds, or it just doesn't happen. But I think Ven's bringing it back. Dot still low, holding a 99.92. Lopez is 99.91.
Yeah.
These are okay. Wow, these guys are just slowly climbing back up, but these accuracies are just insane.
Lopez definitely a good swap on Brazil's part for the accuracy pick.
Absolutely.
He just surpassed. It's flickering, but he's right on there with Dot's level.
Yeah. Wow.
Meanwhile, more breaks coming out from Ven.
Yeah, I think that definitely. Oh, Lopez CD. Okay. Wow.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Is that enough though? I don't know. Probably not.
They still have at least 10,000 lead, maybe 20,000 lead. I don't see it coming back at this point.
Nah, it's not happening.
Well, Ven pulling it up to 99% for the ending though. So good for him.
Yeah, really. So every player probably finishing out with a 99. I don't want to curse anybody. That seems to be pretty common. All right, so finishing off, we got two SCs, Dot and Coefs. Dot with a 99.91. This score, he is an accuracy player for sure. 997 on this, and I think, wow, Loth is having a almost better ratio, minus all the 200s and 100s in the CB, but really, like,
they're very close.
These scores are very good. Yeah. Wow. So still good pick from Brazil. Winning by 20,000. So not really sure what Canada's going to pick now. I mean, they've got some options, but they're definitely not picking LNs, and they're definitely not going to go with too much accuracy base. So, I mean,
it's weird. I
think they're left with Nageki.
Left. Sure,
I think they're left with Nageki, and like that's it really. I mean, can they? I'm trying to think what else they can do. I mean, Sakusen's banned. Iho is banned. The other LN pick are definitely not going to do. They're not going to do Anemone. They're not going to do Sayonara Cruel World. So...
Oh, yeah.
They're...
When you're avoiding long notes, it's not a lot left.
Yeah, and I mean, they're... Oh, Heki. Okay, that's one. Okay, they're doing Nageki. Nageki makes sense.
You called it, yeah.
Yeah,
Good
so
call.
I mean, I think this... It's... Yeah, I don't know. Swapping in Urso Manso for Kaleft here. So I mean, yeah, Brazil's got this down, I think.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure if Canada's gonna really do good on this. I think the ending's gonna be tough. Just because there's this weird like stair pattern that kind of gets coupled with this like 2-note chord, and it tends to get pretty hard to hit, or at the very least, it's very hard to time. Personally speaking, anyways, I'm not really sure how these guys are gonna do on it. So yeah, we'll see. But I'm guessing Brazil will take this too, and then that would leave Canada with probably just Heki Reki.
Yeah, well, they only need 2 picks to get to steal a point from Brazil. So
yeah, I mean,
let's see how they do.
I think in terms of other teams, that would be definitely enough picks to take a point or something. But I mean, this situation, Canada is very, very limited. So this is kind of the pick they have to make happen, or just nothing happens at all. And that was, I think that was an early miss from Ben already.
Yeah. Jeez, he's not having a great day.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about Canada, and we've seen it over and over in Mania World Cups, is because they come from a country with not a lot of players. You have this one star player, you know, Dot. He's top 50 ranked in the world.
Yeah.
But then, like, the rest of the team are not quite at his level. So you have this thing where Dot is the best player in the match, but average top 2, and then they can't hold their own against Brazil. Although it does seem that Lotus is in the lead as far as accuracy goes, 99.95.
Yeah, this is actually insane. Wow, okay, I'm not used to seeing an accuracy like this on this chart, but to be fair, I think it might have to do with the playstyle. Like, a lot of players traditionally use, SDS space JKL, or at least that's the default setup.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like completely different from a game like 2DX where you're given like that keyboard layout. So imagine on your keyboard like Z, S, X, DC, FV. It's a completely different layout. It requires like different fingers to use. And I mean, really, it makes playing these charts a lot different. It makes certain patterns much harder. I think stairs are definitely one of them. Because I think, considering the default layout, I mean, I think we can kind of tell the difference that kind of play style makes.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Ben in the lead. I think this is a remarkable performance for the circumstances that he's in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did fine. I think his accuracy still was like pretty decent too. I mean, he got a better ratio than Arsamonso, so.
Oh, there you go. Reading from Twitch chat, looks like Ansheimer actually is here, a third Canadian player. Seems like he might be switching in soon.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe we could see Canada maybe steal a point real quick at the very end here. I mean, you know, it depends. I mean, I think it might happen for sure. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it at all. But as we get into our next pick here, I'm guessing. I mean, because I know Brazil knows that Canada's probably not feeling too hot on LNs right now, and I feel like they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I don't know what the strategy was for their first pick, the what's it called?
Loving Trip.
Loving Trip, thank you. But if I was Brazil, I would go straight to the long note, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. I'm not, you know, I'm not sure. Like,
but I mean, we'll see. They're about to pick now.
If they keep going with their accuracy setup, which is definitely possible. I mean, I wouldn't put it beyond them to do that. I'd predict Hekireki here, but
looks like Ven is saying that one of his keys is dropping.
Oh, yeah,
that explains
that
everything, honestly.
A lot of things, yeah. And I mean, also, it's another thing worth considering. Like, keys in Mania, like, I guess tend to drop somewhat often. Oh, we're actually going with pro reviews here. Okay, interesting.
Maybe Brazil's just having a little bit of fun. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, I think pro reviews is an alright pick too, actually, because this is fairly accuracy based. As long as you just don't get any 200s, which is actually like fairly hard to do.
I mean, it's easy to say, don't get any 200s.
Yeah, it's definitely easier said than done. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, in regards to then saying, you know, keys are dropping. I mean, I feel like that's fairly, I wouldn't say common, but it's not unheard of in Mania. Whereas I think in other game modes, you know, generally people don't break keyboards.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like my old keyboard, my C key got popped out, and it was so confusing because I don't use the C key in my layout.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's weird, but I've definitely seen a lot of keyboard keys popped out from playing Mania. Also, it seems like while we were discussing, Ansheimer did come in for Ven, and we are starting on Prolovies.
Yeah, and I mean, Ansheimer's actually dropping a couple 200s in the intro here on the releases, which I think is expected from a couple players. I definitely had trouble adjusting to it when I first started playing this. I mean,
his accuracy is climbing, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely
climbing. I mean, I think he's probably adjusted now, and I'm expecting fairly decent scores from every player here now. Also, just a note earlier, in regards to like the switches, I think Ben's switches broke. Not in his keyboard, but his controller, which.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Broke his controller? Oh, that's horrible.
That sucks. So.
Those things are expensive.
Kinda. It's not the. I don't think it was the actual like. There's certain switches that cost like way too much money, but I think it was a micro switch. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those aren't.
Okay.
Those aren't.
Okay. I gotta say I don't know that much, but.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, but yeah, no, that definitely requires some maintenance. Anyways, so yeah, I think all players still holding FCs here. I mean, this is actually really. Oh my God, okay, wait, this could be a Canada game here. Okay, scores are flickering now. Here we go.
They're close. They're close.
Oh my God. Okay.
Ursa's accuracy is falling to the lowest. Oh, never mind. It's. Oh, and Canada. Nope. Does Canada have the score now?
Oh my God. No, the thing is about Score V2 is that you have to build up a combo bonus as your combo approaches 400. So as long as Canada keeps an FC and good accuracy here, I think they have the win. At the very last couple minutes here,
this is it.
I think they take it. They actually
Canada's
do take
a point.
Only 5,000 point difference. Oh my God. All right. Well, they got their first point in this game, which is huge, I think. And it was on Pro Levies too. So I think they actually have a
very huge
options open to them now.
Yeah, now that they have the picks with LNs, or at least picks that aren't BMS style, open to them.
Yeah, I would say
incoming.
Yeah, man, I think Heki Reki now would be pretty risky just because the other team or Brazil has really, really good accuracy. But you know, I think Canada could actually maybe come out with a lot of picks, and they've still got that 1 point gap before game point here. So I still feel like they have a couple options open here.
Close game. But yes, Canada is going to be picking their second map, fourth map of the round.
Anemone. Okay. This is interesting because this has a couple SVs in it, but none that aren't too bad. So I think with a tiny bit of preparation, it's okay. And there's actually some LNs and quite a few LN stare patterns here. So this could be tricky. I don't know. We'll see how Brazil does on slow jams, because that's kind of another part of this chart.
Right.
Where there's a little slow section in the middle. So Ursa also being swapped out for Coeft here, which
not surprising.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision. Yeah, and I think considering the last game, maybe he's a bit nervous because he dropped quite a few 200s, and that really cost him that point. So, all of a sudden, this is a close game again. So I just want to mention, someone in chat mentioned whether or not, or which players on which team. On the left side, the two players on the left, Dot and Ansimer, those guys are Canadians. And on the right, QF and Lothus are both Brazilian. So it's going to be left and right on the screen.
The respective countries are in the top left and top right of the screen, if you ever need to check. All right, and we're getting started. This is still match point. If Brazil takes this, they will be clutching out the 2-0 win ratio. But as we get into it, scores are flickering, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, but here we come into our first quick pattern. Oh, and Answer already dropping on the right hand there. That kind of, I'm not really sure what to call it. It's not really a trill, but it's not really a stare. It's just kind of.
It's a burst.
It's like a yeah, I guess, yeah, a burst. Like it was more like a 3-note roll, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, Answer received being there. Actually, I mean, it's an early miss, so it can't be too bad. If one of the Brazilians missed halfway in the chart, I think Canada can make a comeback. So I think it's going to come down to that.
They don't have much time left. It is past halfway already.
Yeah, and I think the second half of the song is considerably easier than the first, because there's not too much preparation. It's just like one small section of SVs, and then maybe like the end is like one SV.
Oh,
like
there's
the SV.
two drops.
Oh no!
Double drops from Brazil.
Oh my, okay.
But they're still in the lead. Oh, it's flickering now.
Yeah, it's flickering, and
oh, it's gonna be so close.
4v2 score bonus. They could definitely take it here. It comes down to the accuracy. Oh,
is it okay?
Barely.
Yes, it is Canada.
Oh, they actually got the point. by 1,000,
Ooh.
less than 1,000 points.
Less than 1,000. It's 600.
Okay.
They win the song for 600 points.
Wow.
That is crazy. Oh my
That is
gosh.
crazy. I think that really all came down to Dot's performance there. Like 7 200s, no misses, no 50s, and that
Crazy, yeah.
double break from Brazil just totally ruined
It was synced up to at the exact same moment. Both Cleft and Lothus dropped a note.
Yeah.
And that was just enough for Canada to come back.
So Canada can make the comeback. This is going to be really close. And now, I mean, Brazil, I think they might have to go back and focusing on accuracy here. I mean, you know, they
got played safe.
They didn't get Pro Levies, they didn't get Anemone. Those are like the two almost finger independence charts. I think while Canada's best pick here is probably Sayonara Cruel World, Brazil needs to come back with, I think, Hekireki, because it's just between those two, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one pick left to be made after Brazil picks. Either Brazil wins, or we go to tiebreaker.
Yeah,
right.
I am so scared for tiebreaker.
How do you think?
I just like to remind the stream, sorry. I just like to remind the stream that like the loser of this game will play China in the double elimination bracket stage, and that is going to be a very, very, very hard game for whoever loses here.
Yeah, for people who don't know, China 2016 won the World Cup, 2017 second place in the World Cup, and they're placed second this year. So
yeah, I mean this. Maybe they'll they'll compare to the other guys. Who knows? Yeah, this is. I'm just. Brazil is in such a weird spot right now. Like they need to make the perfect pick here, and out of the two remaining, I think it's Hekireki. But I'm nervous. I'm nervous for both of these guys. Really, this is going to be such a stressful match. Yeah, not even saying nerves in chat here.
Has the next pick come out? Oh man.
No, I think both these teams are. I mean, Brazil definitely still thinking, but I think both these teams are
keeping us on the edge of our seats, waiting for it.
Yeah, and actually, that's the thing though. Canada can't really pick; they're forced into a pick after the song. So
yes,
whatever, no matter what, we're going to be playing Hekireki. Okay, so Hekireki first, and then Sayonara Cruel World in that order. And someone on the Brazilian team swapped out Ursa Manso. Okay, so I think personally, like I honestly cannot tell who the winner is, but I think it's going to come down to this one SV that's towards the end of the chart, where I think any player can mess up there, and especially given how Brazil double missed on an SV just like it in Anemone, that could, be their downfall. And if Canada does take this breakpoint, they can set up for a win here, and that would be really good.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I don't have words really at this point. What else to start to tell you about Hekireki? There's not a lot of long notes, so
I think there's like one or two.
Right. It's got them going and we got Urso playing instead of Kueft. Well, I don't know. We'll just have to see because we're going into the map now.
Yeah, and actually, I need to correct an error I made earlier. There is a third map they can play. Kikwe Masu Ka, I think that's the name. I can't pronounce it. Okay, great. That I was right. So that's actually a strictly LN pick. So
it looks like both teams have been avoiding that one. So
yeah, so I'm not really sure if Canada's going to pick it or not. I think they'd be safer picking Sayonara Cruel World. Still, these scores are flickering back and forth.
Yeah, wow.
Very tense. I think Ansimer and Ursa Manso both have already dropped at least 200. Every single note these guys hit, the score flickers. It's so close right now. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, now Canada taking a more convincing lead, I think.
It's a short song. Any lead is a big lead.
Yeah. And the SV coming up very shortly here.
Miss or no miss?
Right here, I think.
Alright, no drops coming out. They all got it.
Fine. Couple sweeps coming in here, but I think both teams are handling themselves quite well. And it just comes down to the holds in the very end here, and I think Canada's going to take it.
Oh,
and they do take their... Oh! Oh, they still have it! Oh,
that was scary.
My God!
Oh gosh.
That was a real miss from Dot.
The only
that
combo
was a real
break.
slider break.
Okay, to be fair, it
Oh.
wasn't a miss. It was just a 50.
It
But
was
still,
just a
the
slider,
only
yeah,
combo
yeah,
break from
still.
at the very end.
Oh, they still took it. Oh.
This is wild. We're actually seeing Canada. Let's see.
Yeah, Canada's now able to pick from 2 songs, and they're able to. They have the freedom to pick from 2 songs, whichever one they're more comfortable with, and they're on that, or they're on game point. Like this is it. If this goes to tiebreaker, though, I don't know. I don't know if Brazil can do it or not. I mean, this comes down to who can read SVs better. That tiebreaker, there's so many stairs,
Yeah.
so many SVs, and
The problem with the tiebreaker is that it's so long. Yeah, it's so long that even if you want to practice it, you got to devote like a full hour just to playing that song.
And I think considering these 2 teams, I don't know if any of them really predicted this game to be this close. Okay, so Canada does pick side our Cruel World, which I think is understandable.
It looks like they've already surpassed your prediction, though. You were guessing 4-2 for Brazil, right?
Oh yeah.
But Canada's going above and beyond, and
This is really throwing me off guard. Because I didn't think Canada would really have the lead at all this game. Like honestly, maybe in the beginning, but I thought more picks in this pool favored Brazil, and now I honestly can't tell. If Canada takes it here, they set themselves up for a really good bracket.
and poor Brazil would probably looking to get knocked down to losers in the first round of the double elimination tournament.
Yeah,
if they lose this match.
Yeah, that's if they lose. And considering this pick, I don't know. I think here it's going to come down to keeping combo over strict accuracy, and I think subbing Lazarento in was a good pick. But I still don't know if that's the best for them. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull out a really good score here, so we'll see.
This is a map where accuracy isn't, well, we're getting started anyway, but not a map where accuracy is as big of an issue. It's more about, I think, not breaking. What'd you say?
I was just saying, I think you're right. It really just accuracy. I mean, I would say accuracy in terms of ratio. Dropping 200 is going to be really huge here because that's probably going to determine really what happens to either of these teams. I think one thing to note out in the middle of this chart, there's a mini jack section and a couple double stairs, and I think some bracketing.
And double stairs, really fun to play, really hard to get accuracy on.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that could swing this game any other way. And Don already dropping a 200. I think Lazarento also did drop 200. Oh,
and Simer with the combo drop.
Yeah, that's
early drop.
Really risky. Oh man, I can't say anything just off that alone, but it's looking more and more and more like we're going to tiebreaker here because these scores are not flickering right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, Canada took Brazil. Like, this is Canada's pick, right?
Yeah.
Oh, dot dropping.
Yeah,
wow.
dot dropping, and then Lazarento dropping a couple 200s too on the mini jacks. I think.
It's
Oh no, he's
keep
still
coming.
not really recovering off that.
Ooh,
Yeah, and then he drops quite a bit there.
He's now at the lowest accuracy of the match.
I don't think that's going to do it, though, because Lothus is holding an extremely good combo and accuracy right now. I think this is going to tiebreaker. His answer is dropping quite a bit now. Like, it's almost settled here.
Man,
unless
Canada take the breakpoint, Brazil take the breakpoint, and we go tiebreaker? Who would have predicted that?
I definitely cannot have at all. Wow, okay.
Yeah, more drops coming out, but it's too late to change anything.
Lothus really was, wow. That's really good. That's a really good score from him. For sure. I mean, that's 89 300s, nothing else. 995 on that.
You heard it here, you heard it here first, folks. Canada versus Brazil, group stage, going into tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Oh, man, okay, I could not have predicted this at all. Final match of the night. Canada versus Brazil. This determines first and second seeding in the group. We already know Norway's out of this group. And this is so close. So close. We've only gotten a tiebreaker once before, I think. That was Switzerland versus...
Yes, I was watching that one.
I don't remember. I think it was...
Switzerland versus
Yeah.
Argentina.
Argentina. Yeah, that's right. That one actually too really caught me off guard because I thought Switzerland would have totally decimated Argentina because they have Lucas,
Argentina.
but then like they have to play catch up with their second and third players. So really though, they that's crazy. And then Switzerland got knocked out. So I mean this is just like that game. I feel like
Yeah.
you know, winner gets first, second gets second, except that one loser got knocked out. But here, like, I feel like whoever, like, this game will determine these two teams' like tournament performance.
I definitely on board with that. Yeah.
I'm not sure how these teams are going to do because I think it really comes down to at least if they've prepared it enough, and I don't know if they have.
And if Canada takes this, it's the second upset of the day, right? Just within a span of like 3 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, another thing to note is that Brazil, they've been top seeded before, and last year, in fact, they were top seeded, but they were eliminated from the tournament in group stage.
It was so sad.
It was almost unheard of. And
what was the teams? Who were they against? Do you remember?
I honestly can't remember for the life of me, but they had a strong roster too, which is also pretty surprising. So I mean, here if Brazil does lose this, historically it won't be the first time they didn't come out top of their group as top seed.
We are getting started with the tiebreaker, and for those who don't know, tiebreaker, it is almost 6 minutes long. It is probably the hardest map of the pool. Yes, it is a monster.
Man, I'm really curious to see how they do on the SVs because a lot of the sweeps in this chart or the stairs are just I cannot hit them. I mean, our team practice.
You can't hit them?
Like, I can't hit them. Our team practice forbid. I'm not on our team's roster to play this chart if we do end up going to tiebreaker. Like, that's how tricky this chart is for me. So I am curious to see how these other players do.
We get a moment to rest at the beginning. I need to breathe. I'm getting like really worked up.
Me too. Man, this...
I guess it's worth saying that Brazil has the lead right now, but I mean, with the easy part, it's here's the first SVs. The scroll velocity changes.
It seems like both of these teams have these SVs down, although these aren't necessarily the hardest ones, and they're definitely bit set readable, but as long as you know the chart anyways. But Anthem already dropping a miss. I think I have an idea of what Brazil is doing here. They use Lazarento for the last map, right? The Sayonara Cruel World.
Yes.
They did swap in Ursamonster specifically for the tiebreaker, and he seems to be doing very good, or at least holding his ground very well. He's doing better than Ansemer. So I feel like maybe he was on backup practicing this chart, because that would definitely give Brazil a bigger advantage here.
That makes sense.
And the thing is, I mean, he's holding an FC too, despite having only 98% accuracy. He's still definitely doing way better than Ansemer here. And after that first section, I mean, it only gets harder in this chart.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was a drop on an easy section too.
If I say, he's probably feeling... Well, earlier he did say that he doesn't feel nerves, but he is... I'll see if his performance picks back up.
Honestly, despite maybe not feeling nerves earlier, I would definitely feel nerves at this point because this match means so much. And especially it coming down to the very last point, like, that's huge. And Brazil just showing no mercy here. I mean, they are just Ursamonster missing once, but twice, even then, that still does not trade with the amount of misses Canada's gotten so far. And I think it only benefits Brazil that they got those two misses right in the same spot, because based off score V2, like, misses that are close to each other or misses that are early in the song and very late in the song are usually rewarded better over because misses that are like right in the middle.
You don't spend as much time on low combo.
Yeah.
Well, we got at the long coming in. Brazil in the lead by how much would you say? 30,000?
Something like that, yeah.
35,000. Not looking great. More drops from Ansemer.
Yeah, I think it's approaching 40,000 now. I mean, this is halfway through the chart. It would have to take Lothus an incredible amount of misses, like periodically throughout the chart.
Lothus is just destroying on accuracy.
Yeah, he's definitely got this chart practice. So I honestly, I would say he's the MVP of at least the last couple rounds of this match and maybe the whole game. Honestly, he's been playing really good so far, especially his accuracy in the beginning. Like he's just shown that he's really fit for definitely this pool and I think this tournament.
Yeah, Lothus wasn't on my radar before this match, but now I see he's definitely a player to reckon with.
See, the thing is like, he's on my radar for 4-key, not 7-key. So
Right.
This is really more interesting to me now because actually, I would say the same with Ursa Monso. I knew him and Lothus both from when they played MWC in 4-key, not 7-key. So this is all like these are all new players to me, and these guys are going insane right now, and they're really showing their worth this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like they are. It's not looking good for Untimer.
Yeah, I think this just came down to Brazil having more practice with this chart, which really surprises me because I'm surprised they had the backup plan to practices even if they went to tiebreaker, because a lot of times people don't practice tiebreakers because they just don't expect to go to tiebreaker.
I mean, like, if you have to like measure out your time, right? Then you have a certain amount of time each day to practice. And are you gonna practice the one you have like a 1 in 10 chance of playing, or the one that you know you're gonna pick?
And I mean, even then, I think 1 in 10 is an understatement because considering these two teams, I would say like there's almost no chance of going to tiebreaker. And
I'm almost wondering,
like, it's crazy.
I'm wondering if they had played Antimer instead of Ven from the start, with him being stronger on the long nodes. Could they have had this one?
Potentially. I think, well, the first two picks they had were Nageki and Loving Trip. And those aren't necessarily long note charts, and I would say more so accuracy. But considering, I think, the lead that Brazil had on Nageki wasn't, like, too huge given the amount of misses that Ven got. So I think at least Nageki would have been close. I think Brazil still definitely would have gotten Loving Trip, but I'm not so sure about Nageki.
Or, alternate kind of timeline, what if Ven's controller wasn't messing up, right?
That's true too, yeah.
But now we're getting to, this is the end of the tiebreaker, and Brazil has won the match.
Yeah,
they're 4-3.
They've secured a very good spot in the double elimination bracket, and Lothus just, this score is hard to beat. That score is hard to beat, for sure. And wow, what a game!
What a game! Oh, and let's not forget to mention Lothus full combo, 99.4% accuracy.
Yeah, no, that's
crazy.
That's an unbelievable score. Wow. So that's
GG's coming out.
Gonna be the end of the game. Yeah, really, really, really good game. Brazil winning that. I mean, as much as I thought Brazil would win, I didn't think it would come down to this.
Well, that's all the matches we have for today, so we're going to be wrapping it up pretty shortly.
Yep, I don't have much else to say. So looking at Group B, now that the results are finalized, we have Brazil on top, then Canada, then Norway. Really, I think good performance from a lot of the teams. I think Norway really put good effort into this tournament. So really, I'm pretty satisfied with the results of that group. So really nice. Anyways, I don't have much else to say if you'd like to close it out.
Sure. I'd like to say that if you want to catch the rest of the group stages, tune in at 2 a.m. UTC. That's, how far is that? That's about 4 hours from now, 5 hours?
6
hours? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm confused here. Anyways.
Yeah. It's later. Check the wiki. It's on the Twitch page if you scroll down to see the schedule. We're going to be watching Japan versus US and Australia versus Chile. But for now, I've been Nivrad00.
I'm Stupid Man.
And thanks for watching. Rhythm is a click away or something. See y'all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mania 7K World Cup for 2018. I am Lusty Platypus, joined with the Toaster.
Hello, how are you doing tonight? Well, I guess it's more of an afternoon for you, but for me it's night, so...
Yeah. Today we're going to be doing the group stage, Australia versus Chile.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting match, at least I would hope. I believe Australia is the low seed, and I'm not sure about Chile. I'd assume they're mid-seed, but I'm not completely certain.
Top?
Oh, are they? Okay.
Double check that. Yeah, so Chile's top seed, they're the 5th seed overall, and Australia is mid at 15th seed overall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the other team in their group is Sweden, who are the bottom seed at 22nd.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess this could be a close match regardless. I think we've seen pretty consistently that the teams made for 7 key, even between the top and mid seeds especially, have been really, really close in terms of overall skill, especially now that it is in a 2v2 format rather than the 3v3 that most of the other World Cups, or the 4v4 that the standard World Cup uses. It really allows the teams that don't have quite as many players as the others to still stand out and show off their skills and give the higher seeded teams worry about, as opposed to what might have happened if it was 3v3.
Well, we've definitely seen a lot of kind of underdogs perform quite well, especially Argentina. I believe they actually beat Switzerland.
Yes, they
and
did.
managed to go through groups.
Yeah, they brought them to tiebreaker and won as the low seed in their group. And we even saw in the match Canada versus Brazil that a mid-seed Canada was in the lead against Brazil, which was the top seed, 3-2, and just barely ended up losing after being brought to tiebreaker. So anything can really happen in these matches, especially when we see matches like between the top seeds and the mid seeds.
Yeah, so definitely not out of the question for Australia here. Though Chile is also extremely strong of a team, even though they're only 2 players. So it's not going to be an easy one for Australia, but I don't think it's impossible.
Actually, are they the only top-seeded team with only 2 players, or are there some other ones with only 2 players?
I think they are the only one with 2.
That's pretty impressive, I'd say. I have definitely, I'm somewhat familiar with Scallon and Gonzalez's skill in general. So I obviously know that they're very skilled players, but it's more of the minute details of whether they're good at specifically LNs or whether they're stronger at it than other teams, or whether they really just shine in the accuracy and speed department or and whatnot.
Yeah, I think Australia has a bit of inside info because Chile's already played their other match versus Sweden, so they could have already looked at the MP links to kind of know where the strong points are. But Australia hasn't played a match yet, so this is their first time showing on the group stage maps so far.
Yeah, and for anyone who's wondering, there are 2 matches going on in this block. It's this one, Australia versus Chile, which we're about to get into the warm-ups for. And then the other one going on at the same time right now is USA versus Japan. So, and once these 2 are over, which will be in about an hour, that'll be the end of this block, where we'll be waiting another 8 hours or so for the next block of matches to start.
Yeah, so it's a fairly short section here.
Getting into this warm-up for Australia versus Chile. I don't know who chose this. Chile, given how well they're performing already on it. We can already start to see why Chile is top-seeded in this. The fact that their accuracies and combos are staying so strong in a map this densely packed, with this densely packed chord stream, is definitely showing why they deserve the seeding they got.
Yeah, really showing here. Obviously, a map like this is a lot more difficult than what we're going to see at the group stages, which is why we're seeing the players on the Australian side struggle quite a bit.
Yeah, so this is indicative of what's going to happen in the map. It gives you an idea that Chile is kind of a bit of a step above Australia in terms of overall skill in 7-key. At least these two players specifically with us from Australia, since we haven't seen the other two.
Yeah, I think Sankansuki is a bit more on this level, but maybe his accuracy not as good for the earlier stages. So if Australia goes a bit further, we might see him appear a bit more often.
But they've got to make sure they can fight through Chile and Sweden, make sure they can get past groups before they can even think about getting to the higher level stuff.
Almost coming to the end of the first warm-up here. Evius actually failing out.
Kite's almost failing, getting down to below half of his HP. But like we said, this is much, much harder than anything that's in the actual group stage pool. So this won't give an accurate representation of what will happen. But that was the first warm-up, and we should be getting into the second one. I don't know actually who's won. Well, I think the last one was Chile's, and we're getting now into Australia's warm-up.
Yeah, I think that would have been Chile's. I don't think that Australia would have picked that, because obviously they struggled quite a bit on it.
Interesting song choice for the second warm-up.
Yeah, I believe this one is Australia's warm-up here.
Anatan Strelka. This one will likely be a bit lighter in terms of overall difficulty, so maybe this will give a more accurate representation of what we might be seeing in terms of like matchups when it comes to the actual, match after the warm-ups.
Yeah, sometimes playing specific warm-ups to kind of gather information could be a good idea. I think we've seen a bit of that in a few earlier matches where players would pick really heavy long note charts to kind of see where the other team stands on those types of patterns.
Yeah, and I mean, it can always be a good idea if you want to gauge information about your opponent, especially if you don't know anything about them. Like, I think it's especially useful if you pick something like anti-meta, if you want to call it that. Like, say, a full-on release chart that maybe isn't too difficult, so you can see how the opposing team is able to do on something like that and gauge whether or not you feel comfortable going with a chart like that in your initial choices.
Yeah, combine that with kind of the ban choices that the opposing team makes, and you can do a fair bit of information gathering on where your opponent stands, even if you know kind of nothing about them. So it can be quite important if you want to make it that, but some teams kind of just pick whatever they want to have fun.
Yeah, that's true. And if the only unfortunate part about trying to gather information about a given team is that if you're trying to figure out information based on or about, say, their SV skill, which isn't particularly important in this group stage pool or in this map pool in general, since there's only one SV pick, and if the team is uncomfortable with it, they'll just ban it straight out. But if you're trying to gauge how good a given team is at that, it's pretty hard to do just from a warm-up. But I guess that's where the ban analysis comes in, where you might decide, hey, they banned an SV chart, maybe they're uncomfortable on this stuff, and then you go with one of the other ones in the pool, for example.
Yeah, it's not an exact science, but it can be good for kind of estimation. We're seeing this chart is quite a bit more simpler than the previous warm-up.
This one likely just giving Australia an idea of the overall accuracy of Chile, but also giving them an opportunity to get used to the accuracy-based play that we'll be seeing from the group stage pool.
It actually looks fairly close in terms of accuracy. Both Scarlet and Kites actually missed at exactly the same time then.
Yeah, but I think it's pretty clear that Chile in general has higher accuracy. Both players on Chile being about 0.5% higher than their respective Australian.
Evios actually holding a combo there, which is interesting.
The only one holding the combo right now. Scum dropping again. Actually, scores are pretty close right now, given the accuracy difference. Seeing as Australia's a bit, kind of behind. Although, with that drop, I feel like that lead's probably just going to increase.
Yeah, it's likely going to increase a bit more now. This map, I think, is also just a tiny bit harder than the group stage as well, given the density.
Yeah, it is a little bit harder, but it could still be useful for just, getting yourself in the mood of playing these, or getting your fingers used to it, I suppose.
Call it a warm-up for a reason.
This is also notably a bit longer than every map in the longest map in the free mod choices is 2 minutes 38 seconds. Having any map over 3 minutes, as this one seems to be, will not only just give you an idea of the consistency of yourself and your opponents, but will make your stamina more capable of, holding on to the shorter songs that you'll end up playing in the later match.
Yeah, most of the maps are around the minute 50 mark, or 2 minutes-ish.
And some of them are even, barely over a minute.
Yeah, I believe Heki Reki is actually only 8 seconds over a minute.
Although something interesting is that both of the warm-ups that we've seen from these two teams didn't really focus on anything specific skill-wise. I guess they weren't LN focused, or but obviously Chile's was more speed oriented, speed and chord streaming oriented.
Yeah, a lot
but, we don't really have an idea of the LN skill of either team just based off of these warm-ups. So bans might be interesting to see. Obviously, I'd expect the SV map to be banned, since that has been a relatively popular ban throughout the entirety of group stage. But the other ban is kind of up in the air, I suppose.
Yeah, it's kind of curious to see where. I think whoever bans first is probably just going to ban the SV pick and kind of not look back on it. And then we'll see where it goes from there. It probably depends on which team has the second ban.
Ooh, 25 roll from the Australians, and Chile. Scotland rolls 69. Nice. So Chile wins the roll. That means Australia bans first. Chile gets second ban and first pick. So you might expect just Australia to ban straight up the Sorry about that. SV pick, and then have Chile ban maybe a long note map. I know in 4Key they weren't particularly comfortable with long notes, so maybe they'll just go with the Kikoe Maska or the Iyohoi ban. But the first ban does come out from Australia, which is Sakusin. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure what map that is.
Sakusin is the SV pick.
Okay. Yeah, so exactly what we expected. And then, as I expected, Chile bans Kikoe Masaka. So, the SV pick, and arguably the harder of the two main LN picks, has been banned out. And I guess the 1 minute 8 second song, I guess that is what I'd expect to come out from Chile, given their performance on the first warm-up. But
Actually going to go for Camellia Prolovies though,
yeah,
which is more of a general pick. There's not any particular skill. It's kind of similar to the previous war that Australia just had, which they won on, so it kind of makes sense.
Frogbees in general has been a pretty popular pick overall. It kind of is an all-rounder, if you might call it that. It has some nice technical elements, some sweeps that can be pretty tough, but also some interesting LN play that comes in. And overall, if you feel like you just can outclass your opponent in just a bit in everything, you might end up with a huge lead on a map like this.
Yeah, so all-rounder skill set coming into play for this pick. Coming from the Japan versus United States match, we actually have, I believe the first pick, Japan losing to United States by 1,128 points on Heki Reki.
Really close match, but US does end up taking that, so... there's, I believe, Evios. Oh, they were trying to switch someone out and they started.
It looks like... That's weird.
So I'd assume that's just going to be an abort, but I'm not sure. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
They wanted to switch out... the Australia wanted to switch out one of the players for Sankansuki. I'm sorry.
Sankansuki.
That is... Thank you. Wanted to switch him out and didn't get enough time, or were prematurely pushed into the match. So, had an abort. We'll be getting into this, though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly on the accuracy from Sankan, but we'll have to see. We saw Evios having quite good accuracy, but not quite good enough to catch up with Chile, so we'll have to see if Sankan can make up the difference there.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe there's also the... Suki just feels more comfortable with the varying patterns like this. Like, this is definitely a map for a player who's well-rounded in general. And Scalum already finding a break. This is going to give Australia at least a bit of a lead right out of the gate. And actually, the accuracy lead is already well in favor of Australia, which is a very surprising start.
Yeah, it looks like Sankan's actually filling that gap that I was just talking about with the accuracy. He's holding 99.7 kind of early on, so nothing too major yet, but we'll see if he holds it throughout the long.
And honestly, if they can keep at least relatively good accuracy like they are right now and avoid dropping combo, they might be able to just steal this point away from that simple mistake that Scala made early on.
Yeah, it looks like Scotland's actually having a few 200s kind of here and there as well, which isn't really helping either.
Yeah, and actually the accuracies of these two teams are extremely close. Scala matching Kites, or just being just above him, and Sankansuki being just above Gonzalo. But that difference from that miss is really showing right now.
Yeah, even with the miss though, it is still quite close considering. We'll have to see if Australia can hold on to the accuracies here. It looks like that no one's doing any major drops, but Kite is slowly
There's a lot of
dropping
flashing right now.
Yeah, it's still
Chile does
really
have
close.
a small lead now, even with that break, which is kind of surprising, though it was at the beginning of the map, which is arguably one of the best places. And Kites with a miss right there is going to seal that, or likely going to seal that in favor of
They have to
Chile.
take something really extreme here, and it's not going to happen. Looks like Chile's going to take the first point on their own pick there.
Despite the early mistake by Scalum, they were able to hold themselves together for the rest of the chart, whereas Australia wasn't quite able to keep it there.
Yeah,
The
just looking at
difference...
the
you
ratios.
can really see that Sankansuki, Gonzalo, and Scalum all had relatively comparable ratios, but Kite's fallen a bit behind, and then that miss on top of it.
Yeah, and also the 200 count coming into play as well.
Yes, and the bot does say it's Chile's pick, but it is Australia's pick. The abort kind of messes with the bot that we use for this. So Australia's next pick, maybe they'll end up going for like Iyohoi here. I don't know how comfortable Australia is with long notes, but given that Chile already banned a long note release chart, Iyohoi seems like a solid pick, and they do end up going for Iyohoi.
I think that Kite's pretty confident on LN. He definitely was for 4K in general. And I think Evios might also be a confident LN player, so they might see him swapping in.
Yeah, I mean, like, usually when we're talking about Mania and a player plays both 4-key and 7-key, it's hard to compare the two different key modes and how the skill sets, like, connect between the two. But I think long notes is an interesting one to bring up, because if you're good at long notes in 4-key, you at least have some amount of finger independence, which is something that's extremely important for 4-key LNs, and something that's also very, very important for 7-key LNs. So usually, if you can see a lot of comparisons between the long note skills of 4-key players and then their ability, and then tying that to perhaps 7-key. But although what you see more often is that being good at 7-key can lend itself to being good at 4-key long notes, just because you already have that foundation of finger independence that you get from just playing 7-key in general.
Yeah, looks like we're not going to see Evios swap in. It's just going to be Sankan again. Might just be because of accuracy reasons, because Sankan's accuracy obviously compares quite well to the Chile players.
Yeah, and right at the beginning we're seeing accuracy is very comparable, but Sankansuki already finding a break now.
That's
2
very
breaks,
difficult.
actually.
Oh, that's not good for Australia. It's going to be really difficult to come back from that. They're going to hope for, I think, they're going to need quite a few breaks from either both players or a lot from one player to come back from that.
Oh, but Sankansuki just doesn't seem very comfortable on these long notes, and Kite's also finding a break on the LNs. Australia does not seem to be particularly comfortable with this pick, probably just assuming that Chile wasn't very comfortable on it at all, and hoping that they would end up making more mistakes than they would. Gonzalez did break earlier, but just him breaking will not be nearly enough for Australia to make a comeback in this map.
Yeah, they need Skalm to break quite a lot and a lot of accuracy drops to happen, but I just don't see that happening right now, because the map's about halfway through and Skalm's still holding a 99.58 accuracy and the full combo.
Some small accuracy drops coming from Skalm now, dropping down to the 99.3, but Sankansuki and Kite's both dropping at the same time, which is just going to extend the lead that Chile has right now. An interesting update from the other match as well. USA versus Japan. US did win their next pick, but Japan has won their first pick, bringing it 2-1. And
so close match there.
Yeah.
The match is pretty interesting because the first map was decided by about 1,000 points, so it could really be 2-1 or 1-2 either way.
Yeah. But with that, Chile does take their second point in the match. But going back to sort of talking about Japan versus the United States, that sort of reminds me of something I said earlier before the two matches even started, where a lot of the teams are just really close together in terms of skill, and we can already see clearly that in the Japan versus United States match, where it's a top seed versus a low seed, that really anything can happen. Mistakes can be made by teams, especially in these group stage maps where mistakes are everything. One miss could mean the difference between winning a map and losing it.
Yeah, the combination of the short maps, so there's less notes to hit, and also the fact that there's only 2 players now, a single player can single-handedly decide the outcome of a match if they make mistakes often. So
and I mean,
any miss that you have is really kind of amplified a lot more than 3v3 with 3-minute maps, for example.
And I mean, it's not even just as that. When you look at group stage maps, a lot of the time not a lot of the time, every time they're consistently the easiest maps of the entire tournament, and they're at a difficulty at which most, if not all, of the players in the tournament can handle at a very high level. So even low seeds will have a major opportunity to take points from even the best teams because the skill gap at this level of play is so much smaller than when the map pools get to the point where they're like semis or finals level.
Yeah. We're going to see, I believe, Australia picking Nageki no Ki here.
I believe this was actually Chile. This was
it Chile?
Chile's pick. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. My bad. This is the faster map of the pool. It's, I believe, the fastest at 191 BPM, other than the tiebreaker, which is just a bit over 200.
And back to the Japan versus United States match. Japan takes a break point off of the US. It is now 2-2 in that match.
Neck and neck at the moment. Some really high scores also coming out from the players there. MVP blasted at 990K.
But if we look at this current match we're looking at, Chile does come out to a small lead at the moment. Sankan's a bit weaker accuracy than everyone else.
Quite close here. It's only Sankansugi's act that's kind of lacking a bit, a few 200s here and there.
Ooh, but Kite's starting to drop a few 200s in this faster section. Actually, everyone's starting to drop a little bit of accuracy, but Chile is definitely holding up stronger than the Australian team.
Yeah, that score difference is just getting a slight bit bigger as the match goes on. And the accuracies on the Australian team just dropping a tiny bit more than the Chilean side.
Though something interesting to note is that any amount of breaking can determine this match. Even though Chile seems to have a pretty solid lead, they're still very close together, meaning a drop could just mean everything. And like
they're dropping Sankan there.
Yeah.
I think that's going to seal it for Australia unless something extreme happens. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Chile takes their third point, and going back to Australia's pick, they are now picking for this match. They gotta hope that they can somehow take something from Chile if they want a chance.
It's difficult to know where to go after that. You play like the speed map, and you see that the accuracy is just still on point, even on those faster maps. You see LN, they still did quite well. So I'm not too sure where you go after that.
Looks like Australia's going to go with Loving Trip, the easiest map in the pool by a bit of a margin. Yeah. It's just slow, basic streaming chords. It's a very vanilla chart, as some of the other commentators have mentioned. I guess this is a pretty good choice in terms of just Australia needing something to bring themselves back into it.
I think if anything, I would have gone for this.
Yeah, and if I bring up what I was saying before, where the easier maps in a tournament will cause a smaller skill gap between lower and higher ranked players, and as the maps get easier and easier, that skill gap just starts to get really, really small. So going with something like Loving Trip in the case of Australia will allow them probably the best chance and the smallest difference in skill at this level between them and Chile.
Yeah, I think Australia just has to hope that they can hold on to the accuracy, avoid the 200s. They had to focus really hard. It just because it's a simple map doesn't mean you can't drop on it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of something you sometimes hope for, is that even on the easy maps, your opponents sometimes will break, even if they're the best team in the world. There's always the possibility that breaks can happen, and one break on this map might be enough to just give the opposing team the lead.
Yeah, the tournament nerves could come into play. We're seeing Gonzalo actually dropping a bit of accuracy at the start there, which gives Australia a tiny lead at the start.
an update from the Japan versus United States match. United States does win that next map, which was Japan's pick, bringing it 3-2 in United States' favor and on United States' pick, so they have free reign on whatever they want to play. But anything is still possible. That could be a tiebreaker match waiting to happen. But looking at this match again, there's a bit of an accuracy discrepancy between Scallum and the other two Australians. That small amount of accuracy improvement giving Chile a very small lead, about 3,000 points right now.
Yeah, Kite's dropping a bit of accuracy there.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
from
a
Kites.
miss from Kites. Not going to be good for Australia. That might end up being a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, the tournament knows.
Who would be playing more.
And also the lead's just getting bigger and bigger here. And the
it's
match
hard.
is so short.
It's hard to see a team like Chile dropping this late into the map too. Even though we have said anything can happen, it's not particularly common. So, and with that, I think Chile is going to take their 4th point in the match and winning their match against Australia. And since Chile already played against Sweden earlier on, I believe they won against Sweden. That means that Chile is guaranteed the number 1 spot in their group. And when Australia and Sweden face each other in their group stage match, that will be determining the second player to move on into the bracket stage.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Australia, it just wasn't quite enough. Although they might have a bit better luck against Sweden. The accuracy seems quite strong though.
Yeah. Definitely a strong performance. Congratulations, Chile, for winning. Australia still has another match, so they still have the opportunity to make it into round 16. But we are going to switch to Japan versus the United States. As we were talking about it, 3-2 in favor of the U.S. right now in Harajuku, Iyohoi. Currently, I believe U.S. is leading in it.
Yeah, I'm just switching over right now.
All off of the back of a miss that was by Ausen. But the accuracy is very strong on the United States side, with Ausen also being 1% behind both of the US players. Though it is interesting to note that Quisalid 4 has higher accuracy than both of the United States players.
Yeah, it looks like there was actually, it might just be on my end, but it looks like 2 of the players dropped. Oh, never mind, it was on my end, it just updated. I had people on 900 combo.
Yeah, the only one on 900 combo right now is Ausen. So he missed earlier on in the map. But Quisalid following up with a miss of his own, giving the US a massive lead now.
Yeah.
Coming to the last quarter of the match.
Not looking too good for Japan here. The lead's just getting larger and larger, and it looks like both the US players holding onto their combo quite strong. There is a bit of accuracy, Quasid is holding on quite strong comparatively in ACK, but the combo difference, it makes up a small percentage of the score, but it's still relevant. Another miss there.
Yeah, Japan, despite putting up a very good fight on the map, on 2 of the maps before, US does take their 4th point and winning this match, which actually I believe concludes this group. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
I know the US is done. They're now 2-0 in their group. So Japan and Russia still need to play each other. And since both of them lost against the United States, this is Japan versus Russia is another match that will be determining the second player in this group to move on to the round of 16. But with that, that is the last match of this group.
Yeah, it is the last match. The next match is at 11 o'clock UTC, which is...
That's in 8 or 9 hours?
Yeah. I can't do math. It's about 8.5.
All right, yeah. So we will be coming back on stream in 8.5 hours. What match is starting in that one?
Let me just quickly check. It will be Indonesia versus Malaysia.
All right.
And I believe also the other match for that group, Russia versus Japan.
Okay, so those 2 matches will be coming up, and then streamed will be 3 other matches right after in that same block, which will be Philippines versus Italy, France versus South Korea, and Poland versus Indonesia. Or as some people like to call it, Poland versus inverse Poland. But yeah, with that is the end of the group. It has been a pleasure commentating with you. Congratulations to the United States and Chile for winning their respective matches, and good luck to all of the teams in their future matches, since all 4 of the teams that we watched will actually be playing in further matches, whether that be in round of 16 or in the case of the losers, they still have group stage matches to go, which actually do determine their fate in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you all for watching. Make sure you tune in 8.5 hours, and I'll see you then. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Mania 7-Key World Cup 2018. I am Lusty Platypus, and I am joined with Vento today.
Hello there.
Today we're going over the group stage yet again, this time with Indonesia versus Malaysia.
I believe this is the top seed versus the mid seed of this respective group.
I believe it is. Yep. So Malaysia is the top seed, coming in at the 3rd seed overall, and Indonesia is the mid seed, coming in at the 13th seed overall.
All right.
So, what do you think is going to come out of this match? Who do you think is going to take the match?
Fairly certain that both of these are quite obvious.
I think we're having a bit of connection issues with Vento at the moment. Are you here, Vento? Alright, we'll see if he comes back a bit soon. Well, looking at the match right now, we can see that Malaysia has a really strong team right now. They're kind of looking if they can be... They're probably going to be a strong contender for finalists in the top 3. As for Indonesia, they're a little bit worse than their last year's team, missing a few players. However, they're still a really strong team, especially for long note style patterning and those O2 jam style maps. As for players on the Malaysia side, we have Krylin, My Idiot, Z Yuan, and Chiwi 10. And on the Indonesia side, we have Raze, Project C1, Lino Sama, and Rizal Pramana. As for matches we have today, in terms of the ones being streamed today, obviously we have the Indonesia versus Malaysia one currently. Coming in later, we have Philippines versus Italy at 12 o'clock UTC, France versus South Korea at 13 UTC, so 1 o'clock, and Poland versus Indonesia at 2 o'clock UTC. And also, at the same time as this match going on, we have Macau versus South Korea, and the Russian Federation versus Japan.
So we should be seeing one of the team's warm-ups, which will be Pink Gold, which I believe is a very long notes based map.
Yeah, it definitely has that kind of sound. And we're just seeing some of the players fill out the slots here, and we could be going underway just on the hour. Looks like we'll be starting anytime now. Anyway, Bento, now that you're back, who do you think is favored in this matchup here?
Well, I'd have to go off the seeds here and say that Malaysia is favored, although I believe Indonesia was one of the stronger mid seeds, and as I'm sure has been repeated many times by a lot of commentators when we're actually going into the first warm-up here. This tournament features so many strong teams that there's really no telling for certain matches, because every team is so strong in their own right.
Yeah, definitely. Especially because this is a group stage, so just the seeding alone, it might not accurately determine like a team's particular skill set, especially for like these more accuracy-focused kind of maps, I'd say.
This is actually Indonesia's warm-up. And as we can see, this is very, very long note based. Siwon on Malaysia's side being the only one having dropped so far. Although Rizal Pramana on Indonesia's side seems to be having a bit of issues keeping up his accuracy compared to the rest of the players. Although the combo here, or not having dropped, I should say, is giving Indonesia a bit of an early lead.
Yeah, it looks like the accuracy discrepancies from Rizal Pramana is actually contributing to Malaysia getting a bit of score back. But it is just the warm-ups again.
But it seems like Malaysia has I'd like to say Malaysia has a bit of a score advantage now, but it is very small. Oh, and Race actually does drop, which means Malaysia will be taking this the lead for now.
Yeah, this map is actually quite long, and compared to the rest of the map pool, or compared to the map pool rather, a lot of the maps in the map pool are about 2 minutes long, at most 2 minutes 38. So we won't be seeing maps that are quite this long, so maybe consistency in these later parts might not come into play.
Yeah. Our Race is actually holding the best accuracy even after having dropped. Oh, and Cryolian, who I was just about to mention, you must have noticed that and thus dropped, was holding 99% as well, without a drop, but, well, you know what happens. Now holding below the 99, so now only Race is above 99, and Indonesia took the lead back when Siwon, or our Sayuan, I'm sorry for that dropped a little while back. Race now holding over 1000 combo.
Yeah, it looks like this pick, it's not as difficult as some of the other warms that we've seen, but it could be something more of a scouting pick for the kind of LN skill of the Malaysian side. Maybe to get a bit of insight there.
Yeah. Or they, just wanted to listen to something comfortable.
Yeah, it could also just be for fun, but you never really know. approaching the last section of the song here. Almost finished. And then we'll be moving on to Malaysia's warm-up. Getting a bit denser on the LNs, I think, towards the end here. Seeing a few drops. And Ray's dropping the last LN.
And a bit of a back and forth in this first warm-up pick, but Indonesia does win their first warm-up. Or their warm-up, I should say. And now we are on to Malaysia's warm-up, which will be Nexus, which I... Oh, never mind. Okay, Slip O.
Yeah, Slip O. Looks like it's from Sidus.
Yep, that would be the case.
Well, we'll see if there's any player changes for the warm-up, and we should be going underway with Malaysia's warm-up anytime now.
Seems like, I'd assume that during this time, as Cryolian and Sion race and Rizal Pramana stay in for their respective teams, I'd assume that the other members are currently warming up behind the scenes and getting their fingers ready for some action.
Yeah, that generally is the case. Unless some player in particular is experiencing some difficulties. We're going to see Chiwi come in for the Malaysia side.
Oh, okay. Chiwi wants to get in on the action. Ooh, and we're seeing a switch from Indonesia's side as well, so we're seeing Project C1 jumping in on that side.
It's fairly interesting. Looks like the players are getting a bit more information, or just kind of joining in for the fun of it.
And another switch from Malaysia. Who could it be?
There's only so many players. And two of them have already been. I wonder if we're going to see the full roster in the warm-ups here.
The height of excitement.
The tension.
Who are they switching in?
Any moment now. Hopefully none of their players have accidentally disconnected or anything. There's no major problem.
Yeah. I had a problem when a few years back, quite a long time ago now, where I was playing a match of a good old game called Team Fortress 2, and I accidentally hit the power button to my PC.
Looks like we'll be starting
without one player. I hopefully they they aren't having the same issue as I did back in 2012.
It's Chiwi versus the world now.
Let's see if Chiwi can bring this back to Malaysia, even though it's very unlikely considering Mania's score system. etc., etc.
You never know. You might see the double play. Oh, it looks like
Here we go. Malaysian, or well, it's my idiot or Malaysian idiot is coming in. Although after the warm-ups have started, question mark.
I think they might be going back to lobby. Ah, yeah, they're restarting it now. Oh, it looks like we're having a few problems with players in general.
Well,
we had a Malaysian idiot join and then Chewy leave.
well, maybe Malaysian idiot will be the one to
Solo carry. Well, as you can see, Malaysian Idiot is actually using the flashlight mod as a preference in a style of play, as opposed to such as in the standard gameplay, where it would be considered more difficult. In Mania, it's not actually considered more difficult, and it doesn't actually give a score multiplier either.
it's in Mania. It's a preference whether or not you prefer playing with a mod such as Hidden or Flashlight, and well, not quite as much Fade In, as that actually is very, very difficult for most players. But Hidden and Flashlight are more of a visual modifier that if you would prefer to play with a screen that's less cluttered, you would probably turn on either Hidden or Flashlight.
Yeah, it helps players focus in on a specific area rather than having to look at the whole screen if they have trouble focusing. It does mean that they play on a much lower scroll speed, though. As you can see, if you compare Malaysian Idiots to, say, Project C1's scroll speed, you can see basically the same amount of information in like a tenth of the space.
Yeah, as you can see, Malaysian Idiot is also the only player still holding a full combo. I am so sorry.
The timing, the curse is real. It's right at the end as well.
Well,
The one miss.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
as we could see, it seems like Project C1 did struggle a bit to hit those jacks, which a jack is a recurring note in the same column at a. Well, I don't think it needs to be a particularly or a particular speed, but generally it's quite fast. So
yeah.
It seems like Project C1 does struggle with that type of patterning.
Yeah, obviously a map like that is a bit more difficult, and by a bit I mean a lot more difficult than what we're seeing in the map pool today. So not necessarily indicative of how the performance might be today, but it is showing how Malaysian players might perform much later on if they manage to get that far.
Yeah, and now we are going into roles and battles for this match, and I can give a small recap of the roles and battles for the other matches. Actually, the match between the Russian Federation and Japan. Japan has actually already won 1 point on Nagiki no Ki over Russia, so that is currently on 1-0 to Japan. In Macau versus South Korea, Macau banned Harajuku Iahoi and South Korea banned Saksen Kaigi. And in the match, here we have the bans for the Russian Federation versus Japan as well. Russia banned Hekireki and Japan banned Saksen Kaigi.
Yeah, it does seem like the SV pick is definitely a popular ban, and it's one of those maps where if you don't ban it, you pick it. So it's it's kind of naturally going to have that 100% pick ban rate, or close to.
Yep.
It's very rare that you have a match where it's not banned and not picked.
Although we'll probably be seeing some matches like that later in the tournament when the map pool gets larger. Guess. Oh, and now we have the bans for Indonesia versus Malaysia as well, which is let's see here. Malaysia bans Saksan Kaigi and Indonesia bans Kikoe Maska, which that the Indonesia ban surprises me a bit, considering they picked an LN map for warm-up and is now banning the one of the LN maps outright.
Yeah. That is actually quite strange. I also think they are also O2 Jam players. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that is quite strange. It might be because they think Malaysia is just stronger overall on those long note picks, and they might be trying to go for something else.
We also have a bit of a recap between Macau versus South Korea. South Korea just won their pick on Nageki no Ki, so that match is currently 1-0 to South Korea.
We're going to be seeing our first pick here.
So have a switch on Indonesia's side, switching out, I believe, Project C1 for Lino-sama.
We're going to see the first pick. The Loving Trip? No, not Loving Trip. Harajuku Iahoi.
Harajuku Iahoi, which is,
I'm not good at that.
I'm just showing off my weeb knowledge, you know? But I believe we are seeing a switch on Malaysia's side, switching out My Idiot for Chiwi 10. I believe. He's one of the... I mean, obviously Malaysia's full of notable players, but Chiwi absolutely is also one of the highest ranked players in the game currently. Which...
Yeah, very high ranked. I think number 5?
Around that mark, he is obviously very, very notable player. And we are going into our first map of this match, barring the warm-ups. And this is, I believe... I want to say this is Malaysia's pick, but I am not 100%.
I think it was Indonesia's, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I think Indonesia banned second.
Oh yeah, they did. And they banned the other LN map. Anyways, as we can see, an early lead is going to Malaysia purely because of accuracy, although, as we can see, the player struggling to hold accuracy here is, comparatively, is Raze, actually, who was holding very good accuracy earlier, but Lino-sama on Indonesia's side is holding an accuracy very close to those of both the Malaysian players.
Yeah, it looks like the score difference right now is solely from Raze slightly slacking behind, although the accuracy is still really good. It's just not quite enough.
Ooh. A 200 from Lino-sama, dropping his accuracy just slightly below around what Malaysia had, but now we're going into the chorus, so we might be seeing some changes here as the releases get increasingly tricky.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of accuracy drop from Raze. He was building up a bit and went back to the 99.3 mark where he was. We're seeing some drops from Krylin as well, dropping below that 99.6.
Yeah, only about a quarter left of the map now. If nothing surprising happens, then this will be going to Malaysia's then this this map will be going to Malaysia.
And then it will be Malaysia's pick. It looks like Chiwi still holding that strong act. It hasn't dropped it that much at all during the chorus. Dropped a 0.01% just then.
All these players holding quite well over 99%, but drops from both Lino-sama and Chiwi right at the end. Now, you can't do that to my heart. Nevertheless, that won't be changing the result. If only Chiwi had dropped, then there would have been a potential for it to come back to Indonesia. But looking at Chiwi, only getting 1/200 and that drop at the end, an extremely impressive accuracy. Cryolian getting a very good ratio between his normal 300s and his Rainbow 300s, but not quite a strong 200 count. And
yeah, it looks like we're going to see Malaysia go straight into their next pick, Nageki no Ki. One of the fast maps in the pool at 191 BPM, and also quite streamy as well.
This, I'd say, is the most stream-based map of the map pool.
Yeah, it's definitely the fastest, aside from the tiebreaker, which is just a little bit faster.
So I should probably mention a normal 300. The difference between a normal 300 and a rainbow 300 is that a rainbow 300 is somewhat more accurate than a normal 300. Now we'll see on score V. Now on score V1 for Mania, both of them counted towards 100%. So if you only got normal 300s and rainbow 300s, you would end the map with a double S. But in score V2, only the rainbow 300 counts as 100%.
Yeah, so getting an SS on score V2 is a really, really difficult feat. Not quite impossible, but in a tournament setting, it's very, very unlikely that you're going to see it.
Yeah, but that means that the day it does happen will be very, very exciting. But we are going into our second map now, which is going to be Malaysia's pick, I believe. Nageki no Ki, Underjoy is insane. Oh, that sounded like I said Underjoy is insane. You never know. But as we'll see right from the start, this map is filled with streams, staircase patterning, and quite, I'd say, an uncomfortable speed to be doing these types of streams. They aren't super fast, but they aren't super slow either. So you have to kind of, it's kind of an, you know, it's simply uncomfortable to stream at this speed between your fingers and actually still hold accuracy. But it seems like none of these players are actually struggling a lot to hold accuracy, and we're seeing Race with extremely high.
Yeah, that's actually the highest I've seen on this map up to this point. It's dropping quite a bit in this faster section, but it's still way higher than... Oh wait, no, Chiwi's actually got way higher than that as well, and he's still holding it as well, 99.91.
Oh boy, they've been trading their accuracies back and forth, but Race is now in the faster section, dropping quite a bit of accuracy.
Even phased. He's still at 99.9.
Oh. Well, I suppose we understand why Malaysia decided to pick this map.
Yeah, even just dropping slightly below now, but all the other players at 99.5-ish% accuracy, still really good accuracies, but Chiwi just stepping up the game to that next level.
Going into a bit of... I'd call them trills as a 4-key player, although...
Yeah.
Not sure. Chiwi dropping 1-200, not gonna give him a big setback in his accuracy department though. And Malaysia's lead is getting increasingly, just getting larger and larger. Although,
coming into the end section here, something really major has to happen here, and it doesn't look like it is.
So, Malaysia taking their second point on Nageki no Ki. Oh, he got no 200s. Oh, Chiwi, that is what we call a V1 double S, but it is V2, so that does not count as a double S. However, that is still an incredible score. His Rainbow 300 to normal 300 ratio as well was absolutely incredible. Especially, I mean, this is even on 4-key, which I would call which I would say is a lot easier to act in compared to 7-key. Obviously, that's just my experience. That would still be a very good ratio, and he did that ratio on a 7-key map filled with streams that are uncomfortably slow.
Yeah, it's a difficult pick to get such a high accuracy on. I don't think I've seen a score like that in the other matches that I've commentated. There might be one kind of in in another match, but not that I know of. I think that's the highest we've seen so far.
That is a very, very impressive score from Chiwi. Now we are going to see Indonesia pick again. Maybe I should give a bit of a recap on the other matches. South Korea is currently up 3-0 to Macau. And Macau will be picking next in that match.
Yeah, it looks like Indonesia is going to go with an accuracy pick, Loving Trip. Probably the easiest map in the pool.
Yeah, that's actually. I'm actually surprised they're going for an accuracy pick, considering what they just saw Chiwi do on a non-accuracy pick.
Yeah, definitely a strange pick, but I don't really know where else you could go in a situation like this, considering how Malaysia flexed that hard with the accuracy there, and we banned out LN and SV in the ban phase.
But we could be seeing here, I mean, it's been looking like Malaysia has had one player far above the rest and one player, well, not far above or far below, but they've more been a bit, they have high valleys and high mountains, high valleys, but Indonesia is seems to be a bit more consistent, so maybe they're hoping that they could just edge out the lead here.
Yeah, it looks like the early lead going towards Indonesia. A little bit of accuracy drop from Cryoline, but nothing too major yet. Ray's holding on to that 99.92.
Chiwi having not quite as strong accuracy as earlier. Ooh, and a big accuracy drop from Rizal Pramana is not going to be helping them out. And when we say big, I mean obviously he dropped from 99 to 99, so it's not like
the biggest accuracy drop imaginable.
Yeah.
Well, but in this match, anything could be fatal. I mean, 1-200 could be all the difference, especially if these teams are really consistent and have practiced a lot. And we're seeing that act difference, that 1-200 that he got right now is quite literally making the difference in score.
Yeah. Now Chiwi and Race are very close in accuracy. Cryolian as well. They're all fighting among each other, but fortunately Rizal Pramana is a bit behind the rest of the pack. But there is still room for anything to happen here.
Yeah, the score is actually super close despite the 200, as Rizal Pramana actually builds up that accuracy again, and Raze is actually holding quite strong, actually dropped quite a little bit, and the Malaysian team still building up, so that accuracy difference is getting slightly bigger. It might actually be the case that 1-200 is what decided it.
Going in some bracket type patterns towards the end, but with that, Malaysia will be taking their third point. And
I think it was just 1-200. Oh, it was a bit more than one.
Well,
4-200s, but still.
3 very impressive accuracies here. Cryolian getting below 100 normal 300s. But you're going to see Malaysia now up 3 points. They only have to win 1 more point to win this entire match. And actually, it's on their pick as well.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in. It lets you pick something that you're really comfortable with. And we saw Malaysia's other pick, they were really confident on. So it could be bad news for Indonesia here.
Yeah. Also, South Korea just won their match 4-0 against Macau. So congratulations South Korea for that win. And Japan just won their match 4-1 to the Russian Federation. So congratulations to Japan.
Yeah, so this is currently the only match still going.
Oh, and
looks like we're going to see an enemy get picked by the Malaysian team here.
Yep. So this is the... They are probably hoping to trip up Indonesia, considering this is one of the hardest maps in the map pool. It does test quite a lot of things. It has relatively fast patterns, lots of brackets, lots of long notes, and a few SVs just to trip you up if you aren't quite prepared. So, and they're actually switching in My Idiot, despite there being SVs in this map, although I suppose when you are very comfortable with your flashlight mod, certain SVs, the SVs in this map are not particularly difficult, but they are still there. But so I don't think they're a big problem for.
It depends on how much you've practiced, really.
Yeah.
I think for these SVs, it wouldn't actually take too much practice. Maybe 1 or 2 goes until you can get it down to an exact science.
But we'll be going into it here now. Malaysia's pick, match point for Malaysia as well on Anemone.
And we can see Malaysian Idiot actually bringing in the flashlight.
We have been informed that while he is a flashlight main, he does actually play no mod as well, quite well apparently. So it's not like he has to play with flashlight, but he does choose to do so.
Yeah, despite that though, we're actually seeing quite a bit of accuracy drop from both him and Rizal Pramana.
Yeah, in those
the early stages.
in those streams, both Rizal Pramana and My Idiot did have some issues, although Chiwi does seem to be carrying the accuracy from Malaysia's side, and Race is not quite as comfortable. Can't quite keep up in the same
and we can
way.
definitely see the difficulty of the map showing here.
Oh,
even
a
Chiwi.
drop from Race from a single note in the calmest part of the song. That is not going to be helping out at all.
Just about in the middle of the map as well. I don't think he's going to get back to 400 combo. He might just get there, but the damage is already done. I think it's going to take something really extreme here.
It seems like he's also still not quite comfortable with these streams either. Not quite keeping up combo.
Yeah, the slider velocity changes, they're not tripping up any of the players. Yep, no one getting tripped up by that. It looks like that's going to be 4-0 to Malaysia.
Yep. So congratulations, Malaysia, for taking this win over Indonesia. Now, again, looking at these accuracies, obviously, Rizal Pramana, even though dropping a bit in the beginning, not bad at all, actually.
Yeah,
my Malaysian Idiot, quite strong as well. 9 200s, no 100s, and Chiwi 1 200, just casually. Like, what's the big deal, right?
No big deal, yeah. just plain mania.
Yeah. It's like, well, congratulations to Malaysia for winning this match. So, let's see.
That is currently it for the matches that are on for the 11 o'clock UTC block.
Yep. Now, we will be back 15 minutes before the next match starts. Oh, actually, we have the results for Group A, which means that the United States and Japan will be moving out of Group A into round of 16, and unfortunately, the Russian Federation did not manage to make it into bracket this year, but hopefully they'll be getting another chance next year.
Yeah, so in the next block, coming up in about half an hour, we're going to see Sweden versus Australia, Philippines versus Italy, and Macau versus France.
And being a Swedish commentator, I obviously have the preferred winner of the Sweden versus Australia match, and my co-commentator here being an Australian.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is not the match.
Not biased.
It's being streamed.
But yeah, we'll be definitely keeping an eye out on the recaps that we see coming in.
Yeah. So the next matches will be in about 27 minutes, and we'll be back 15 minutes to before those matches start. And I suppose we'll be seeing you then. Or wait, what? Oh.
Yeah. We're gonna fill in the time. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So if you guys have in the chat any questions for us while we wait out the gap here, feel free to shoot them towards us. Just tag OSU Live. So while we're waiting for the stream, sorry, not the stream, the questions to come in, what do you think? Hashtag no bias. What do you think for the coming up matches?
Well, let's see. So we have for Sweden versus Australia. I mean, Sweden is the low seed of, or the unseeded of. Do we say low seed or unseed in this? I'm not quite sure, but in any case, that's the role they have. And Australia is the mid seed for their group.
Yeah, they are the mid seed. Yeah.
So, I mean, I can personally say that the Swedish team is a bit stronger than you'd expect. I mean, they are the 22nd seed out of 24 teams, but I think that I think they're a bit stronger than you'd expect. I'm not quite sure about Australia, but I'm sure you could tell more about that.
Yeah, I think the accuracy department is quite strong. When we were up against Chile, we were almost there, but not quite. Right. So I think they have a really strong fighting chance, especially in these earlier stages. As for questions in the chat, we have from Potassium F, who will win MWC and why is it Australia? Well, I just kind of explained why. We're the accuracy gods from downtown.
Well, we'll see if that gets you any further than the next match.
Oof.
All right.
Puffbuck asking, who do you think will win the whole thing?
Do we say it or?
Well, sure, yeah.
There are a lot of strong teams. There obviously, but this is Mania World Cup in the end. So, what can we really say? So, a running joke is that second place is the true winners, but well, it's probably,
we all know. Yeah, it's probably going to be South Korea.
It's probably going to be South Korea, but you never know.
Yeah,
sometimes surprises happen. Sometimes a certain team takes 2 points off of South Korea in the group stage. Albeit that was in Forky.
Yeah, but that is part of the reason why the 2v2 format is quite good for 7K. Not only because it's kind of a low player population, but also because there are some teams like the Chile team who only have 2 players and otherwise wouldn't be able to exist. And those 2 players are really strong.
Yeah, Macau as well has one extremely good player, and they're another 2-player team. The other player I don't believe is quite at that level, which why they are at the 23rd seed out of 24. But obviously, their star player is a star player.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be South Korea. That's the crowd favorite, probably, I'd say, and the favored horse. But that doesn't mean that upsets are not possible.
Yeah.
Just because it's the favored horse doesn't mean that, there's no competition.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of mentions for Italy here as well. Now, Italy is a very, very interesting team, too, as they recently... I mean, they have 2 players who are above 100, or who are ranked. Do we say above 100 or below 100? They are in the top 100 players.
Yeah, there we go. Easy.
With Yomiel and Happy Overjoy. Now, the second player I just mentioned, Happy Overjoy, is quite an interesting one. As he relatively recently joined the game and improved extremely fast. I may or may not have introduced him to Mania, but in either case, He's an extremely good player, which is why Italy managed to get a top seed ranking for this tournament, albeit only having 3 players with Yomiel, Happy Overjoy, and Radius, I believe. And they will be playing against the Philippines. Now, let me just look up some more information there. Oh, the Philippines is a 2-person team with Arquinolivirus and Cielo Day 05. Now, I'm sure that first name really... I'm sure a lot of players will recognize that first name. Arquinolivirus is an extremely good player. He's comfortable in a lot of different skill sets, and I believe he is... I'm going to be taking a quick look. Let's see here. Arquinolivirus, also a top 100 player, is ranked currently 93rd in the entire game. Now, as they are only a 2-person team, the second player might be struggling a little bit more. He's actually a top 200 player, so he's still absolutely not a pushover.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that kind of theme popping up, where we have a lot of 2-player teams who, despite being just 2 players, still a team that you have to be afraid of. The disadvantage, though, is that those 2 players have to be playing every single map, so they have to be good across the board if they want to perform.
Yeah,
the 4-player teams have an advantage there, I think.
Now, I mean, this is a match between a 2-person team and a 3-person team that we're going to be seeing. So, I mean, I believe this would mean that the Philippines are the highest mid-seed, I'm guessing, considering their ranks are so high. And Italy having... I think they generally had higher... I mean, Happy Overjoy and Yomiel, I believe, around 70, both... I believe both are around rank 70 or some such. And Arquin being 93rd, and Cielo Day being 195th. And then Radius on Italy's team being not that high ranked. Although I'm sure although obviously is a great player in his own right, being able to play in this tournament in the first place.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The disadvantage from having 2 players it won't be apparent as much in this group stage, since it's fairly easy to be competent in all these skills across the board if you're a good enough player. But I think it will definitely come into play later, especially when the maps become extremely tiring and you have to play on and on and on, and there's no one to take over.
That's in that sense, Italy could have a bit of an advantage, considering they have 3 players, so they could switch someone out if they need a rest or a break from nerves. And looking at their 3rd player now, Radius, he's actually ranked 325th, so obviously not at all a pushover, not in any sense of the word. A very high ranked player as well. Although, I mean, obviously we could talk about ranks more in detail and what they actually mean, but
for now,
in either case, he's a very good player.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the 2-player teams perform later on as well. But for now, they seem to be putting out fairly good results. Chile, obviously going, I believe, 2-0 in their group.
Chile.
Yeah. So they're performing quite well. So we'll have to see whether or not Italy and potentially Philippines, depending on how they go in the groups, perform later.
Yeah. How come there's only 2 players in Philippines, but in Italy there is 3? Now, this is due to there being I mean, not all countries are as large on Mania as other countries. Some countries only have 2 players who can and are interested to play in the first place, and that is the case with Philippines. their strongest player Arquinol Virus and their second player CLO Day 05 might have been the only two, presumably the only two players who were qualified to play in this tournament who registered. And it would be the same for Italy, although they had 3 players who were qualified and registered. Now, the max team size is actually 4, and for certain teams will actually have more than 4 players who register. Then one team captain will be chosen by the tournament staff, and that captain then chooses out of the players who registered who will be representing their team, their country. So that's
there's
why.
also a few. It's not like everyone can sign up for the World Cup. There are a few restrictions. I believe they're outlined on the wiki.
Yeah,
or at least they were during signups.
Yeah.
So you can have a look at those. But there is a rank requirement and some other things as well.
Yep.
Which explains why some countries might not have as many signups as others. But the minimum you need is 2.
Yeah, the minimum you need is 2 players because it is a 2 versus 2 tournament. That gives a bit of a disadvantage since you can't take any rests. Both players have to always be playing everything. Both players have to be comfortable with everything. But it is still a good opportunity for the countries that otherwise couldn't have participated if this was a 3v3 or a 4v4 tournament. I am personally, I'm a fan of the 3v3 setup myself, but obviously that is not doable for all tournaments.
Yeah, it's really a numbers game, and maybe some other considerations that come into play. There's bonuses for both sides, and there was also quite a bit of discussion there as well earlier in the. It would have been last year now. But if you guys have any other questions relating to either the tournament or Osu as a game in general, feel free to chuck them towards us.
Or us, you know?
Yeah, or us. We have people. We promise.
We're interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely, absolutely. And I guess we should mention again that I am Vento, and
I am Lusty Platypus,
which is the best username in all of those. It actually does sound...
asks, what's you guys' shoe size?
I don't know in which measurement, because if I were to say that my shoe size is 43, I hope you'd realize that that is not the same measurement that you would use in the United States or maybe British. That's a European shoe size.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't have huge feet.
Mine's like 11 in whatever the heck Australia uses.
Oh really? Oh, that's interesting.
I don't even know anymore. I've given up. We use meters for everything except for height, in which case we use feet and inches.
Wait,
And
what?
Yeah,
For
I don't
height,
know.
why?
Because people like saying they're 6'1". It just, I don't know, it makes them feel better.
I mean, I'm 175. See, if you say it, if you say it like that, it's like, oh yeah, I'm 175 feet. What? Someone says. No. Well, seems like there's some disagreement.
I mean, I kind of lied. We use both, but...
Oh, well, there you go. I thought I could trust you.
No, but we use meters, but like everyone, when you ask how tall you are,
Well,
you'll get like a split. From my experience.
This is the country where everything wants to kill you, so I.
Oh yeah. Who can be like bothered?
Who cares? We're about to die anyways. You go outside, you die. So why you stay inside, you die. Some crazy spider kills you. So why even bother?
Well, I got a question. which is better, Melbourne, Sydney, or Perth? Obvious answer is Melbourne. Easy. Totally not because I live there.
Question to
No, no, bye.
Question to both commentators: how much do you like "Bang Bang Bang" as a song? Kami, you're trying me. Bang 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 from Silent Siren. Good, classic, very Moe style song, you know. Don't mention that name around me again.
No comment. How hyped are you about Poland versus reverse Poland match? There's a reason why it's the last match.
I'm very, very, very hyped for that Indonesia versus reverse Indonesia match. I think it'll be great. Let's see. Ooh, what in your eyes are the biggest differences between how 4-key and 7-key are played outside of the obvious? I think there's a bigger focus on technical patterning in 7-key. Obviously, when you have 7 fingers to think about, rather than only go for... I mean, there's such a huge pattern variety in 7-key that doesn't really exist in 4-key, that there's less of a focus at getting very fast and very accurate, and more being able to do some of the absolutely crazy patterns that are out there. And I mean, obviously, with a game like Mania, you get faster and faster and faster as you play. That is kind of, in a way, the point. And in the end, you want to just get faster and more accurate. But nevertheless, 7-key has this huge pattern variety that doesn't exist in 4-key.
Yeah, another thing I think I see a bit more than you would in Mania 4K, is that you see players kind of specializing in specific like play styles as well.
Yeah, there is
you see a lot of 4-key players kind of just being like, yeah, I'm good at everything ever. But you see a lot more like BMS, O2 Jam players style of mapping.
Yeah, in 7-key, the noodles versus rice discussion is a lot more apparent than it is in 4-key, where you would noodles versus rice. That's meaning noodles being long notes, a map or maps full of long notes, such as what you would find in a game such as O2 Jam, although rice being normal notes, which you would find more in games such as Lunatic Rave 2 or BMS, where players come from both of these games together here in I think OS is somewhat in a midpoint where players will come from both BMS and O2 Jam and duke it out in like this type of arena, this mixed arena.
Yeah. It's just like a mix of everything.
Yeah. And we have...
And there's also
SPs.
a lot of development on our end, I think. I'd like to think as well. But yeah, those are kind of the main things that stand out, other than the fact that it's literally 3 more keys.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, usually the most optimal would be using your index, your middles, your index fingers and your middle fingers, as well as your ring finger and one or both thumbs. I believe certain players will use like both thumbs somehow.
Yeah, those people are way beyond my thought process, because I try, like I consciously try to use 2 thumbs, and it just doesn't work.
It doesn't. I can only
doesn't work out.
I can only use my left thumb, and I'm right-handed, which is, I mean, I don't know how No, actually, I do know how I ended up doing that, considering I used to play, as I mentioned earlier, actually, I played TF2, where you jump a lot, and you would use WASD in space, so I just got used to using space with my left hand. But I know a lot of Mania players will, of 7-key players, will be using their right thumb, and essentially my right thumb is unusable for Mania. It's very, very, very not good.
We have Lee in his clips asks, what modes do you normally play? If you want to answer first.
Mania. I mean, I'm.
Yeah.
It's the only mode I play nowadays. I
Yeah.
quit standard about a year ago. Or well, that makes it sound like I've only played Mania for 1 year. I played Mania for about 3 years now, but I entirely quit playing Mania a year ago. Although I've been with OS since 2012. There you go.
I mostly play Mania. I do play Taiko as well. Not as seriously though, kind of just as another thing. And the same's with Standard. I don't really play Taiko and Standard too seriously. I just kind of play them for fun, really.
Yeah.
And see the kind of things that I can do.
See, I mean, I get that for fun thing, but for me personally, first, I don't have fun actually playing the other game modes, but Mania is just so fun for me that I would not need any other game mode in the first place. I really have fallen in love with VSRGs, as they're called, vertical scrolling rhythm games, as Mania and such games are, and it's practically the only type of game I play nowadays at all.
Yeah, there's a few people I think that are kind of in that area where they just play these types of games all day, every day, and those are the type of people who, you know, get really, really good at these types of things. Well, it looks like the players for the Philippines versus Italy match are actually in the lobby right now. Looks like they're just about ready for the warm-ups when we hit that 11, I think 12 o'clock UTC time.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we should be watching the Italy versus Philippines match.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be quite a match to see.
Yeah. Looking at this list we have here, and right below is Sweden versus Australia, and oh, how I want to click on that, but we are going to be staying with Philippines versus Italy here.
Not yet.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see. I have to
We had
say
to see through the recap, yeah.
it's unfortunate that you won't be seeing the warm-up Sweden have in store for Australia, but hopefully some other time.
Yeah, the warm-up meta is serious business.
Serious business.
Although I don't think I have had any match where it's like a full-on like SV nightmare warm-up yet.
No, I don't. I mean, that depends on if you're going. Like, you could be going for an SV map that is an SV map, or something that's full of SV nightmare but is also a meme.
Yeah.
If you're doing the first one, you're evil. If you're doing the second one, it's fine. Now, you could also pick something such as Japanese transformation against a player who cannot play Japanese transformation as an answer to someone picking an SV map as warm-up. This may or may not be my own experience. But very soon we
wow,
are
that's
going
highly
to be...
specific.
And I could also mention that this was about 10 months ago, I'd assume. So I'd leave it to you to guess who was the player who couldn't play Japanese transformation.
There we go. That's today's riddle.
But 2 minutes, Philippines versus Italy, and we are going to be seeing some really interesting action here. And so you can see straight away, not sure if you guys are seeing this right now, all the viewers, but on the Philippines side, we currently have Arquin Olivares and Happy Overjoy, and on Italy's side, we have CLODO5 and Yomiel. Now, I'm not sure that's correct, but, you know, maybe we're seeing a bit of a switch up here.
There's been an edit at the last minute.
Yeah, actually, Happy Overjoy just moved to the Philippines, and Cielo did the opposite move to Italy. It's
Yeah, it was
obviously the situation here. Yes.
Well, we'll have to see if they fix up that the slotting issue there. I'm sure they will.
They seem content.
Yeah, they seem happy where they are.
Yeah, you know.
You know, I always saw Happy Overjoy more of a red anyway.
Yeah.
It looks like we're just a minute away.
Ooh, and I am
starting the
getting
warm-up.
very, very excited for this match. We have some real giants duking it out here.
Yeah, some really, really good players here.
This is not a match you want to miss, guys. All right, let's get the hype
Hopefully
on.
it's really close. Then it
Come
goes
on.
to tiebreaker.
Show your support for the player you want, for the team you want to win here, guys. They're gonna need your energy. I wish we could have a drum roll here.
Yeah, does anyone have like a drum on hand? Or like a soundboard?
Oh boy. We have Philippines versus Italy, guys. Come on, let's show your support here. Arquin Olivares and Cielo Day versus Happy Overjoy, Yomiel, and Radius. Although obviously it's
Yeah.
a 2v2 and not a 2v3.
Yeah, and
Two small
obviously
teams.
the two higher seeds are of the group as well.
Yeah,
And I believe Philippines the highest mid seed of them all.
yeah.
So it's almost as if it's two high seeds battling it. Almost.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say almost. I would say this is essentially two high seeds duking it out because of how good all of these players are. Like this match, I'm quite certain won't end in a 4-0.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah.
After how much we hyped it up, it'd be quite awkward. Yeah, we could be starting any moment now.
Oh, it looks like we're finally gonna be switching up the slot issues.
Yeah. It's happening.
Oh, look. Song name for the first warm-up will be Awaken the Power. Everyone is using this. Really awakening their powers for this match. New power,
Yeah,
7 key
chance
power.
out. We're about to see a new level.
Yeah. Everyone's unlocking the... You know, oh wow, I kind of want to make a Naruto reference here. You know, there. You know, the scene when Rock Lee removes his
Oh yeah,
yeah, his like weights from his legs and stuff. Imagine that's what these players are
yeah.
gonna
They
be
take
doing.
off the finger weights.
Uh huh.
It's serious time.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing some real action here. It's just like my Japanese animes.
The banter in the chat room at the moment. Well, looks like we're just about ready to go underway here.
Oh, I was just about to read one of the things from Chad and then I realized that it was not appropriate at all. But it was close. You almost got me.
Dangerous.
Yeah, you never know what's gonna happen. I'm also sorry for
You gotta,
coughing into the microphone just now. I do have to apologize for that.
it looks like we'll be starting with the warm-up. First
Heavy
warm-up
breathing.
for Philippines versus Italy.
Ooh, it's gonna be a bit long note heavy, this one. I believe Arquinol Virus will be the one to look out for in a map with as many long notes as this seems to be having. Now, I know Happy Overjoy has been practicing long notes as well. We have quite close contact, but I'm not sure how well he will be performing. I mean, so far it's just start of the song. We'll see how hard it gets.
Yeah.
Obviously,
both the mentioned players actually have dropped so far.
Yeah, well, see, maybe that's because I mentioned them.
Yeah, you just start naming names that they just miss.
You wanna try? Want to see how well this works? Both Cielo Day 05 and Yomiel are still holding full combo.
No way!
And Yomiel drops.
It's real, dude. All the downers are just like holding their head. They're just like not like this.
Want to see how this works? Well, looking at Arquin, he's also holding a very high combo now.
Ooh, will it happen? Oh well.
I think if it passes a certain time, it's not. It doesn't really count anymore, does it?
Oh well, we're like 3 for 4 so far.
I mean, if you gotta, if you're gonna curse someone, curse during the warm-ups.
Yeah.
Right? So you don't actually ruin someone.
Well, we're seeing this map actually get a bit more dense and away from that kind of long note focus.
Cielo Day actually still holding full combo. Now, let's hope he doesn't.
Oh yeah, well, we'll see how long this lasts for. Looks like the curse is not at full effect anymore. We've used up all the power. We have to rest for a bit.
I have to charge our mana.
Yeah, we had to do a short rest. Oh, looks like Yomi was going to drop there, and Happy Overjoy.
Happy Overjoy seems to have been dropping quite a bit here. Hopefully, I believe actually, I believe he does have some issues with his nerves. I'm guessing, considering that Italy during the 4-key tournament didn't do as well as they had hoped for.
Yeah, so that is actually a point to bring up, the tournament nerves. A lot of people don't really realize, but some of these players, some handle the stress quite well, but other people, it can kind of impact their performance, especially when you first get into that lobby. It's really nerve-wracking, and if it's your first tournament, like, there is potential for that to really affect your gameplay.
Yeah. I mean, all of these players are absolutely fantastic players in their own right, but translating that skill that you have offline to an online tournament right here, where you have to set these scores live in front of an audience, it can really bring you down. Especially if, since we're looking at Happy Overjoy's performance here, he has been dropping quite a lot more than I suppose he'd want personally. What he may be struggling with now is keeping his motivation up, and because if you start off and you don't do well, that can bring you down really hard.
Yeah, and that is another thing that the warm-ups actually help with. At least I found during tournament play, playing through those warm-ups, it helps you get used to the kind of environment you're in and calm you down a bit. So it could be quite useful to make use of that.
So come on, everyone, send your energy, send positivity to these players, so they don't
the
stop
positive
trying.
mental attitude.
Yeah. Oh, I seem to have missed a drop from Cielo Day 05. It seems like he was going to be full comboing otherwise, and Arquino Olivares holding it right below the 4,500 mark.
Yeah, I think it's just below an FC. I think he was like basically right at the start. And looks like we're coming just to the end here. Actually, quite high accuracies from all the players here. Yomiel holding above 99% here, which is just a bit above Arquin Ludibris and Shiloh Days.
Yeah, hopefully he can really bring this back. Hopefully they are truly awakening their powers. Oh, now I'm seeing something very, very interesting on Italy's side. Yomiel and Happy Overjoy by far had better ratios between normal 300s and rainbow 300s than both players on Philippine side. As we can see from Arquinoli Virus, his ratio is around 1-to-1, which for a top level Mania player is quite rare, because usually you'd want to hold it to almost half that. So even though his accuracy is very good, and obviously he only dropped once during the start, his rainbow 300 to normal 300 ratio is not as good as you'd want it to be. Now it seems like Happy Overjoy is taking a bit of a breather here and letting Radius play the second warm-up, presumably, or he had something such as like external issues or option settings that need to be changed, and thus he left the room. Anything could happen, you know.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of variables that you have to consider.
Yeah, but we are going to be going into the second warm-up in either way. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that was the Philippines warm-up.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it was.
Oh, and now we have She Ate the Celery, Red Zone. Celery difficulty. Nico Nico, UCX's Tatsuya Shimizu Naoki Maeda.
Oh, that is... Oh god, oh yeah, well I should have guessed that from it having Red Zone in the name.
Ah, that is perfect. Ah, I love this. Although maybe a bit loud, but perfect.
Yeah. This is the real warm-up meta. Well, going back to that accuracy point that we saw earlier, if that accuracy transitions over to the group pool, to the group stage pool, that's going to be a bit of trouble for the Philippines there, and it could see Italy taking quite a few points off on the easier maps like Loving Trip.
So now we could have a small discussion about celery. I've actually only eaten celery once, and I absolutely hated it.
I am in the same boat.
Okay, cool.
There ends the discussion of celery. Thanks. Yomiol saying this is literally the only reason why he signed up for the tournament.
Well, hopefully he'll be showing some strong performances on this warm-up and further into the tournament as well.
Looks like we're going to see Yomiel peaking in the group stage.
Well, considering Yomiel is a very good player, so I think we can see some good performances from him.
Here comes V2SS on She Ate My Celery, Red Zone.
Oh yes.
The real challenge.
We're waiting for the players to download this warm-up, and we should good go. Good to go. Not good go. So I feel like sometimes I have to practice my what's that word? Oh, I forgot the word.
Oh no.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Apply think mode.
Apply think directly to the forehead.
Yeah. We can actually see Aquin talking about how he wished he had substitutes already, and we haven't even started the match yet.
Yeah. Ooh, but we do have bans for Macau versus France. Now Macau bans Harajuku Yaoi and France bans Saksen Kaiki.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing LN and SV picks, those being long note and slider velocity picks, banned quite a bit, especially Sakas and Kaigi. That one's seen a lot of attention in terms of the ban rate.
Speaking of Saxon Kaigi, we have the ban recap for Sweden versus Australia. Australia banning Saxon Kaigi, and Sweden banning Nageki no Ki.
Yeah, I don't think there's any surprises with teams banning Sakas and no Kaigi. Are they? I mean, Sakas and Kaigi. There's no.
No, I mean, it is the SV map. It is not easy.
Yeah.
And we are going into the second warm-up, which will be She Ate the Celery, Red Zone Celery difficulty.
I just want to see what mapping style it is.
I hope
imagine it's just going to be like a dump of notes.
I'm hoping plenty of jacks, because it sounds like it.
Look at the chords. They're just like massive
Already chords. And oh man, I mean,
it's everything we hoped and more.
Oh boy, long notes as well.
It's everything you could ever want.
Oh man, the scores are going back and forth as well.
It's so close. Never mind.
Okay, it seems like Philippines has taken a bit of an advantage here, but everyone's missing left and right. Nobody's really able to keep up with this.
It's even got like the trolley slider velocity change.
Classic O2 Jam style scroll, I'd say. Scroll velocity change, that's the one that makes a lot of
words are hard. Seeing a lot more long notes here. I mean, this went about as well as I expected it would, to be honest.
Yeah. And well, we
yellow
just
section.
to an extremely intense long note section. Wow, this is quite like what we mentioned earlier. This is a mix of both BMS style mapping and O2 Jam style mapping. There were lots of long notes, lots of noodles, and lots of normal notes, lots of rice. Ooh, and as we can see here, Cielo de 05 and Yomiel being the standout players here. Happy Overjoy getting a massive drop at the end with the huge long note section. Hugely difficult long note section. And it's now we are going into roles and bans.
The best part of the match, where you get to see someone potentially roll 100 or 1.
We also have France winning their first pick against Macau, that match now being 1-0 for France.
Macau was actually quite close to getting that point. It was only by 2,677 points. That's really close.
I'm getting some information here about Happy Overjoy's, about how much Happy Overjoy appreciated that warm-up, which apparently Phil had picked, being 9 stars.
Oh, we're actually seeing some information from Sweden versus Australia.
Ooh, now that hurts to read.
Yeah. Oh, Australia taking the first point on their own pick, winning Loving Trip by 4,666 points.
Let's just note
that's
that
another close.
Yeah, 4,666 points is incredibly close, but it's now Sweden's turn to pick, and well, I can tell you right here and right now, they are going for long notes.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Well, we've got 2 extremely close matches in the back, it looks like, going on. Make sure you use !MP and track the MP links in chat if you're really interested.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, Macau just won a point against France.
Ooh.
So that match is currently 1-1. And now France picks... well, it's France's pick.
Yeah, just to fix something earlier, in the Sweden versus Australia, it was actually Sweden's pick first. But yeah, looks like we'll hopefully be seeing this match come underway sometime soon. Looks like
We have
Philippines is banning Iahoy.
Yep, we have bans here. Philippines, or Italy banning Saksun Kaigi, and Philippines banning Harajuku Iahoy, which I believe are the two most banned maps of this tournament.
Yeah, we're seeing this quite a lot.
Yes, and I believe the Philippines now were the ones picking Hikiriki, which is an extremely short map, an extremely intense map. Very
coming in at only 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Full of rise and dense patterning. This is not easy at all. This
Yeah, it's also the second highest star rating map, which means it's got a fair bit of density to it as well.
We're gonna see it right now, and don't blink, because you will miss it. This is extremely short. First map of this match, barring the warm-ups.
Here we go. We're seeing an early lead go towards Italy. On the accuracy front, we're seeing Yellow Day dropping quite hard, and Aquin not quite as hard, but still quite a big accuracy drop considering that both Italy players are staying above 99.5.
If you actually take quite a bit of... if you take a look here, you can actually notice that Arquin Olivares does drop more normal 300s than the other players, I'd say. Which
it looks like Arquin actually missed like the first note or something like that as well.
Oh yeah, that actually... Yeah, now that you mention it, he definitely seems to draw it very early.
It looks like there's about a 30k lead going towards Italy. And the map is pretty much almost over. I think we saw a little bit of a connection issue there with Yellow Day on my end.
We got a drop from Happy Overjoy right at the end there with the SV. Actually a 50, I believe, but we'll have to wait until Yellow Day finishes his really good results here. And seems like the first point went to Italy, or
apparently it went to the Philippines.
Apparently it went to the.
That doesn't seem right.
That should really seem right.
Yeah, I just looked at the scores. Looks like the bot was incorrect with that one. Well, according to the scoreboard, Italy should have gotten the point there.
Well,
yeah, Italy winning by 57,000.
Yeah, quite a large margin.
It looks like there was just a bit of latency issues there that caused the client to freak out a bit.
Let's have a bit of a recap for Macau versus France. France is currently up 2 points to 1 against Macau, but Macau... It's apparently Macau's pick. So, obviously. Can't be 100% sure, although I suppose in this case it's correct.
I know that Australia versus Sweden's is flipped. I'm not too sure on Macau. I think Macau won. The Macau match is actually correct.
Can we say Australia versus Sweden's points are flipped as well?
No.
Yes, please. Australia currently winning that match, that is. Although looking over, seeing what map they're playing right now, being quite confident and their ability on it.
Yeah, we'll have to see and stay tuned for that one. As for Italy versus Philippines, we'll have to see where Italy goes with their next pick.
Yeah. I'd say they should go for accuracy, but at the same time, well, they do.
And that's exactly what they go for.
So I guess they go for accuracy then, considering Arquin Olivares, even though being a top-tier player, is not the strongest in the accuracy department, although Cielo Day does seem to bring that accuracy back a bit, and Yomel does seem to be the more comfortable accuracy player on Italy's side.
Yeah, I think judging from what we saw in the warm-ups and also in the match just then, it seems like Italy has the accuracy advantage, which means that Philippines might have to go for more difficult picks.
Yeah.
So I think that Loving Trip is a very solid pick for Italy here, unless it's too easy, where the Philippines can actually catch up. Yeah, it looks like we're getting somewhat close to starting now. Just currently waiting for the players to ready up here.
I'd assume we'd get information from the 2 other matches soon as well.
It looks like Cielo Day is not responding at the moment.
See, something like that for a team like Philippines with these 2 players and no others is really devastating when you have no one else to switch in if there's any form of issue.
Yeah, that could be a problem if Cielo Day actually is having technical difficulties. There's no one else to sub in there, so that means that they actually can't play. It looks like we're actually going to swap matches here
to Sweden versus Australia.
Looks like you're excited about this one.
Oh, I am so excited. And speaking of which, Sweden just won a point on Harajuku Iahoe.
Yeah, that makes the score currently 2-1 in Australia's favour.
I believe it's...
This match is quite important for both teams, as this is currently the match that decides which team goes into the bracket stage and which team gets left behind in groups.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we missed the fantastic warm-up, but we do have an exciting match left still.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to be an easy match for either team. And it looks like Australia's going to go with the Camellia pick for Lovies. Generally an all-round pick.
I'd assume that Vortex would switch in instead of Crady on this pick in particular.
We might see some swap outs for that. I think the Australian team would be fairly consistent with Kites and Sankan.
We currently have 2 points to 2 on the Macau versus France match, with Macau just winning their pick on Kikoi Mosca.
Definitely interesting to see that there. I believe Macau actually being a low seed, they're doing quite well considering, and definitely showing that even though they're a 2-player team and a low seed, they can still perform really well.
Oh, actually, it seems like they're keeping Crady in for this. Sweet. not quite sure what type of what we will be seeing here. Although hopefully, I mean, I can say hopefully, right? I mean, I want to see Sweden win. I mean, it's okay because my co-founder
bias.
there is Australian.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both teams have improved quite a lot since last year. I know personally on Australia's side.
Yeah, well, Sweden didn't play last year.
Oh, they didn't?
Ooh,
Okay,
an early
that's my
drop
bad.
from Sankanski. Or Sankanski. Well, you're the expert there.
Yeah, that's not going to play in Australia's favour. We'll have to see how major that is if Sweden gets a miss, or if that's going to have a large enough score difference for them to be able to take the W here. Looks like it's constituting a fairly solid lead here for Sweden's side. In terms of accuracy difference, though, Sankan actually kind of bringing his accuracy a bit up, and Kite's also quite solid. Stug actually having the highest accuracy.
Yeah. Stug is a very, very good accuracy player. He's actually very good at everything related to 7-key, generally.
Yeah, it looks like Crady falling behind just a little bit. Oh, miss from Kites, though. Looks like that's going to make a huge score difference, I think, with both players on Sweden holding their full combo.
Although Crady
Ooh, a miss from Stug, though.
Ooh, that is unfortunate. Right at the end of the map as
And it
well.
looks like that's going to put the lead in Australia's side.
The last
Unless
type
something
of
extreme
burst.
happens at the ending here. It
And
looks like that put it right at Australia's lead. The miss at the end there.
Although I believe now is Sweden's pick again. Although they are quite at a disadvantage with Australia at match point. Going to be going to Sweden's pick and then back to Australia again.
Yeah, it looks like it is match point though. So if Sweden loses this pick, that is going to be all she wrote. So they have to be quite careful with what they pick here.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's gonna be Kikoimaska.
Yeah, it looks like LN is quite a strong point for Sweden over Australia. Was it? The SV pick was banned, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the SV pick was banned by Australia, I believe. Yeah, the SV pick, Saksen Kaigi was banned by Australia, and Sweden banned Nagiki no Ki.
Yeah, alright. So yeah, I think we'll see Kiko Massacre picked here.
And with that, I'd assume Stug and Crady both stay in. Because, well, they are the
like
two
it'll be
LM players
exactly
for
that.
the team. There you go. I know my team.
Well, judging by the previous LM performance and how they managed to take the W on that, I think this is definitely in Sweden's favor.
Yeah.
Just have to make sure you don't have any chokes.
Crady actually being I'd say the best LM player for this team. Not a very well-known player, but extremely strong at long notes.
Looks like we're going to see Kite subbed out for Evios here.
Crady, I believe now is one of the I believe has played in the most Mania World Cups, maybe except for Vortex has played in one more, perhaps. Although I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I think they're actually equal because Crady played in the last 4K MWC as well. So because
So definitely
LN
less affected by the tournament nerves than maybe a new player would be.
Yeah.
But looks like we're going to go into the start of Kiko Massacre here. Currently 3-1 to Australia's favour. Will this be the last map played, or will Sweden manage to take another point back? We're about to find out. It looks like the early accuracy lead going towards Sweden here.
Yep. With Sankanski not being able to keep up as much with these releases, it seems, and general Rainbow 300 to normal 300 ratio on them.
Yeah, picking up a few 200s here and there, which is not quite good, especially on an easier section than this, because it gets quite a bit more dense here.
Yes. The map gets a lot more difficult right towards the end.
We'll have to see if that affects any of the players. It looks like Evios actually dropping accuracy quite a bit here as well. Both the Sweden players playing at about the same ACK until I mentioned that they're actually both on 99.5 exactly. Although no drops so far.
Yep, from either players, but a relatively sizable lead coming to Sweden's side right now, as their accuracies are noticeably higher.
Yeah, all Sweden has to do now is actually just hold on to the accuracy and make sure they don't drop combo during those final parts of the song, and they'll be able to take home this map as a win for them.
Yeah.
As for Australia, they either have to bring the accuracy much higher, which it doesn't look like it's happening because they keep picking up 200s here and there, or they're going to have to hope that Sweden drops during that chorus section. Although Sakansuki actually going to drop right before, and Stug as well going to drop. Ooh. Trading misses there.
Yeah. Although Evios having noticeably lower accuracy than Crady.
Yeah, it looks like it's Evios and Crady now battling it out, and Sankan dropping again, and Crady, and Stug dropping, not Crady. Yeah. They're both holding full combos still. Another drop from Sakansuki there, another drop from Stug. They're continuously trading, misses back and forth. Stug missing one more time, Stug missing a lot more now. The score's getting much closer.
Stug is a player who struggles under pressure. Seems like the point.
More drops from Sankan as well.
Drop from Sankan.
It's still anyone's game coming into the end here. Another miss from Stug.
Oh, another miss from Stug right towards the end.
Close.
Oh, but with that, Sweden still takes that point. Only 9-200s from Crady.
With Crady getting 9-200s, Evios not quite as accurate, but still getting a full combo. Stug 9 misses, Sankansuki 1 miss.
Oh boy, but lots of other drops though, with plenty of 50s and
decided by 1,316 points. That was so close.
Crady getting by far the strongest score out of all the players here.
Yeah, Crady, it could have just been 1 miss from anyone, really. 1-200 from anyone, and that could have completely swung the score difference.
But now we do have another pick from Australia.
Probably going to see a more traditional pick here.
Mm-hmm. Could be seeing
in the Macau versus France, we're actually going to see Macau lost their free mod pick of Prolavis, currently making the score 3-3.
Which means they are currently playing the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Oh, and as well as, or did you just mention the Philippines versus Italy match?
Oh, I haven't, no.
Well, Italy versus Philippines is Italy 3 points to Philippines 1.
Looks like we're going to see Australia picking an enemy.
Ooh, and wait. Oh, it seems like there was some issue with the Philippines versus Italy. It seems like they are actually 2-2 rather than 3-1. Well, there you go. Also,
all the matches is actually so close right now.
Picking Anemone. This is definitely the scariest one for Sweden, I'd say now, but definitely someone they could take if they manage to keep close. If they keep the combo and accuracy up.
This is actually a really tense moment for all the players. Mm-hmm. it's extremely risky for Sweden because this is make it or break it. And if Australia loses this, then they have to go to the tiebreaker. And I mean, it's fairly typical of teams to not practice the tiebreaker and put more practice time into the maps that they're going to definitely play. So, and noting the tiebreaker is just chock-a-block full of slider velocity changes, and that Australia banned slider velocity change maps. I don't know.
We could see. I mean, the slider velocities are quite a bit easier in that one, I'd say, but in the tiebreaker and like how they work in general. But we'll see. Krady's struggling a bit on the accuracy on streams here in the beginning, but we are seeing lots of flashing. It's back and forth completely. Ooh, and an early drop from both Kites and Krady in that stream, although Krady has dropped quite a bit of accuracy now.
Yeah, Krady holding only a 97, Kites holding a 98, so that's constituting towards the Australia lead right now.
Stug holding a 99 though, the only player doing that.
Yeah, that's definitely helping out this Sweden side here.
Already in the halfway mark of the song, it's so absolutely insanely short.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what's coming up if any players drop and what the accuracy is going to look like. In the SV here, no one gets tripped up by that. Coming into a bit more difficult section. It looks like... Oh, I'm missing Krady there. That's not good at all.
Seeing another SV here.
See, no one messed up there either.
Doing well.
It's not looking good for Sweden here. It has to be a miss for Australia. Not a little bit of accuracy drop from Sunkan, but nothing major. One more.
And with that,
and it's not going to be enough.
Australia will be taking the 4th point against Sweden, as much as it hurts me to say.
Yeah,
so
that's unfortunate, but that does mean that Australia will be advancing towards the bracket stage. Congratulations to them. However, Sweden, unfortunately, will be left behind in group stage.
Yes, and now we'll be switching to Macau versus France, it seems.
I believe they are on the tiebreakers right now. Yep, they are on the tiebreaker. Flame Dark.
Yep. And also with that, Chile and Australia will be moving out of Group H into bracket stages. Sweden, unfortunately, doesn't make it out of group stage this year. We'll take it back in 4K.
Are you just missing someone on France side, or did someone disconnect?
I'm not sure. I'm also missing someone on France side. Well.
Uh-oh. I think it is just the client.
Yes, it seems to only be the client. And what we can see though is Elementaires holding 2,400 combo.
That is extremely high, considering how the other players are just holding on to actually IDQ's actually just missing there, and Lucy Destiny holding on to only about a 600 combo.
See, the reason that we are missing one of the players is because that player is on the wrong multiplayer slot, so they aren't being shown on stream, but they are playing this match, so we'll be having to look at the results from the MP lobby later when this ends, because there is another player on France's side that we aren't currently seeing, so don't worry about that.
We're just about at the end here. It looks like, from what I can tell, it's going to be a full combo from Elementaires here.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't.
I'm not too sure on the exact numbers.
Looks like that's not happening on Macau side, and we don't know what France's second player is currently doing, but hopefully for their team's sake, doing well.
IQ's missing just at the end there. It looks like Elementaire is getting about 30k higher than the other players.
And with that, we can say that France won by 25,989 points. So France will be winning against Macau in this match. So congratulations to France, winning 4-3. And we're gonna
be swapping back to
Philippines versus Italy, because that match has not ended yet.
A lot of close matches today. It's really exciting.
Yeah. going really fast here. Let's see.
Looks like we're playing Sayonara Cruel World.
No, it seems like they just
Oh.
won Sayonara Cruel World.
Just switched.
Philippines versus Philippines is currently up 3-2 versus Italy.
And it looks like they're going to be picking an enemy, actually.
This is apparently Italy's pick. So if they win this, they will also be going to tiebreaker.
Here's another potential tiebreaker. All of these matches have actually been extremely close to tiebreaker. Of course, France versus Macau actually going to tiebreaker. And we definitely saw that this match earlier was actually really close. Italy seemed to be having the advantage on the accuracy side, but it appears that Philippines has actually managed to get a fair amount of points, and are actually threatening to win the match entirely with this pick here. We'll have to see how Italy performs under that pressure. We're coming into the start here. Doesn't look like there's any major drops at the start there. The score just constantly flickering, and it looks like Italy's going to solidify the initial lead here. If we look at accuracies, we can see that Happy Overjoy holding the highest combo here, not dropping on the stream there. And Arkwin actually dropping below 99% quite early, which is not good for the Philippines side, especially this early on. Currently just seeing the players build up the accuracies a bit more. Happy Overjoy dropping a bit, but Yomiel making up that difference. It looks like Cielo Day is actually catching up with Yomiel as well, just a bit. And Arkwin's accuracy staying just under that 99 mark. We're coming to the slider velocity changes here. Looks like some huge accuracy drops on Happy Overjoy there, dropping below the 99% there. Arkwin staying around the same as well, and same with Cielo Day. Yomiel dropping a tiny bit, about 0.1%. Let's see if he drops again. No, not affected that time. Although the Philippines actually taking lead there, and Yomiel dropping. That is not good at all for Italy. It looks like that's the main reason why Philippines is in the lead now. We see it looks like Philippines is going to take the final point there, making it 4-2 in Philippines' favor. So congratulations to the Philippines for winning against Italy. Well, that was a set of intensely close matches. And I don't really know how you could top that. Every single match was just so close. Like, I'm pretty sure every match had a map that finished like within a few thousand points of each other, and pretty much all of them contested for tiebreakers. And even despite the difficulty, we managed to see the conclusion of every match as well. But that will actually conclude all the matches for this hour. Coming up, we're going to see United Kingdom versus Philippines, France versus South Korea, and Poland versus Malaysia. As for the match being streamed, we are going to see France versus South Korea being streamed. Oh, there was actually a mistake showing that I believe Philippines won instead of France. And I apologize for that. That was a mistake. Yeah, we'll be seeing France continue on to go up against South Korea, and that will also be streamed coming up at 1 o'clock UTC. Who won? Out of the 3 matches that were just played, we had Australia versus Sweden, in which Australia won 4-2. We had Philippines versus Italy, where Philippines won 4-2, and Macau versus France, where I think my memory escapes me. Let me just double check this one. France won 4-3. I got there. And it looks like we're already seeing the lobbies being curated for those matches coming up now. Currently not seeing the players coming in just yet, but they should be coming in sometime soon. It is important to mention with this upcoming match of France versus South Korea that France actually did just come straight from a victory of Macau, so they're either already warmed up or on edge and very nervous. It can have different effects depending on who you are, but we'll see how that affects them coming up now in the next 10 minutes when we kick off at 1 o'clock UTC time. France versus South Korea. Don't miss this one. This one is very exciting. So Vento,
Hello there.
what do you think of France versus South Korea coming right off that victory from Macau?
Well, I mean, it might be a bit of a momentum killer, isn't it? I mean, they just took a really strong win against Macau. I mean, that was a really good match, but unfortunately, what am I saying? Unfortunately, they will be meeting the highest seed. It's South Korea.
South Korea being widely regarded as one of, if not the strongest teams by quite a lot. Looking at their scores, we're seeing a lot of 997k scores, which are just astronomically good.
Remember, as we've mentioned some extremely impressive scores earlier, like the V1SS on, I believe, Nagashino-ki from one of the teams earlier. Well, South Korea had 2, and both of the players had extremely impressive accuracies, with Estonians, I believe, getting only, 87, 37, something like that, normal 300s.
Yeah, something ridiculous like that. It just it requires extremely consistent play.
Yeah.
Like something on the margin, like you'd have to be more accurate than like your average metronome to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting quite close to that 13 UTC mark here. Players probably feeling the nerves right about now. Looks like we're just getting some commentators sorted out for the upcoming block here.
We're also having one player in the France team having joined the multi-room, which is always nice to see. Hopefully they'll also be in the correct slots this time.
Also, a kind reminder to everyone watching that after the next 2 hours of matches, we're actually going to be going straight into the map pool showcase for the next round, like for the bracket stage map pool. So make sure you don't miss that, especially if you're a player.
Yep. And in about a few minutes now, Lusty will be leaving us to get some well-earned sleep. I will be staying for another 2 hours to continue with my professional expert level commentary. Obviously, this well, I'll be you can't do anything about it. It's not.
Yeah.
it's not
We're
my
in
problem
control here.
It's your problem. Okay, well, but we will be having another commentator joining very, 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 very soon. And that very, very, very commentator will be Stupid Man.
Hello.
Hello there.
And with that, I will be taking my leave.
Oh yeah.
All right, see you later.
Thank you very much for having me.
And
see you all next time.
Yep.
Now, Stupid Man or Ela or
whatever
name you go by.
Yeah, I suppose it's Stupid Man here.
I mean, I think most people know you as Stupid Man here, so yes.
Yep. I was just gonna ask how you're doing tonight, but I'm not sure if it's night or day over there. It's definitely pretty late over here.
Yeah, it's daytime here. It's currently around 2 p.m.
That's pretty convenient then. Yeah.
It's
about 5 a.m. here.
See, if I forgot to set my alarm last night, like I was about to do, I would have woken up right now. So that would have been a big problem.
Yeah, well, good save then.
Yep. But we are going to be watching France versus South Korea now.
Yeah, I mean, given the teams, I feel like this is going to be just a tad bit one-sided. I mean, this is the highest average ranked, highest predicted team to come out of this tournament versus a team that, well, let's just say barely made it out against Macau, which, if anything, was a surprise for a lot of us.
But you never know what could happen. There have been surprises before.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Specifically against South Korea, they are a very, very strong team, but they aren't without their weak spots. Like having.
Actually, speaking of which, I mean, last MWC, or at least last 4K MWC, we did see your team actually pull quite a bit of a score against South Korea. They're taking, I think, 2 points off that.
2 points, yep.
That had our entire team kind of freaking out a lot.
I knew you specifically were.
Yeah. we did play the loser of that match. If you beat South Korea, we would not be there.
Well, the upcoming MWC, you never know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Although
I can say from my own perspective that if you thought Sweden was strong last year or last 4K MWC, will be even stronger next MWC 4K in particular. So unfortunately, we just got knocked out of group stages in 7K, but it happens.
And I mean, really, it was a very, very, very good fight. I mean, I was surprised how that score kind of turned out.
Yeah. Now we had our resident Ellen God, Crady, carrying with
that. Yeah, that Kikoi score really turned the tables there. I thought. I mean, that was a really good pressure put on Australia there, and I was worried because the USA team did actually play the loser of that game.
Yeah.
So for round of 16, we will play against Australia, or sorry, winner of that game, I should say. But if we did actually play against Sweden in round of 16, I think that'd be a bit tougher for us, just because we're a bit on the iffy side for LNs. And I mean, I feel like that's definitely information that should be at least known for a lot of players. And I think specifically that'd be something Sweden would be picking a lot against the US. So
yeah.
If anything, that's definitely a bit of relief there, at least for the US team. But still, I mean, Australia is definitely a strong team. I mean, I feel like they kind of did prove it with that score for the game that was, I mean, just half an hour ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can say Sweden has a few O2 Jam players, including Trady and Stoke.
That actually does surprise me, because I mean, O2 Jam, I mean, nowadays really is just like the Asian game and maybe just a couple of people on the side. It's
actually quite interesting. I think we were playing randomly in an OC Jam lobby, and an Asian player joined, and that Asian player turned out to be the I think the current #1 ranked player for Catch the Beat.
Oh, Motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually very good at Mania. That actually, like, I saw his scores, and I think he was playing some Love Chart. I'm like, oh,
yeah, that was
seen this guy before, and
okay. Yeah, that was
he's
that was
#1 Catch the Beat. Interesting.
Yeah, we were just in a OT Jam multi, and he just joined.
Yeah,
we were like, do you play us? Like,
I feel like there's definitely a lot of those experiences in OT Jam lobbies, especially like the private servers where it's like mostly Koreans, and then you see like maybe a name that you recognize from a different game, and maybe they'll join and they're like, oh, you know, it's like I think it's pretty rare to see a Westerner in an OT Jam private lobby, and I mean there's definitely some stories to be told, like the one you just said there. That's a pretty interesting encounter.
It is very interesting.
Yeah. So moving into our first warm-up here, I'm like 99% sure this is Korea's warm-up. I mean, this is a Jacod's chart, and I actually played in a multi-lobby with Jacod's, and he picked this chart. Let's just say it has a very interesting ending where I think France will fail. If they aren't ready for it, they will fail. I think this chart comes in at around 9 stars. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe 7 or 8, but let's just say all that star rating comes from the ending. And it's completely unexpected. So keep an eye out for that.
Just notifying that Jackass did drop a 200 for the on the absolute first note, which is
score missing. So I guess it's a bit of a decent trade-off there.
Now I'll be letting you talk about the terminology here, because obviously I'm more of a 4K player. Ooh, I do like this.
Not really. Well, I suppose we can call that inverse, but definitely some.
Yeah, kind of.
Stairs. That's one. I think that's there. Yeah, I think that one's pretty self-explanatory.
So chords, stairs, and chords.
There's just a lot going on here. I think it's one blanket term is too little to describe this.
Well, because there were some stairs and there were some long notes. Stairs, brackets. Yeah. Chords.
Scorer just giving up.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I can understand that. Hopefully his fingers don't get tired. Don't get cold though.
If Saw actually isn't able to keep up with the rest of this chart, we could see this chart ending before it actually like completely finishes. And then the ending right here, this one burst is insane. It's
okay. Well, let's see.
There we go. I think that was a fail from scorer.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, Saw actually passed.
Yeah. So Saw did pass, but scorer, I believe his failed actually did just come from the earlier part where he did give up. But yeah, there's your special ending. Jacod's being the only person to hold an S. Kim God C with just a 93.43. So kind of gives you an idea of what kind of chart that is.
Yeah, Jacod's almost within 900k. You know, just casually. I mean, he made it, so.
Well, moving on here. Actually, let's see. Not sure if France put in a warm-up yet. We're gonna have to see here.
Well, hopefully it's something spicy, as he would describe it, or, you know, something more appropriate for warm-up.
I feel like given the players, this would definitely be, well, I doubt it'd be like a warm-up or anything, but
Yeah.
okay, so yeah, they still are discussing their warm-up. I'm guessing it's just gonna be something generic. Usually when teams are kind of like put on the spot with warm-ups, they don't really have anything ready before. They just throw out like some random rank map. I think we've seen that happen a couple times already. But yeah, I mean, while we wait, actually, I'd kind of like to mention the other games going on right now. We've got the UK and the Philippines, and Poland versus Malaysia. I think a game in particular I do want to focus on is the Philippines and the UK. I feel like these are two teams that, you know, I can't necessarily tell how each team's going to do accuracy-wise, but I think the UK actually does have a chance to potentially upset here, and if they do, they, I believe, could secure a second place spot in their group. So, I mean, that's definitely a game to look out for, I think.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, because, okay, Philippines did win against Italy, right? I mean,
yeah, Philippines won.
Okay, yeah, so if the UK wins that game, then I think they could set the group up for a triple tie, which would be, I think, probably the only triple tie we would see in this entire tournament, really, at least in group stage.
Yeah.
And then they also play against Italy next round, and that game is probably going to decide who gets eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah.
So really, two games to look out for, and both in the same group. So definitely be ready to check those out as time flies here. But we should be getting into the next one soon.
Are we still listening to Mofa Mofa? I am still listening. Cute little song. I want to hear the comment here, but the song is too painful to listen to. Well, hint hint, nudge nudge, streamer person.
Should be, I think France still definitely has to link warm up here. I think the issue is that they don't know that they have to link one, and well, they should find something pretty soon. I'd assume they would.
Just
Saw with the OMG. Alright.
Just picks a baguette. What they can't?
Here we go.
Flame Dark.
Okay, that's not the one. That's not
okay.
I think that's
yes, that is the streamer switching the song to something not
okay. A bit more appropriate.
At OS Live, I'll never buy supporter again. Please continue supporting OS for future tournaments and such to be possible.
Let's see, just looking at other games here, I don't think they've moved into... I think they're just moving into the second warm-ups now, so we still haven't made much progress on the other games yet, which is nice. At least this game's keeping time somewhat. Looks like Saw's back now, though. He should have a warm-up link pretty soon. I would hope so.
Ooh, and we're... Do you know this? Sounds like you know this.
Yeah, this is a BMS convert from the Ellen Overjoy table. It's, I mean, it's... I think it's kind of in the title. It's Imperial Night 2006. If any of you know that song, which I think a lot of Osamania players do at this point, it's like one of the oldest ranked charts in this game.
Which shows...
a bit controversial, I'd say, but anyways. It's also got Curtain in the title, and considering it's an LN Overjoy chart, I think we can expect, well, LNs, to say the least. And being Curtains, there's probably a lot of like stare patterns like we did see in the chart before. So
and the casual word Overjoy, which, you know,
not necessarily casual.
Well, casual as in yeah, well, that didn't make a lot of sense, did it? The very well-known and frightening word, overjoy. But let me tell you, you're not gonna be overjoyed.
Yeah, let's just say when you see the word overjoy, it's
So.
Oh, nice! This is key sounded.
Well. Okay, so it goes goes kind of like this. Durut durut durut. Durut durut durut. Okay, I'm not.
Yeah, let's just say if the stream does actually get back up to hear the song, it's probably not gonna be very good anyway. Oh man.
I have a flute here, but I'm not gonna. It's tempting, but
Oh yeah, let's not bother with it.
let's not do that.
Yeah,
Other than
maybe
the,
for soft, I think soft I'd maybe have the guts to actually do that, but here maybe not.
The Underjoy recorder meme would turn into the Venter recorder meme.
I almost forgot about that chart. The full moon night one. That's. Oh, here we go with the LN inverse here. Actually, it's I think interesting to note. I think Scorer is like one of the main LN players on the team, and
Yeah.
I mean him and Sa are doing just about the same here on the inverse. But I mean Jakods and Kim Godzi both holding extremely well here.
Yeah. Kim Godzi is mainly an O2 Jam player, correct?
I believe so. If it says anything, his skin is O2 Jam, so
I mean,
I think that's enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, his maps do very much resemble. I mean, he maps a lot too,
Oh, yeah.
for charts or whatever.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and say maps here because it's the Mania World Cup. So actually failing out. His maps do resemble O2 Jam maps quite a
Wow,
lot.
that was an
so
early finish from the warm up there.
from
On France's warm up too, which
Rest in peace, France.
I think that goes to show how good Korea is going to be for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, what? It ended.
Well, I think with that we should be getting into roles, picks, bans, etc. So
Mhm.
let's see what these guys get. France really if they want to have any chance of getting points here, they really need to win this role because it does so much. Like you ban second, pick first. I mean that's really enough to set you up for a good point.
Yeah. So seems like we're having some issues now. Hopefully.
Yeah, actually, that background in the bottom left was going nuts there for a second. Oh my god. Oh, now it's the top right. Oh, that's great. Well, all I gotta say is that it's very interesting.
Let's see now. Yeah.
Oh, are we good? I think.
Are we good?
Okay, yeah, maybe. Oh, nice cursor there. All right, we're good. We're good. We'll just
The happy cursor. We
yeah.
could call it if that gives any hints.
All right, here we go though. Chicago's only a 70, and well, France taking their time again, I suppose.
We need to cover the dice in onion juice to give it the proper French road.
Yeah, if Zio was here, maybe he'd translate.
I'm sorry if I offended any French person there.
I think he should be fine. Oh, whoa. Okay. Anyways, okay, alright, overlay's back. Wow, okay, 14 from Saw. That is not what they wanted at all.
Really, I think their biggest loss so far in the tournament has been getting South Korea in their group in the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, even Macau
Yeah.
like, putting that much of a fight up against France is just like this is honestly just an unlucky group. I really don't think I could say much more than that. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, any group of South Korea is kind of an unlucky group because basically you're fighting to stay in the tournament now. Like there's it is, and I don't mean to discredit France in any way. I mean they're really just they're a strong team. I mean we already saw that against Macau too. It's just South Korea is on a completely different level.
Yeah. Also, we've had information that there will be no more cursor disturbances.
Hey, I'll something to look forward
so-
to, I suppose.
Awesome, no more cursor, unless you like that. I know we had
Yeah.
some, what we could call cursor dancing. Though not quite the type that you
Wrong
find.
game mode.
Yeah, wrong game mode, but I believe there were some client issues during that time, and
Well, France coming out with the Sakus and Kaigi ban. I think that's reasonable. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you'd almost, in a way, you'd want to keep it in if you think you can, like, be surprising, but like surprises never work against South Korea.
Yeah, I mean, even then, South Korea is like always on top of their game when it comes to SVs.
Yeah,
they throw people off when it comes to SVs. People don't really, expect them to be good at SVs. They say, oh, they're a very strong LN team, very strong accuracy team, very strong, regular note team. Oh, maybe we can trip them up on SVs, and they get completely just bodied by making that mistake and picking SVs against South Korea. So I mean, I think that's a pretty good ban.
Yeah.
And South Korea banning Kikoe.
Kikoe Masuka.
Yeah. Which I think is reasonable. It's one of the, at least for me, it's one of the tougher release charts. And if France is able to time those kind of releases, they could definitely get that easy point off South Korea. So definitely reasonable ban from them too.
Then I'm assuming this is South Korea's pick first, going for Loving Trip, going for accuracy.
Yeah, I'm guessing Estonians might swap in. If he doesn't, then I mean, I'm expecting really, really, really good scores from Korea here.
Yeah. But seeing some of Estonians' earlier performances, well, note that Estonians is a player, not a person from Estonia, or several people. I'm quite interested on the origins of that username.
And we should be getting into it pretty soon here. I'm kind of surprised France isn't swapping. All right, well they aren't swap. Oh, okay. All right, I've got a good feeling about where this match is going. I think France has already made up their mind about what's going on in this match.
Oh,
and,
boy. Okay, well...
Okay, so something tells me these two teams agreed to have a little bit of fun with this match. Oh, Jakar's already dropped me a 200. Oh, man.
So we're seeing two flashlights on South Korea's side.
Okay, it actually looks like he doesn't have flashlight prepped at all. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, so what we're seeing here is that Jackass is playing with flashlight, and he is not a flashlight player, I believe. So...
Well, this is actually really interesting. So I'm getting word that these two teams didn't agree to anything, so I don't know, we'll see. This could be like huge BM from Korea.
But in any case...
Actually, okay, to be fair, Korea was warming up like strictly with flashlight for like the past 2 or 3 hours. So that's reasonable. I mean,
Jackass is climbing again with his accuracy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be quick to call it BM, but like this.
Yeah. Wow,
this is just a really confusing match. Let's just put it that way.
Jackass is climbing a lot. Kim Gods is actually holding best accuracy, even over Saw, who's not playing with flashlight, and it seems like they are bringing it back now that Jackass' accuracy is climbing more and more. Even though he did not have great accuracy in the beginning, he definitely is now, and Scorer, who had been keeping around this level around the entire chart as this map.
Yeah, I mean, Scorer was just dropping completely towards the end. There are a bunch of 200s rushing really bad. I think Jakad's kind of centered his hit error a lot more there. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, well, there you go.
I suppose he adjusted to the flashlight right at the very end there. That's
and with that, South Korea takes their first point. Oh boy, OG. Let's hope that was not BM, because that would be uncool. Kim God's getting 3 200s.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep up the flashlights. So.
Yeah,
maybe not Jakad's, but I know like all 3 of the other players like definitely will. I have no doubt in my mind that that's gonna happen. So next pick,
drum roll from France.
Yeah. Actually, just thinking about that last song though, like, I'm guessing what happened is that Kim God used flashlight, and then Jakad's joined in because it's like, okay, cool, yeah, let's use flashlight, and then I'm guessing Scorer joined in too.
So I was like,
I don't know.
Nah, hell no.
Yeah, I think Saw knew what was up. So
anyways, we have bans from Poland versus Malaysia. Poland bans Harajuku Ihoi, and Malaysia bans Saksen Kaigi. And we also have bans for United Kingdom versus Philippines. Philippines bans Harajuku Iahoi, and United Kingdom bans Saksan Kaigi. Huh.
Same bands across both games.
Deja vu.
Yep, really. I mean, I think those two. Well, I'm surprised about Iahoi. I know Sakusen's very common ban. I mean, we've only seen that not get banned like twice or 3 times at most.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, earlier, now we're seeing Harajuku Iahoi picked actually.
Yes,
oh, hey,
I mean,
Ilma, we have memories with this.
Yeah, shoutouts to Soft too. Everyone hated this song, but
I love it.
I'm guessing people here, well, if they're banning it in 2 games, besides this one, of course, that I guess there's got to be something to hate about it. But we'll see how these players do here. I'm guessing Jakads will not use Flashlight here.
Yep.
I'm like fairly confident.
Yeah.
Although, who knows? Maybe I'm guessing Kim God's still definitely going to use Flashlight. I mean, he still plays really good with Flashlight, so that's fine.
Yeah. We also have the a bit of a results for Poland versus Malaysia. Malaysia just won 1 point against Poland on a loving trip, but now it's Poland's pick for that match.
I'm thinking that's like pretty standard for that game. I mean, I'm not expecting like too much from that. Malaysia is like honestly another really strong team this tournament. I think them, China, and Korea are just really the 3 top teams right now, and they're going to be tough to bring down. And if it happens, it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
So moving into our next map here, Harajuku Iahoi, we should be ready soon. Yep, just now. Okay. Now Score is the only Flashlight player. Actually, okay, hold on. He's got to be a Flashlight main, right?
No, I'm not sure. But I mean, I suppose.
I know him for LNs. I don't know him for Flashlight.
No, me neither.
Okay, yeah, judging off rank Score is not a Flashlight main, so we'll see how this goes. Probably not very well, but we'll see.
We have United Kingdom versus Philippines. United Kingdom taking the first point, so it's 1-0 in that match.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting. If the UK keeps that up, they will really offset the entire balance of that group. That's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah. Although as we're seeing here in the France match, Scorer it does seem to be having some issues, having dropped early, and it's not quite keeping his accuracy up. On the South Korea side, we are seeing Jackass with 99.95 accuracy, and Kim Gats with 99.84. So, as we can see.
Yeah, well, I think at the very least it seems like Score is comfortable with the Flashlight, but it's still not really... I mean, his combo is really benefiting his team here, but I think something to focus on is Saw. I mean, he's doing remarkably well right now. I mean, he's holding good combo, holding good accuracy, and even in some of these releases here that are a bit tricky to time, he's still getting it down. So, really props to him here.
And now we're going into the chorus, where the releases do get a lot trickier.
Yeah, I think this is where every player is really going to screw up, and if not, it's going to be the very end where the releases are just like this, if not slightly denser.
Even Jackass dropping accuracy a bit, and by a bit I mean an absolutely tiny margin.
Yeah, and really not going to do any damage to their score at all.
Yeah, Scorer did bring his combo back up again, and does seem to be a bit more comfortable now, but...
And you cursed him, nice.
And I did.
Off to a really strong start. Still though, I mean, like, I think that miss in that section was kind of expected, especially since there was another miss in releases just like that. But still fairly decent score, and yeah, I mean, really, South Korea is still just showing their really, really strong accuracy here. Only 2 200s from Jakads. Actually, I need to check. I feel like definitely both of those scores have been beaten, I think, in the tournament. I'm not entirely sure. I have to check that. But still, I think Saw actually put up like a really decent score. Like that's something that normally I think at least a player from the US like me, like I wouldn't be able to set a score like that consistently. So that's very strong.
That is a very strong score from Saw on France's side. Now I believe okay, next pick is for South Korea as well. looking to get their third point. And they're going for Pro Luis.
Yeah, I think this is just another standard pick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, generally accuracy based, a couple of LNs here and there, but nothing too big. I think like just one thing to note though is that like France is doing very good for this tournament. I think it's just that they got a very, very bad group, and I guess another nice thing about this game is that it's not really a big deal if you get, if you lose or win, because really like if you lose this game, you're only getting second in your group, and you still pass on to round of 16, so it's really no big deal.
Yeah.
So moving into our third chart here, score now using hidden. So I guess he is comfortable with stuff like this. I think he's just kind of going with whatever is better for him, and I guess in this case it'd be hidden, which I suppose makes sense. A lot of these patterns are. I feel like a lot of these patterns are a bit like easier to time on a faster scroll speed.
Yeah.
So I think using hidden here would definitely make sense, and he seems like he's doing fine already. So who knows? I think this could be interesting.
Yeah. Or he's memeing and it's gonna go flash or fade in for the last one.
Oh man. I would highly doubt fade in.
Yeah. I mean, fade in is fade in. But early accuracy lead against South Korea. All players still holding combo though, even in some of these harder patterns.
Yeah, I think regularly combo would be a pretty big factor in this chart. I mean, if France can keep up their combo, I think they still have like almost some sense of, I guess, insurance, if you want to put it that way. If Korea somehow does manage to miss, then they can at least maybe get a comeback off of that if they just keep their combo.
Yeah.
Well, moving into the second section of the chart here, which I think personally is a lot easier than the first section. I think timing shouldn't be too much of an issue for these players here. It's just going to be keeping combo on these LN releases. And all players seeming to be doing just fine on that.
Yep. Oh,
Saw who just
actually
misses.
dropping.
Well, yep, my turn to curse people now, huh?
Dude, I've been doing it all morning.
But I think with that miss is really just gonna kind of put the nail in the coffin here.
And
Song's just about to end out right now, and both players on Korea still holding FC's score, still holding an FC, even with the hidden mod too, which is very nice.
Yeah. Also, we have some more results for United Kingdom versus the Philippines. The Philippines winning their pick on Sayonara Cruel World. Now United Kingdom picking.
I think that's fairly, I guess, expected, because the UK won on Loving Trippers, an accuracy pick, and the Philippines won on Sayonara Cruel World, which is LNs. So I think that's probably going to dictate a lot of the picks that these teams are going to do. And if I were the UK, I'd probably go and do probably Heki Reki. Make the most sense in my head, at least. That's like the other big accuracy pick, and I think they can definitely take some points off that.
Yeah.
So moving into our final pick here. France doing.
You think final pick already?
I would say final pick. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's just instinct. I've been, to be fair, it's like I've been predicting a lot of games, so.
I would trust I trust your 7-key knowledge above mine, at least far above.
Actually, okay, to be fair, this pick is like heavily accuracy based, and if Korea decides to do their stupid flashlight thing, France could definitely take a point off.
Yeah.
They have to really take advantage of the moment if Korea does this, and even if Korea doesn't, France could still probably get their combo in, and I think still do fine, because there's a couple sweeps here, there's a couple SPs here and there in this chart that can really throw a player off.
Yeah.
So,
I really like this song, by the way.
Yeah, actually, I think his standard chart is actually qualified right now. I was like so
Really?
confused when I saw it. It was
Like,
pretty funny, actually.
it's
I
unfortunate.
thought it was the map they used for this tournament. I'm like, huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We have Malaysia winning their 3rd point against Poland. Poland now under its 2nd pick. But again, this map is so short, you can't really afford to look away. And scorer gets an early drop right after the intro. And we're going to the free note thumbjacks. Oh, they are so lovely. By lovely, I mean annoying.
Well, yeah, I mean, just fairly basic accuracy throughout the song here.
Yeah.
Just a small SB coming up after this section, but I don't think that comes without a score getting all those 200s there. It's really going to be a huge detriment to this team's
Yeah.
score.
Oh my god, Jacket is still on 99.9.
Yeah, that's actually huge. And just a couple of normal turns there, but he still maintains his perfect accuracy, which is still very strong. I think he's going to keep his V1 double S throughout the whole song. Unless something
Will he
happens.
get to
probably won't.
99.9?
I think he's holding on to it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
and
God, I
he does
think
manage
he's
to take
doing
it.
Holy.
And Korea does win the match 4-0.
61 to 966.
Yeah, that's very strong accuracy from Jakad's there.
Yep.
So yeah, that's gonna, I believe, seal it for that group. I need to double check and make sure. Yeah, it looks like it is. So South Korea placing 1st in that group, France placing 2nd, Macau placing 3rd on a tiebreaker game, and unfortunately dropping out of the tournament.
Yep.
Still a really strong fight put up by them.
But now I believe we are going to be moving to UK versus Philippines.
Yeah, I believe we are.
Well, I do believe that match is just about to end. Oh, never mind. Wait, what? What am I? Oh, I was confusing it with another one. Alright, so the Philippines are up 2-1 versus the United Kingdom.
All right. Well, let's see who moves in the next pick here. I believe it's a Philippine.
Sounds like it.
So let's see. Let's do a little quick recap of what's happened so far. So UK winning Loving Trip, which is strictly accuracy. Does make sense. I mean, there seems like a very strong accuracy team. Even Poke Gadget, I think, getting the highest score of that entire song with 96 300s and nothing else. A very nice score. Sayonara Cruel World being the next pick from the Philippines, being a bit more LN oriented, so makes sense as to why they'd win. I think Arkwin Olivirus being like the main LN player in the game, he's going to be a really strong LN player for that entire team.
Yep.
And then the third song that we just barely caught the end of, Pro Luvis.
Yeah.
Once again, actually, Arkwin very close with Pope on that chart. I feel like that would come down to, because Pro Luvis has a couple of LNs in them, but it's not like a prominent part of the chart, but they can still definitely trip players up. So really, I mean, let's see, Arkwin had 985k, so did Poke Gadget. It really just came down to the difference between Cielo Day and Pipper, which was 984 to 959, 984 being on the Filipino side.
Yep.
So them taking the lead here, 2-1. Moving into Anemone now, and we should be starting anytime soon.
Yep, and we also have results for Poland versus Malaysia. Malaysia winning 4-0 against Poland, so congratulations to Malaysia for that. Also, I did say also right there, but I wasn't going to continue. So,
no worries. Actually, I would say Anemone here as a pick from Philippines is kind of. I mean, it's a good pick. It's just, I feel like it could have been better, but I still think they'll take this point. Like, I feel like they could have gone with, since Iahoya is banned, they probably would have gone with Kikoe. There we go.
Yeah.
but still, I mean, that could be their ace in the hole, if you will.
Yeah.
Pipper dropping a couple 200s on those SV chords there, but actually still the UK does maintain their lead here. Really, I think that came down to Pope Gadget's really superb accuracy on the intro here. And he's still maintaining that.
It's going back and forth, but it looks like it's generally in Philippines' favor.
Yeah, I
Although
think
that
could
change, of course.
Scores are barely flickering
Very
towards the Philippines, but I think it's going to come down to Pipper here. He needs to keep his combo, and he needs to keep that high accuracy.
Did he actually drop?
Yeah, I think that was an actual drop, which...
Well, there you go.
Except here's the thing, though. Earlier, or at least yesterday, we did see Canada and Brazil play each other, and Brazil did a double drop, so both players dropped on one section just coming up right here. So the question is, will the Filipinos get that section? And I'm not entirely sure they will. If they do, then I think the song is basically over. And they do get it, so I think that basically seals that seals the chart. I think both players maintaining above a 99% on the Filipino side, so really good accuracies, but still Pope Gadget with the highest score out of the entire lobby.
Yep. But that's why this is a team tournament.
Exactly.
Well,
still a very close performance from both teams here, and
yeah.
What's nice is that this pick, despite Philippines having the game point here, the UK, has the freedom to pick out of, I believe, 4 songs. So yeah, I mean they've got a lot of room to work with. Actually, it might be 3. Hold on, I gotta check. Yeah. But still, I think if they already did Hekyureki, which I don't think they did, I think that's their best bet. There's not a lot of LNs there. There's mostly accuracy, so they should be fine on that. That being said, though, I think if the Philippines just pick Kiko in next, they kind of have this game in the bag. Well, move into our last pick here. Oh, all right. Looks like they're picking the Geki. I think we need a confirmation from Pipper on this one, because he doesn't seem too happy about that.
I just remembered the Pipper coffee pasta, which I will not say out loud.
Yeah, let's
not.
Let's not give anyone any ideas here.
Well, we are getting a Nagahi no Ki. Oh, 2 remix. Underjoy's insane. Oh, I again made it sound like Underjoy is insane. Underjoy is just insane,
well,
or something like.
But let's just say he's definitely not. He's actually a very nice guy. Shout out to Underjoy.
Shoutouts.
So yeah, and I think really this comes down to who plays stairs better. This chart, although it might be labeled as speed, I'd label it more towards stairs, like specifically, because this is just there's no alternating patterns here. It's just strictly stairs, strictly sweeps, and really nothing much more than that.
Yeah, I think a big part of this is like, obviously how well you can act these stairs, and they're at that BPM where they're quite uncomfortably slow. They're like just below what you'd like to be doing for stairs, so that it's quite hard to keep up proper accuracy here.
I feel like one thing to note about stairs, though, in particular, is that they're kind of patterned that really no matter what kind of speed you play them at, you're like visually they're probably the easiest pattern to read, but physically they're probably the hardest pattern to time, because when you see it, you think, oh, okay, it's just a straight line, and you don't really think about each individual key that you're pressing. You just kind of think of it like, oh, okay, there's a certain method to hitting this pattern. So you're actually timing it a lot worse, and most of the time, at least from experience, you'd be hitting these stairs like a lot faster than you normally should. So
yeah,
Really, it comes down to who can play those kinds of patterns better. And honestly, I can't tell. But if it's the UK, they can definitely set themselves up for a tiebreaker here.
Yeah. Well, we're having Traps Are Cute being switched in for Pipper here, which is, I'd say that's quite surprising.
Yeah, I think that name is probably the most surprising part out of the whole thing. But besides that,
I think
I'm guessing that was a very well thought out switch. I would at least hope so.
you mean the name change or the?
Oh yeah, hey, never mind. Let's just not mention the name again. Anyways, formerly known as Amosite, now swapping in for Pipper.
Formerly known as For the Queen, formerly known
yeah.
Oh, so many names.
Known as, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
something. This name change costs $100. Anyways, that's besides the point. Both teams holding good accuracy so far, but the first stair section. Oh, Pope actually dropping a 200 there. So, all right, Argon immediately trading out, and all right, scores are slightly flickering. I think Philippines maybe has just a 2,000 point lead.
Yeah. Oh, Traps are actually getting a break and actually having trouble hitting these stairs accurately.
Yeah, I think if anything, the very end of this chart is going to give them some confidence. There's some stairs there that, I mean, they're hard to hit, they're hard to time, and they're extremely easy to mind block. So
yeah.
I feel like that's kind of what's getting to him right now.
Traps are cute, getting quite a lot of drops in these relatively hard to read stairs, I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, as a less experienced 7 key player.
I mean, really, I think the combo on the X kind of speaks for itself here. I mean, it's wow. I mean, really, Amosite even having issues on the easier parts of the song too. I feel like maybe there's some sense of, I don't know, potentially giving up. I'm not sure, or nerves too. I think nerves could easily be a huge part of this too.
Yeah. Well, on the Philippine side, both players are holding full combo and very impressive accuracies.
Yep.
I bet Pope gathers as well with a drop. Holding around the same level as the Philippines.
Yeah, that's actually a very impressive ratio then, considering that he's already dropped one.
Ooh,
and yeah, Pope missing at the end, and same with Amosite. So I mean, really, I guess my prediction was somewhat right. Anyways, that ending section has these stairs just in the middle 5 keys, but then it's got chords on keys 1 and 7, so it's really hard to actually hit completely right. And if you can, and you're really good, then you could definitely do it. And this is a really good pick. And I think Arkwin and CLO Day both really showing that they can hit those kind of patterns. So really, really solid scores from the Filipino side. And that's actually going to seal the game for them. I believe also placing them or guaranteeing them top of their group because they did just beat Italy.
Yeah. The mid-seed actually beating out the top seed.
Yeah, that's true too. Actually, it's not that often that we've seen mid-seeds actually beat out top seeds here.
No.
I'd have to really do some double checking here, but I know for sure Philippines is probably one of the first mid-seeds to take top of their group.
Perhaps.
There's definitely been mid-seeds that have dropped out of the tournament. I think Switzerland being one, but I can't really name any mid-seeds that have pushed away to the top. So this could be a tournament first. Someone might have to correct me on that. But yeah, we should be switching into a new game soon. I think within 20 minutes here.
Yeah, should be around 20 minutes, and I believe we will be watching the Indonesia versus Poland match.
Yeah, very interesting match coming up here. Poland versus reverse Poland, Indonesia versus reverse Indonesia. And I guess I think it's worth reminding the stream that this is a game that has happened in MWC 7Q World Cup group stages. I think it happened last year. I'm not sure about the year before, but this has happened for a very long time. I just know that it happened last year, and that was not the first time. So, I don't know why this happens. Every time during drawings, Han's always like, all right, Indonesia, and then it happens. It's Poland versus Indonesia, and, here we are. Anyways, we might be doing a bit of a commentator change here, although slightly undecided as of now. But yeah, I guess in the meantime, sit back, relax. I think we might answer a couple questions in the meantime if we have time. And we should be up and running in 17 minutes. So yeah.
Mhm. Is this Poland versus Indonesia or Indonesia versus Poland? That's up for interpretation.
All right, so we're gonna be doing a bit of a commentator swap here. I'm gonna be stepping out, and I believe Zeo will be replacing me. This is actually a voice I think a lot of us in the media community haven't heard in a while, so it's very. I guess let's just give a really warm welcome to Zeo here. How are you doing tonight?
Hello everyone, I'm doing really fine. Super hyped to commentate some match. I've got some problem, but finally I'm here and I'm really excited to commentate.
Yeah. Well, so how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I was just watching just before the previous match, and that was quite cool actually.
Yeah.
And I guess we're not done since we have like 2 more matches, I believe.
Yeah, we have in 15 minutes we're gonna have Poland versus Indonesia. It seems like Germany versus Thailand, and the United Kingdom versus Italy.
So yeah, some good match.
Mhm.
Any expectation on the next commentated match?
Well, that's gonna be Poland versus Indonesia, and I
Yeah.
just hope it's a really fun match. Because, well, as we know, the teams have had quite some history with each other, and well, I mean, their flags are reversed, so
Oh yeah, the meme is real.
it really is. But after these matches, that will start again in around 15 minutes. After these matches are over, we will be having the showcase for the round of 16 map pool, and then you will be joined with Mivrad00 and the Toaster. So I finally step out, and when that happens, you've been listening to me for. You're gonna listen to me for another hour, so about 4 hours by that point.
Oh my god, so much bento.
Too much bento. Too much bento.
I'm just used to bento right now. And
I can't escape
we're gonna also have United Kingdom versus Italy. Another interesting match. Since we saw United Kingdom in the last match doing some great stuff.
Yeah, they had.
Was just a little bit behind. Was it?
The Philippines.
Yeah, the Philippines. And just a little bit behind. So I believe this is going to be an interesting match.
Well, yeah. Let's see, of course.
I'm quite hyped as well for the map pool showcase. I mean, we all are.
Unfortunately, I don't get to see my own countrymen playing in that part of the tournament, and unfortunately their absolutely amazing warm-up was not streamed, and that is so unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do about that now. But I'll be around still, even though the rest of the Swedish team isn't. The Swedish commentator is. So you will have to deal with more meatballs.
With more pizza salad.
Pizza salad, Ikea. Dalahäst. Skål, everyone. Fortunately, my cup of coffee is empty. But otherwise,
so my cup of tea is Batman.
Yes, my onion tea.
So about coffee, everyone, you have 10 more minutes if you want to get some drink and something to eat before the next match are starting.
Speaking of which,
so, yeah.
I will be leaving CO alone for about 1 minute and refilling my cup of coffee.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, in 10 minutes, not more, not less. So, if you have 10 minutes and you want to talk about anything, I'm Zeostal, your host for the next hour, so yeah, make yourself good. Whoa, what's my shoe size? US or European size? I believe European size is like 38? Yeah. Oh, actually, let me check. Yeah, you know what? The madman. And I was completely wrong, it was 42. My bad. Sorry everyone. I let you down with my shoe size. Yeah. And yeah, bonjour. Also, yeah, you can also spawn the reverse Poland meme or reverse Indonesia. It's gonna be the reverse flag match. So another reason why it's a hype match. This like meme has been a meme for years now. What kind of candy do you like? Everything except the how is it called in English? This black thing, which is yuck. Okay, it's called licorice.
And I have returned.
Yeah, it's licorice. And hello, Bento. What is
Hello.
your favorite candy? All time candy.
Chocolate. We're
This
talking
is not
about
candy. You're cheating, Bento.
What? Chocolate? What? Did you say chocolate isn't candy?
Yeah.
What? Of course
Chocolate
it's
is
candy.
chocolate. Candy is like not chocolate.
Of course it is. It's a sweet. Look, I don't like conventional candy, anyways. I don't. It's not. It's just sweet and not tasty. And you were just talking about licorice, which is all right.
Yeah, hey, thank you also live. Yeah, chocolate is not candy.
Puffbuck, Morabu, very correct. My favorite vegetable is steak. What are you talking about? Chocolate is you eat chocolate at a point, like, you're sitting there, like, after dinner, you want something sweet to eat. Chocolate fills that spot just as well as candy would. Of course it does!
You don't eat candies after, like, dinner. But you can eat chocolate.
Wait, well, what is chocolate to you? And you just go around
Chocolate
snacking
is
on
like chocolate.
What spot does chocolate fill? What spot does chocolate fill to you?
Oh man. Chocolate is like not candy. It's like sugar textured cacao. It's not candy.
Okay, so jelly beans aren't candy. They're sugar coated in sugar with a bit of sweetening. Mike, what? What are you? It's candy. Chocolate is candy. You eat chocolate.
No.
Of course. Oh my god, I can't believe you. It's like, what you're saying here is that a baguette isn't bread. That's what it sounds like to me.
Oh, don't start with this. Wait.
Are you serious? Are you trying to
Don't
tell me
start
that
with baguette.
baguette isn't bread? Of course, a baguette is bread.
It's bread.
Just in the way that chocolate
It's
is candy.
cliche bread, but it's bread.
It's shit bread. You don't like baguette?
I do love, but good baguette, not
Well, of course.
not mad baguette.
You want a good. Oh my god.
But
Google's
yeah.
definition of candy. Thank you, Twitch chat. A sweet food made with sugar or syrup combined with fruit, chocolate, or nuts.
Combined with, not chocolate.
What do you mean combined with? Does it need to be
No.
a sweet food made? Chocolate. Oh my god. Why is everyone? I can't believe you. I can't believe any of you.
So yeah, you're still watching Osumania 7Q World
You know
Cup,
what I
and
mean?
we have like the best debate over is chocolate candy or not.
In either case, I'm eating an apple right now, and you know what? An apple a day keeps the RSI away.
Nice.
This apple is delicious.
Apple isn't truth. No, I'm just kidding. I believe we should make a poll about this.
Which aisle is candy sold in? It's sold in the candy aisle.
Okay, enough chocolate and candies because we're gonna jump into the match. Some serious stuff for Poland versus Indonesia.
Yes, the first warm-up will be Lucid Dream, which I've never seen before, so here you go.
I believe I know the song, but from a 4-key map.
And we are going in.
Yeah, it was the first warm-up. And I believe it's the Indonesian warm-up, if I'm right.
I have no clue. But
I mean-
I'd assume it's not very memey, so...
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Poland is more known for putting meme warm-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So far, a pretty dense layering on this chart.
Mhm.
A lot of long notes and normal notes at the same time. Really dense. Oh, and a slowdown.
Alrighty. What a nice song.
Yeah,
I like
sounds definitely great. A little dumpy too on this starting.
It sounds like the type of song like, I don't know. I have memories of sitting in the back of a taxi when we were on the way home from like meeting our relatives and hearing like whatever song they played on the radio and just snoozing to that. God, that's the type of song this is.
That's an accurate definition of the type of song this is.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ben, for this taxi radio song.
You're very welcome.
And it seems like most of the players are having a bad time playing this. Oh man, this ending is getting really hard. There's a lot of long notes, even more than before. Oh, this drill too. Bands are getting a really good accuracy on this ridiculous drill.
This looks like something that would be fun to play if I was good enough to play it. But unfortunately, my long note skill is lacking in 7 key.
What you said is basically me with almost half of Mania short.
Well, I mean, I feel like... have you ever had a moment of, oh, I'm gonna map something really fun? Unfortunately, I can't play it myself.
Yeah, that's basically me, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. But you know, there's you can always improve.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
Oh, and here we
That
have
it
the
depends.
Polish warm-up
Yeah, no, that's the Polish warm-up I was talking about.
from Pudzian Band. Davar ring I mega si just.
I'm
Well.
pretty sure that those not pronounced like this, but are really Polish.
The only Polish word I know is grzmot, which I think translates to thunder, because of Rainbow Six Siege.
Sounds badass. Wow.
Sounds very good, this song.
That's the kind of warm-up we need. So, what are your expectations on this warm-up? Is it gonna be troll SVs or
Yes.
long notes?
Yes, and yes. It's gonna be... I mean, that tends to be the case with... Oh, it sounds like MC Mental is playing on... Oh, isn't that the Swedish warm-up? Wait, I have to say... Is it gone? Streamer, Mr. Streamer, you should have left it on.
Wow. Representing Mania with some MC Mental. Quite nice.
I'm quite proud with my score on that, but that's a different aspect. What we're going in? Oh, it's...
Oh, the background, man!
It's a buff guy with a buff sword. Wicked! Pudzianonoki is a 5-time strongman world champion. Well, there you go. Strongman.
It seems strong, yeah.
Looks pretty strong.
Yeah, I bait on, I would say, SVs so far.
We have Lambard and Underjoy, who has been graciously given a shout out earlier, playing for the Polish team currently, and Project C1 and Lino Sama for Indonesia.
And there you start some SVs, a lot of jump string.
Well, we have back and forth staircases here. Ooh, some
Whoa. So yeah, you were right. Long notes stream some SVs. So yeah, basic Polish warm-up.
They're getting ready for the ring, you know? So, they're like powering up behind the scenes right now. I'm pretty sure everyone in the Polish team that isn't playing is like lifting weights right now. Just getting ready. Like, you know, warming up real. Oh!
I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone in the Polish team looks like the guy behind on the background.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Also, I almost just dropped the F-bomb when I saw those SVs.
Nice wall of long notes as well. This is terrible. It's so amazing.
Oh, those are some nice jump drills.
No, that's what I call the proper warm-up.
That's a proper warm-up. Now I wish everyone could see Sweden's warm-up. It was so good! It was so spicy! Oh, actually, no, we don't have. We don't. It seems like we don't have the Polish team warming up behind the scenes. It seems like they are spamming the lyrics in chat. What?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So it seems like Reverse Poland took the took the point on Poland's warm up. So it's still a
Reverse
Poland
Indonesia, you
victory.
mean?
No. It's a Poland victory.
Oh my god.
Well, anyways, we are going to go into roles and bans, which is important. Oh, and we're getting Cedix joining instead of Lambard on Poland's side. We are also currently in warm-ups on the other two matches being played, and that being Germany versus Thailand and the United Kingdom versus Italy. So those matches should soon be getting to their roles and bans as well. And yeah, we have bans for Poland versus Indonesia here. Poland bans Harajuku Ihoy and Indonesia bans Saksan Kaigi. I have said those two names so many times today. They are extremely common bans. Harajuku Ihoy being the more consistently difficult long note pick, and Saksan Kaigi being the really hard SV pick. The scroll speed velocity change pick where, well, it messes with your reading and is very, very difficult to get proper icon and learn in the first place.
I love how Sakura's and even the div name is like it's criminal, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We also have two other Japanese names for the ban on Germany versus Thailand, where Germany bans Kikoi Masuka and Thailand bans Hekiri. Are we still listening to Die Nadine?
Yeah, that's a good way to pick and ban stuff.
Can we just make this the theme for all World Cups?
Seems badass enough. I'm okay with it.
I want to hear this and oh, apparently turned it off, Mr. Streamer.
Did he? Oh no.
Yeah, so now I just for no reason. I can't wait for Mania World Cup 7 Key 2018 to show up on a cringe compilation. Twitch fails. Ban the singers? Excuse me? No. Okay, well anyways, the first pick will be Proluvius, or Prorover.
So yeah, we're starting with some long note and string stream.
This is a bit mixed one. I don't think there's a bit of a slow jam-ish section, but it's mostly somewhat technical paddling. It's got a few bursts, some long notes. It's a bit of everything, but it's not too much. So we'll see which direction this goes in. Oh, we also have information that Thailand actually picked Saksan Kaigi, so as you can see, some teams are willing to go with the scary SV pick.
This is like so ridiculous how banned this map is. Oh much.
We actually got a question, why does he ban maps rather than ban team players? You can't ban another team's players. I don't know if that question was 100% serious, but just to clarify, can't ban a player. You only ban maps.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't serious, but yeah.
Yeah, if it was serious, then it's like, okay, we're up against South Korea, so we're gonna ban Jackets.
Yeah, that's a nice strategy.
Every Jackets just doesn't get to play.
Feels bad.
Imagine, wouldn't it be kind of wouldn't you feel a bit of pride though if you got banned? Like, you weren't allowed to play because you were too good. You're like, yeah, I'm too good. They're gonna ban me.
That would make like some really interesting strategies with like banning a player because it's good at SVs or stuff like this.
Yeah.
Depending on the map pool. But yeah, ban Jackets. He's too good.
Yeah, if you're gonna play against South Korea, ban Jackets. No, that's not doable, of course. Would suck for the 2-person teams. It's like for Philippines, okay, so we ban Arkwin. Like, well,
Accurate.
1v2 matches.
Anyway, we're gonna start and jump into the match with this first map, which is Proluvii.
Pretend it's French.
Yeah. Proluvii.
I wouldn't doubt that that's correct. we gotta ask Camellia. Just ask his Twitter, like, how's this pronounced? He's like, Proluvii.
Oh no.
Anyway.
The early miss from Rizal.
Yeah, from Rizal Pramana. Although Indonesia is holding stronger accuracy, although it's the difference is very, very close. It's going back and forth with each. Although Indonesia, no, actually, it seems like Poland has actually taken a bit of a point lead here. Although it's very, very tiny.
Yeah, the early miss from Underjoy as well made it really close.
Ooh, but now it's actually going back to Indonesia, it seems, as they're picking their accuracy back up, as Underjoy is struggling to keep 99, which all our players actually seem to be doing. But ooh, CTEX actually gets a drop right before the end of that first hard section.
That's really unfortunate for him, as well jumping into the first post.
But we do have another hard section. According to Stupid Man, as he mentioned earlier, it is, according to him, a bit easier, so we might not be seeing as much drops or as much accuracy issues. But looking at Indonesia's side, both of their players are holding better accuracy than both of Poland's side, although there are only 2 full combos left on the board, held by Underjoy and Grace.
Yeah, that miss from Sirek was really unfortunate considering that was really close.
Actually, I lied for a second there. Sirex actually was holding better accuracy than Rizal Pramana, but he did have a drop later in the map, which is what which is why that point went to Indonesia, partially, and also because Underjoy's accuracy was not quite up to par with the rest.
So yeah, one miss on both sides, a little bit better accuracy on Indonesians or reverse Poland, as you want. And so yeah, the first point is for Indonesia.
All right. Also, we have the first point on the match between the United Kingdom and Italy. The United Kingdom winning on Harajuku Iahoe. So that match is currently 1-0 to the United Kingdom. So it's possible that the top seed may get knocked out of group stage in that situation. Okay. Apparently, the bot is wrong. Italy got the point. Jeez.
Nice job, Banto.
As you can hear, I am a very trustable person, and I would never lie.
So yeah, the point was for Italy.
Yes.
And we saw Poland picking Loving Trip.
Yes, going for the accuracy pick, which is not very surprising. Indonesia does have very strong accuracy players as well, of course, but Poland does seem to be betting on accuracy being their strongest point here, it seems.
Pretty sure we're gonna see C-Deck doing an amazing job as well as Race on the accuracy side.
Yeah.
So, might be really interesting one more time.
I feel like this one will be very, very close.
Most of the match on Loving Trip are really close anyway, so
well, I mean,
might just be another one.
Because I mean, it's the easiest one pattern-wise. So I mean, if everyone's good at accuracy, you know, it's gonna be close. Anyways, we are going to get right into it. No breaks on this train. With Loving Trip picked by Poland. What did I just say? I mean Poland, I believe.
Yeah.
Poland. And it's going back and forth constantly. I mean, looking at... It seems like Race dropped accuracy quite early. Well... Okay, so there's a small advantage now towards Poland. But as I mentioned that, it seems like Underjoy dropped a 200. We have Race currently with the lowest accuracy, and Rizal Pramana with the second highest. Cedix currently with the highest, and wow, it's going back and forth all the time. Now Underjoy is the one with the lowest accuracy. Well, I feel like this is gonna come down to the very last note. We probably won't know who's gonna win this until the last note has been hit. But it seems like currently Indonesia is holding a small advantage.
The shot is not that long as well, so
we
might be really close.
Already past the halfway point, and it seems like there's a small advantage the advantage towards Indonesia is getting slightly larger.
Because of Underjoy dropping a tiny bit more of accuracy.
Rizal Pramana and Race are on the same accuracy right now. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
We're going into the very last section now. There's not a lot left, and Underjoy seems to be just dragging his down a little bit. And even so, he's still getting a great score. Don't get me wrong, but it seems like Indonesia is just a bit too consistent in their accuracy. And with that, Indonesia will be taking their second point unless someone drops earlier.
Good job from Indonesia holding a really strong accuracy during all the map. Dropping only 200 from both players. On the other side for Poland, a little bit more 200, and the ratio as well. So yeah, at the end, it's a good point for Indonesia. And now it's Indonesia time to pick.
Yep. So I'm fairly certain in all the matches I've commentated over now, Loving Trip today, Loving Trip has been picked every single time. And that is how you get tired of a map. I'm CO, I'm sure you know what happened during Soft 2.
Oh no, not this.
Anyways, Indonesia has just switched out one of their players already. As soon as someone switches out a player, it disappears out of my mind. I completely forget who switched out. But Project C1 is going in. And let's see here. We also have results for Germany versus Thailand. I want to say Germany is currently up 2-0, but if the bot is again incorrect, it might be Thailand who is up 2-0. In any case, one team is up 2-0 over the other. Very exciting.
Yeah, I know, right?
And we're currently getting Poland. Poland's pick. Wait, was that? No, that was Poland's pick. So Indonesia's pick on Picketing.
Come on, Vento, you can do it.
I've been here so long. I'm kidding.
But yeah, Indonesia picking Heikireki.
Oh, Indonesia are picking Heikireki.
Oh yeah.
Japanese song. Which is generally, it's quite fast, accuracy based. It has some tricky patterns, and it's very short. It's over in the blink of an eye, really. And it has like one SV that can trip you up.
I kind of see this one as the streamy or tech accuracy map because it's quite short. So
Yeah. All right, now we have information from the United Kingdom versus Italy. The United Kingdom just won a point on Loving Trip over Italy, and this time I'm not lying. So currently it's 1-1 in that match. And it seems like Germany won another point against Thailand, so that match should now be 3-0 for Germany. That is, if I'm not lying to you all again.
oh, you did good on this one. Nice job. But yeah, Germany and Thailand. So match 1 for Germany on the
Alright,
next pick.
here we see that Project C1 is seemingly a flashlight player.
Oh,
We talked
interesting.
about in length earlier, although just as a bit of a recap, flashlight players generally use flashlight because it helps them read the notes better than what they could otherwise, because they prefer having a less cluttered screen. In case anyone just joined and was confused about why. Anyways, we are seeing very much back and forth, although already.
Yeah, it seems like Indonesia already taking an advantage on this start.
Something that seems to be a theme with flashlight player is that they struggle to hit the very first few notes properly and then pick their accuracy back up again. Although Project C1 is now consistently dropping accuracy a bit, so the lead has gone back to Poland, and as I mentioned, that Underjoy actually drops combo, but the lead is still in their favor. But that could actually change now with the small combo point advantage.
Score is flickering a little bit. It seems like Poland have a little advantage on this one.
And this SV there, Project C1, even with this flashlight, hits properly. Although he does really seem to be struggling with his accuracy, and Underjoy is now back up at the 400 point cap for the combo. So with that, they will be taking their first point in this match.
Nice job from Poland, especially Sidek holding a really good accuracy on this one.
Yep, and that was actually a break point. That was on Indonesia's pick. So now they actually get another pick, which is very good for them. They could actually bring this up to a 2v2, to a 2-2 already. And looking at some of these accuracies, only 9 200s coming out from Race, 10 200s coming out from Cedex, although with another additional 3 100s. Very impressive there. Project C1 actually getting the full combo, although not very impressive accuracy, to be frank. And now we have more information from the United Kingdom versus Italy match. If you are interested in that one, Italy just won another point, which means that it is 2-1 points there.
So what is Poland gonna pick? I would say Anemone.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I think generally, I would say that's easier to, because the BPM is somewhat lower. It does have some more technical stuff, some more long notes than Hekireki, but I mean, in terms of accuracy, I think it's easier to get consistent on that. And if Project C1 sticks around with Flashlight, if Project C1 sticks with Flashlight, or if he might get switched out, of course, but if he sticks with Flashlight, then he could struggle here again. And this has a few more SVs than Hekireki does, and they're a bit harder, although quite similar in style. Like they can trip up your accuracy a bit. Okay.
As expected, Anemone picked from Poland.
Project C1 switching out for Resell Permana.
I kinda... actually, Indonesia is quite decent at long notes, so it might be an interesting match.
Yeah.
An interesting point, I mean.
And we are going into it!
everyone doing a really great job dealing with the first SVs. A tiny advantage from Indonesia on this introduction of the song.
Oh, a drop from Underjoy right in that first stream-ish section. The violence that is not going to be helping them out as Indonesia is holding a bit more consistent accuracy here. Underjoy getting an early drop, although he is bringing his accuracy back up, but unfortunately that drop is going to you can't change that drop now. It happened. It lowered the score. That is the unfortunate consequence of dropping.
But yeah, 10k difference right now for Indonesia.
Absolutely possible for Poland to bring this back. However, they would need quite a bit. They would need to really bring their A game in these streams and have the best possible accuracy they can. And Underjoy does seem to struggle a little bit, but they could also hope for a drop from Indonesia.
Yeah, it seems like Underjoy dropped quite a bit of 200 right now, and it's gonna be difficult.
Yep, with that, Indonesia takes their third point, and currently, so they are currently on match point, and it's their pick.
So yeah, both match point for Italy winning another point, as well as Indonesia right now. So yeah, it's quite hype right now.
And they are going for Sayonara Cruel World, which is the first time I've seen this on stream.
A more long note oriented short expected from Indonesia, I believe.
Yeah, this is essentially what I mean, from my experience, from what I've seen, this is kind of the ignored map. It's like, it's not as easy. It's like somewhere in between, or maybe a bit easier than Harajuku Iahoy and Kikoe Masuka in terms of long notes. But it does have some more rice than both of those, I do believe. Although I am half short-circuiting currently.
We will see. But yeah, anyway, it's a good thing to see this map a little bit. Getting some love.
Yep. Kiwi's 7-key Cruel World difficulty. It's Cruel World!
What would be even better would be to see Saku-san.
Seems...
But yeah.
I would've... I did see Saksen Kaigi once. So I'm pleased. It's very fun to look at. And I love the difficulty name. It's criminal!
Yeah, that's super accurate, so to be honest.
Alright, well, it seems like Poland are switching out Underjoy for someone. I'm not quite sure.
Drum roll. Yeah, nice job on the drum roll, and that was quite accurate.
Yeah, I have the experience from the Swedish Rs. The tongue, like, on the edge of the mouth. Rather than, you know, the correct R. The correct R. Well, they're switching in Underjoy, or they're switching out Underjoy for Lambard. I did think have had some pretty impressive LN accuracy earlier in the warm-ups.
We'll see if they can take this point on Indonesia's pick. That would be a good idea because, yeah, it's match point, and otherwise it would be really difficult to come back.
Well, and we are going into it the fifth map of this match. I can count.
Yeah, nice.
It's not like that took like 10 seconds. On Indonesia's pick. Sayonara Cruel World. And here we'll be seeing if Poland will be seeing Sayonara Cruel World out of this tournament, or if they'll have another chance. Actually, I'm not sure how their last match ended, although I'm pretty sure I just watched it.
Oh, and the early miss from Siek.
That is not going
looking
to help
good.
them out. While Race and Drizzle from Mana are still holding on with very good accuracy as well. Ooh, and then a drop from Lambard, both accuracy-wise and a miss. It's not going to be helping out at all, and we're already towards the halfway point of the map. It's so short.
Yeah.
Blink, you miss it. Just like Hikiki in that regard.
That's what's kind of tricky with this kind of map. It's really short, and if you miss, this is basically a really tricky situation. And that's what's happening on the
miss from
inside.
the quieter section, so to speak, or the calmer section, I should say. While Race and Rizal Pramana still holding on to their full combos. Race, in particular, holding very, very impressive accuracy. And Rizal Pramana just right below the 99, CTEX just above the 99. But with that, Indonesia, oh wow, a miss from Race right at the end, but with that, Indonesia will be taking their 4th point and winning this match against Poland 4-1. So congratulations, Indonesia, and I believe they'll be moving out first, moving first out of their groups. And
As well as, I believe it's Italy who win.
Yes.
Yeah. Italy just winning as well right now, so
Yeah,
2 match done.
So United Kingdom winning, or no, Italy winning against the United Kingdom. We also have the results for Group D. Philippines will be moving out as the top player in that group, and Italy will be moving out as the second. So both of those teams, congratulations for making it to round of 16. Now we are going to swap to Germany versus Thailand. Which is currently 3-1 to Germany.
And we are on Harajuku Yahoy. Hi, Harajuku.
Harajuku Yahoy.
Well, I'm good at this.
It's alright.
So, really a long not-oriented map.
Yep. Now I have heard we have Stankill and Rohan04 playing on Germany's side currently, and Jack and Lost Cool on Thailand's side. Now, a name that stuck out to me right away is Lost Cool. I'm aware is a very... I've seen play a lot. It's a very good player, although I've heard recently now that Rohan04 have been having some very good performance now. I believe, but from what I understand, he's a BMS player.
Seems like quite interesting on the long note map.
Yeah.
However,
even
seems like the score is really flashing right now.
Oh, and now it's actually going back. It seems like there was a big drop in accuracy from Jack's side, which now means that the lead is in Germany's favor.
Really close score. Both team holding the 99. Oh no, Stankill.
Stankill getting a drop right before the chorus. That's not going to be helping at all. But it's definitely possible for a drop to come out from Thailand's side, or a big accuracy drop as well. Now, if the rumors are true about Rohan being a BMS player, you'd almost expect him to not perform as well on long notes, and we can see that he does struggle a bit with releases, and as I talk about him, he misses. Sorry about that. But he's definitely not. He's definitely doing well. Still,
seems like really.
Jack is
pretty decent on those long note release so far.
Jack is the only player still holding the full combo, and he has the lowest accuracy in the entire multi-room right now. But even so, Lost Cool's accuracy just proved to be way too good. So, wait, what? Okay, so currently it says Germany 3-3. I am confused. I thought it was 3-2 to Germany, or what is? It's okay. It's 3-2.
Okay, it's 3-2.
It's 3-2. It's 3-2. Why does the bot do it? It's 3-2-2. Good. Wait, what? Ignore that one.
No, it's all right, Vento. Don't panic. He's all cool. It's 3-2. So for Germany, we might see actually Thailand with the comeback and maybe
We
the
could be seeing a
tiebreaker.
tiebreaker. The tiebreaker.
Oh,
The
really?
tiebreaker. See, I just really want to see a tiebreaker match.
Yeah.
Again. It's so cool.
Yeah, the Flame Dog definitely looks super cool. So
It's a very fun match.
would love to see it.
Anyways, we are going into Anemone, which is... it is... Well, oh goodness, I have no clue which team it is.
Long note, like a light long note streamy peak, kinda accuracy based and really short, basically. We'll see if Lost School can get another really good accuracy and move to tiebreaker this Thailand team.
Right, well, as we're seeing here, the 6th map being played. Again, still count. Haven't lost that super important ability. An early lead coming to Germany. Although it seems like Lost Cool is still a star player here in terms of accuracy. Jack, not quite able to keep up with Lost Cool, but although Germany is there somewhere in between, although it's enough for them to have the lead here.
Seems like Stan, Kill, and Jack are a little bit behind, but still doing a really great job. So yeah, the score is kinda flashy right now.
Yeah, but it seems like there's a larger and larger lead is coming out to Germany's side as Stankill's accuracy, even though both Stankill and Jack are a bit behind, Stankill's accuracy is still 1% above Jack, and as I mentioned, Stankill so much, it's gonna happen eventually. Oh, but Jack also dropped!
Triple miss from both Stankill, Lost Cool, and Jack.
Actually dropping as well. Rohan's now being the only... No! And he drops as well! Oh, and now no full combos left. But it seems like the lead is quite strong in Germany's advantage anyways, and we are going to be seeing them taking their fourth point in this match. So very much congratulations to Germany winning this match against Thailand.
So that was one really close point. Congratulations to Germany. Seems like Stan Kill even with Rohin even with the miss with a really nice goal save Germany on this one.
Yeah, seems like Lost School didn't even get a miss, he got a 50 drop. So there you go. Nevertheless, if you drop combo, you drop combo. But
Feels
with
bad.
that, we have gone through, I believe, all the matches of the group stage.
Yeah.
I think that was the last one, so we should have all of the results in. So I suppose if we do, we could recap what teams are going to be playing in the next stage, and then we're gonna send it off to the next map pool showcase. Provided we have the information.
It would be really great, so we can explicate a little bit what is gonna happen before jumping really soon into the map pool showcase. Hype.
Alright, we have the group stage results. So, let's see here. For Group A, the United States and Japan will be moving into round of 16. For Group B, Brazil and Canada will be moving into round of 16. For Group C, Singapore and Germany will be moving into round of 16. For Group D, the Philippines and Italy will be moving into round of 16. I don't have to say that every single time. For Group E, South Korea and France advance. For Group F, Malaysia and Indonesia advance. For Group G, China and Argentina advance. And for Group H, Chile and Australia advance. We should also know that what teams face each other as well. I believe that works as last time. United States should be playing against Australia in round of 16, and Japan should be playing against Chile. Singapore, if I'm correct, otherwise that's really embarrassing.
Yeah. So yes, should be play Singapore against Indonesia, I guess.
I believe so, and Germany against Malaysia. Then South Korea will be playing against Italy and France against the Philippines. And then for Group G, China will be playing against Canada and Argentina against Brazil. I think that last match is in the same time zone.
And yeah, one map pool showcase hype in
15
minutes. So don't go anywhere if you want to see how tasty the next map pool is gonna be. And spoiler, it should be tasty.
Yeah.
I mean, no spoiler. It's gonna be tasty.
not in 15 minutes. Oh no, because we're gonna go straight into it. But then you will be, yeah. But then me and CEO will be leaving for now, and we are going to hand you over to Nibred and the Toaster for the map pool showcase. So thanks for us. Again, I've been Vento.
Thanks everyone for hanging out on this match. It was a pleasure for both of us.
And hopefully we'll see you guys next week.